Behold, my chair. That's it, that's the intro. It's too damn hot to come up with a better one. Scioted. Scioted? Scioted. It sounds like a bad Norse name, doesn't it? Scioted the Brave. Regardless, it is a fully automatic secondary weapon that requires mastery rank 12. It does almost pure toxin damage, though it does have a little bit of puncture on the side. It sports a 24% crit chance with a 2.4 times crit multiplier and a fairly decent 18% status chance per projectile. Though the stats on this don't really matter, because the most important thing about this weapon is its secondary fire, which provides a grouping mechanic that scales with multi-shot. It is incredibly reliable, only consumes 4 ammo, which is nothing, and it does a little bit of damage as well. Even if this weapon did 0 damage, people would still probably use it. All the bits and bobs you need to build this weapon are available from the new Albeaver node in Doviri, though if you get unlucky you can still buy it from Akretes or Dominus Thrax in the Dormi zone using Scuttler husks. So let's give this puppy a shot and see if it's actually a good weapon and not just a good grouping tool. Shall we? This is a wild trait. I tested this when it first came out and it is insanely good. Question is the weapon any good as well? The stats are actually pretty good, like a bunch of toxin, decent crit. I am leaning towards Cascadia Empowered because the base damage is somewhat low, so it could help. Gonna need Hornet Strike for some base damage and as much multi-shot as we can squeeze in, so Diffusion and Lethal Torrent. Let's do Bullseye to utilize the dash. I think Blast and Corrosive is gonna be really... That's not Blast and Corrosive, that's Magnetic and Gas. There we go. Blast and Corrosive should be pretty good with Empowered. That works surprisingly well, actually, considering we're still missing like half the build. Thing is, this weapon could do 0 damage and it would still be good. Like, if we just add Harold, yeah. Now watch this, right? I'm fairly confident that if we just group them up and let Harold have a go, they're gonna be deleted within seconds. And, yep. That's pretty much what I expected. Like, even if this weapon ends up being complete and utter ass, you should still get it because of this mechanic. It's really, really good. Honestly, so far so good. I'm liking it. It feels great. And even if it didn't, that's the thing about this weapon. Even if it didn't, you could just build it for max multi-shot and status. And then, oh, you could run it with Cucumber as well, secondary Cucumber, and just have it like a primer and a grouping tool in one. That would be pretty nuts, actually. And you go there. I don't think Empowered is doing an awful lot here, so let's figure out something else. Enervate's always an option. That's good on most guns. You know what? I think good old Merciless is actually the way to go here. Easy to stack damage, reload speed, maybe save a mod slot. Also gives us enough capacity to finally run Prime Target Cracker. Let us see what it do. Yo, this is actually really cool. Look at that. Hehe. Dude, this is actually going to be a good gun as well. It's mind-boggling to me how some weapons have the wildest of restrictions and downsides because they do something vaguely niche and sometimes useful. And then we can get this, which is like the best grouping tool in the game that also happens to do great damage. This is pretty spicy, my dudes and dudettes. Pretty damn spicy. Whoa, that's actually chunking it. Wowee. Don't tell me this is going to have good single target as well. That's too much. One rather unfortunate thing about this setup is that I would love to have both Galvanized Shot and Elementalist in there, but we unfortunately do not have the mod space to use both. Unless we could drop Jolt and just run Blast and Toxin? That would make more sense for Elementalist as well. I don't think I've ever done Blast and Toxin before, actually. Now it occurred to me that we could just also go Gas. That would work too. The more I play with this, the more impressed I am. This is actually an exquisite weapon. I have a funny feeling this is very quickly going to become one of the most used secondaries in the game, because it's not bad as a gun, like this is actually doing good damage, but you can also just use it as a primer or as a grouping tool, or both. You can use it as a primer that also groups enemies together, which is bonkers. You know what I also really like about this weapon? It has the same firing mechanic and like animations as the Staticor, but you don't have to deal with that dumb charge up. That was like the one thing that I very much disliked about the Staticor, the fact that you can't just rapid fire it. The charge up always gets in the way. This has no business doing this much damage to an Acolyte. What the actual fun? This is gonna be such a humongous multiplier as well. And the reload speed is gonna be pretty dope too. I guess we just run Mutation. I can't think of anything that I would really want here. Oh, dude, this is actually crazy good. Bam, explodified. Jesus Christ, even the murmur! Let's put Harold away for a brief moment. Yep, still pretty nuts. This is a must-have weapon, no questions asked. Like, even if you don't think the damage looks particularly good, or you don't like the way the weapon feels, you still want to get it, because the secondary fire is just that damn good. Utility weapons are pretty damn rare to begin with, let alone ones that can actually dish out some decent damage. Like, if you don't have this yet, go get it. Like, right now. Go farm it. So here's the build we ended up with. We run Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for multi-shot and a bit of fire rate, Prime Target Cracker and Creeping Bullseye for crit, Pistol Elementalist for status damage and reload speed, Galvanized Shot for status chance and condition overload, and we top it off with Scorch and Frostbite, which on top of the innate toxin gives us Blast. I wasn't particularly intrigued by any of the Exilus mods, so I just squeezed in Pistol Ammo Mutation, but you can easily just leave it blank and save yourself the adapter. And as far as the Arcane is concerned, we just run Secondary Merciless for some easy to stack damage and reload speed. Now, a good priming pet is of course going to increase your damage by quite a bit. I run Hound, Good Boy Harold, that primes Code, Vital, Magnetic, Impact, Puncture, Heat and Radiation. He can also do an absolute truckton of damage himself, especially if the enemies are grouped together, which with this weapon, they will be. I've said it before and I'll say it again, this is the must-haviest must-have weapon that you absolutely must have. I cannot think of a single reason to not farm this gun, because even if you're not particularly impressed by the damage numbers, or you don't like the way the weapon feels, or you think it's ugly, the utility is unmatched. Because while yes, you can absolutely build it like an actual weapon, just like I did, you don't have to do that. You can just build it for maximum multi-shot and status and run it as a primer that can also group enemies together. Just remember that if you're gonna do that, run Secondary Cucumber for the extra status effects. I have no idea how this weapon dodged any kind of negative effect or a downside or whatever, because most weapons that do something very useful have these kinds of downsides, but I'm glad that I did because it's just great. So yes, I absolutely recommend you give this a shot. The damage is absolutely great, both in terms of AoE, but actually also single target, and it's one of the best utility weapons out there. It appears we have a new sponsor for our shenanigans, an encourager of tomfoolery, if you will. DG Eddie, thank you very much, I really appreciate it. So, what's all this then? A giant Incarnon heavy scythe that is rumored to be the best melee weapon in the game, eh? The Thalis, Mastery Rank 12 heavy scythe that does primarily slash damage with a decent chunk of puncture on the side, which sports a 30% crit chance, a 2.2 times crit multiplier and a 24% status chance. So far, so good. But it gets gooder. Hitting enemies in Incarnon mode embeds a void shard into them, which pulses every time you embed a new shard into a different enemy, dealing 75% of your weapon damage to the enemies they're attached to. This is gooder, but it gets goodest. You can supercharge these shards in 3 very unique and cool ways with the final evolution, making them either impale enemies, chain explode on a heavy attack, or turn them into a weak point that increases your crit chance. Now if you like the sound of the Thalis and would like to get it for yourself, do the Ileweaver note in Duviri, because the only way to get it is to buy it from either Akrithis or Dominus Strax in the Dormi Zone with Scuttler husks. So let's give it a shot and see if it's as good as people say. Shall we? 75% of weapon damage to... What? This seems like an utterly ridiculous trait. Am I understanding this correctly? For now, we're just gonna do something basic to unlock the evolutions and level it up and all that. Condition Overload, let's get Blood Rush, Galvanized Steel, and we're probably gonna do Melee Influence because it's just the best for leveling. A little bit of Electricity, bit off with Attack Speed. Lovely. I am not seeing any crystals. I have a sneaking suspicion that Incarnon mode has to be active for them to work. Whoa, I didn't even check this! That is ridiculous. So the first evolution just gives you primed reach and like almost primed fury worth of attack speed for free as well. That's nuts. That is a lot of attack speed. I can't really tell what the shards are doing, but you know, a Simulacrum is probably not the best place to test this. 80% attack speed while sliding. 20% attack speed flat. Gain... Oh... Yes. For now, let's continue the influence shenanigans with Galvanized Elementalist. It's just too good to pass up for leveling. And boop, Ground Finishers, Dunzo. As much as I dislike influence, not because it's bad or anything, it's just, you know, everyone puts it on everything. I think it fits this weapon really well. We are definitely picking up some damage, my dudes and dudettes. I'm having a lot of fun so far. This really wants us to slide, doesn't it? We get Echoes of Rage, combo count on shard damage, and then 20 initial combo. I'm not particularly enticed by any of these, but I think we'll go with Echoes of Rage just to build combo faster in the beginning. Okay, so faster Incarnon activation, that's pretty good. Jump and double jump height, or Devastating Mercy, ground finishers knock enemies down in a 6-meter radius. This could be pretty good because your heavy attacks knock enemies down, so you could do ground finishers. Honestly, I think this would be more annoying than anything else. Like, I'm so used to how high I can jump, this would throw me off really badly. So, we either go Swift Transmute or Devastating Mercy. Swift Transmute just seems like a pretty good one. And then we need to do a solo mission with an Incarnon weapon equipped in every slot. We haven't done Discipline's Merit in a while, which is a bit of a shame because it's super consistent. I actually like it quite a bit. And there we go, that's all the evolutions done. Shards grow whenever a new shard is created up to 3 times. Fully grown shards erupt out from the embedded enemy, dealing 2x damage and impaling them on the spot. Wowee. Heavy attacks detonate shards. Shards scored within the blast radius will also detonate. And then shard duration is increased to 30 seconds. Shards become weak spots that have plus 100% crit chance when damaged. Shards damage is reduced by 50%. Oh wowee, these all sound so cool. Let's try them all. First of all, let's get rid of Herald and Influence because we won't be able to see what the hell's going on otherwise. Oh my god, they're just straight up impaled, so it's like crowd control as well. That is really good. Now let's try the Kablosion. Oh damn, yeah, this is very inconspicuous. It's not obvious at all. But it is insanely strong, much stronger than the first one, but you can barely tell that it's happening. To be fair, this does require Tennokai to work well, the first one doesn't. Babies first crystallize. Let's go. This one's very timid. We are obviously red critting more, but if I didn't tell you that it's the shards doing it, you probably couldn't tell. Still though, I like it. Very cool indeed. And surprisingly, we are going the explodification route because it's just dumb. Let us also get Influence back on because that's not Influence, that's Retaliation, Mr. YouTube man. I want to see how dumb this can get. Electricity. Blast. This is so stupid. I can barely even build combo right now. Let's try it again. Oh dear god, this is so stupid. What have I done? That, by the way, was without Herald. It is just impossible to build combo with this. Like, I don't even have the Incarnon activate and everything's dead. And I have the evolution that lets me turn it on at 3x combo. What the fuck? I've seen some really strong weapons in my time. This is like another level of power creep though. What? Why not? Let's just go all the way. Let's get Arcane Strike, Weeping Wounds instead of Berserker Fury. I don't even know what to say here. This is like a level of power that I've not seen in a while. The thing that makes this so strong is how stacked it is, because like the weapon on its own is pretty good. Like the weapon itself without anything else would be decent. But then you have that shard mechanic on top, which makes it really strong, and then you can stack Influence on top of all of that. You know what, Internet? I believe you. You are correct. This is probably the best melee weapon in the game. I've done some dumb builds before, like I've hit the damage cap with melee weapons more than once, but this is a different level of power. This is just so consistently strong. Hello, Malise. How are you doing, bud? Come on, give me a proc, give me a proc, give me a proc. Whoosh! Sit down, Malise. Sit down. You just got Malise in the face. You know what the best thing about weapons like this is? You can build them basically however you want, and it will probably be fine, because they're so strong they will overpower any dumbness you throw at them. So for evolutions, we have Dreadful Reach for the stacking range, then we have a combo of Echoes of Rage for faster combo gen and Swift Transmute for faster Incarnon just to get the weapon going faster, and we top it off with Chain Shatter so that the shards we embed into enemies detonate on a heavy attack. The build is pretty straightforward. We have Gale Force Dawn as our stance and then Discipline's Merit as our Tennokai trigger. You can run a different Tennokai trigger, but because we chose the detonating evolution, it's really nice to have consistent heavy attacks from Tennokai. why. We use Melee Influence as our arcane. I know it's overused, but I think it plays really well into the AoE madness that comes with the Thalis. And because of that, we also run Vicious Frost, Volcanic Edge, and Voltaic Strike for blast and electricity. Next to the menu, we have Galvanized Elementalist for status damage and status chance. We run Condition Overload for a bunch of melee damage, Blood Rush for crit chance, Galvanized Steel for crit chance and damage, and we top it off with Weeping Wounds for more status. However, you might not want to run Weeping Wounds if you don't have Arcane Strike. I run Arcane Strike on my frame, which gives me a lot of attack speed, so I don't need it on the Thalis. If you don't have Arcane Strike, replace Weeping Wounds with Berserker Fury. I just wanted to see how dumb the Thalis can get, so I gave it all the help I could. And finally, it's of course a good idea to have a solid priming pad. I run Hound, Good Boy Harrow that primes Cold, Vital, Puncture, Heat, Impact, Radiation, and Magnetic. I'm always very skeptical whenever I see videos or posts titled something along the lines of "this is the best thing in whatever," because 99% of the time it's really not true. It's just clickbait. But I, for once, must agree with the internet. This is probably the best melee weapon in the game. It's just downright stupid. This is dumb levels of damage. So of course I'm going to recommend you give it a shot. It's absolutely tremendous. The Thalis is a fantastic heavy scythe. One thing I absolutely love about it is how many options you have. I mean, just the final evolution gives you 3 very different ways of playing. Plus the other evolutions also encourage slide attacks, which would be an interesting build as well. So definitely pick it up and have some fun. Why would you look at that? It's Discount Voruna. I'm kidding. Mostly. Valkyrie did get a bit of a rework though with the latest update, though unlike most people which are usually interested in Hysteria, I am more interested in her brand new passive. Because for me, Valkyrie is a frame that you equip with a fun melee weapon and then go rar a lot. So this new passive, which provides up to 300% bonus melee damage when you hit or kill enemies with a melee weapon and can also be consumed to prevent death, is fantastic. So let's give it a shot and see if it's any good, shall we? I mean, we could go with like physique or something sensible or like corrosive projection, but I think full-on melee damage is gonna be very, very fun. This is going to be utter overkill, but I want to go with Arcane Strike for even more attack speed, and then I guess just Grace for the healing. Yeah, what about Hysteria, Mr. YouTube man? I don't want to play with Hysteria, okay? This is gonna be tight, but I want to go Umbral, so let's get Vitality, Fiber, and Intensify. It's gonna be tough to fit everything else in, but it gives us a lot of 88.5% attack speed, okay. We are 100% running Eternal War because I'm too lazy to press buttons, so that's going in for sure. Primed Continuity makes Eternal War feel a lot better, though nowadays, with the kinds of builds we have, I think we can easily sustain it even without it. I don't know. Yep, we want some layered defenses, so adaptation goes in. Well, I am a primed YouTube man. Man, Valkyrie is such a slick frame, look at this, so cool. Yeah, that's not a silly amount of attack speed at all. Oh, this is gonna be fun. We unfortunately just don't have the capacity here, but I do want to run these Umbra mods. And I don't have an Umbra Forma right now, so we're gonna have to finagle things a little bit here. This is why I love Valkyrie. No faffing around, no nonsense, you press a button and violence ensues. Now don't get me wrong, I've done some more complex, more interesting builds on Valkyrie before, but every single time I go back to just this. Big strength, big defense, and Warcry. This is my jam. I am a simple man. What about the new rip line? Hold up. That was weird. Yeah, I think this is precisely what melee weapons needed. 300% more damage for free. To be fair though, I am running this with probably the strongest melee setup in the game. Like, the Thalis is just ridiculously strong. But still, a yoink. You know what, the new rip line? Not too bad, I actually kinda like it. The targeting can sometimes be a bit weird though. Oh, what the f***? That was a big hit. See, this is my kind of playstyle. You know, other people might prefer to do like ability combos and fancy nonsense. Me? Nah, I just want to be a cannonball. I would like to let you know that my operator is actually very lore accurate. He's so edgy, he's severed the fabric of reality. So unfortunately, we need to get rid of primed YouTube memes because it takes up way too much capacity. I want to run both Aegis and Resolve. We're not gonna run Finesse. Finesse is kinda meh. But the other two are really good because you get health armor and also a mini blood rush effect. People sometimes ask me like, hey, why do you have so much Forma on Blah? And it's because of this right here, like builds change, and I've had a lot of these like frames and weapons for literal years. And there we go, a fantastic mod set for a melee frame. 20% blood rush effect, wowee. This is absolute madness. Just like the numbers alone, giving any weapon 300% melee damage and like over 100% attack speed is silly. Undisputed queen of melee. Kullervo can suck a tailpipe. Huh? Well, that wasn't quite right, was it? Yeah, it's said that targeting on ripline is somewhat unique. Let's just say. Malise. Madude. Why are you down there, Malise? Bonk. And a shunk. Yeah, absolute massacre. I love this. I would also like to point out that I didn't come close to dying even once, which is really good, though to be fair, we are taking advantage of the ancient technique known as they can't shoot you if they're dead. I'm fully aware that this is not a build for everyone because it's very basic, it's just you press Warcry, you go brr, but I like it. Where the hell is this acolyte? Well, it's dying. I don't know what it's dying from, but okay, sure. Alright, that's enough. I could run around like this all day, literally, so let's go wrap it up. So here's my pretty basic Warcry setup for Valkity. We have Steel Charge as our aura for more melee damage, Primed Continuity for a bit of extra duration, though this isn't entirely necessary. You can actually sustain Eternal War without any duration with the kinds of builds that we have nowadays, or you can just get some red shards, put them on and get a bit of duration that way. Then we run all three Umbra mods, so Vitality, Fiber and Intensify for a ton of health, armor and strength. This however makes the build very expensive, so if you want to save yourself some forma, run their regular counterparts instead. Next in the menu we have Gladiator, Aegis and Resolve, which gives us armor and health respectively, but we actually mainly run it for the set bonus, which gives us a mini blood rush effect for every mod we have from the set. This allows you to squeeze a little bit more crit chance out of your melee weapons. And we top it all off with Adaptation for some nice defense, as well as Eternal War so that we can sustain Warcry by simply killing enemies. Now you can pretty easily just take out Eternal War and Primed Continuity and press a button every now and then, but I don't want to do that. I want, as mentioned in the beginning, a nice chill build that I can equip with a fun melee weapon and go rar a lot. It might not be everyone's cup of tea, I know a lot of people like Hysteria, but for me, this is what I want. This is my jam. And I would recommend you give it a shot, even if you think it's silly. The worst thing that can happen is you'll go back to your original build. Boo-hoo. But I think you'll like it because it supercharges any melee weapon that you use with it, with that 300% melee damage and over 100% attack speed, and it's tanky as hell. We are sporting an absolutely absurd amount of armor with Warcry, we have Adaptation to stack on top of that, and even if everything fails, we have our passive which can save us from dying. So yes, definitely give this a shot. I highly recommend it. You know I'm not one for milking content, but I honestly think this build deserves a full video. I kind of regret just doing a montage and leaving it at that. Because it, very quickly I might add, became one of my favorite setups in the game. It's extremely fun and very strong. The build is essentially just a combo of Harald and Venari. I did add Swarm Kavats into the mix as well by subsuming Desiccation on Korra and then running the Augment, which spawns a Swarm Kavat when you do a finisher on an enemy affected by Desiccation, and while they do proc some corrosion on the enemies and they help strip armor, they're mainly just there because more cats equals more good. The main combo and the backbone of this build is the interplay between Harald and Venari. In a nutshell, the setup takes all the juicy status effects that Harald procs on enemies and spreads it around via Contagious Bond that we placed on Venari, effectively giving Harald melee influence via Venari. This is what it looks like without the Swarm Kavats. Harald primes, we send in Venari, she slashes a few times and then everyone explodes. The cool thing about this setup is that you actually have a decent amount of control over it because you can send Venari to attack a specific target by marking them. But it is not necessary. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to. You can just let Venari do her own thing and focus on Swarm Kavats instead. Or you can go in completely the other direction, subsume on something else and not bother with the Swarm Kavats at all. The build can be as active or passive as you want it to be. The Korra setup focuses mainly on strength and defense. We do have a little bit of extra range from Cunning Drift, which helps with Desiccation, and we did have to balance out the negative efficiency from Blind Rage, so we have fleeting expertise, but outside of that, it's just strength, defense, and Desiccation's Curse if you want to go with the Swarm Kavats. Speaking of defense, we have many layers. We have Umbra Vitality and Fiber for a ton of health and armor. If you don't want to run these and invest into the build that much, just run the regular counterparts, it's gonna be fine. We're utilizing Adaptation for some juicy damage reduction, catalyzing shields for nice and snappy old school shield gating, and then we have a combination of Arcane Grace and a bunch of recovery from our pets for healing. I specifically remember one comment that was just like, bro, what the f is this defense setup? And it's just like, we already have everything we need, so we might as well just add layers upon layers of defense so we are more survivable. That's basically the idea here. But also, you are not a small child, my dude or dudette. If you think catalyzing shields are dumb, replace them with something else. But anyway, Aura is Summoner's Wrath, obviously, for the companion damage, and we run Arcane Camisado for a bunch of free strength. The Venari setup is actually fairly flexible. The only must-have mod is Contagious Bond. Outside of that, just put in whatever defense you want to run and some utility mods. I like the combination of Loyal Companion, Hunter Recovery, and Pack Leader, so I heal the pet heals me, and she also prevents me from dying. The more important part of Venari are actually her claws. You need to mod them well so she can kill things and trigger Contagious Bond. I went for a combination of Maul for base damage, Bite and Hunter Synergy for crit, Swipe for some extra AoE, Bloodthirst for leech, and then Shock Collar, Flame Gland, and Frostjaw for electricity and blast. Now, I've tried all of the postures with this setup, and the one I liked the most was just the basic balanced posture, but if you prefer another one, run that instead. I didn't change anything with Harold, by the way, so we still run Synergized Prospectus, Repo Audit, Coolant Leak, and Mediray for the abilities, and then Duplex and Manifold for bonds. I do run him with the Viral, Heat, Radiation, and Magnetic setup though, because I have the Swarm Kavats for corrosion. This is very much a here's how I have fun, maybe you'll like it too kind of setup, because Korra already has a lot of very strong builds, some of which can nuke the entire screen with just a couple of button presses. A well-built whip setup is going to absolutely clown on a setup like this. But it's something different, something fun, and maybe you can take little bits of it and add it to your Korra setup as well. You don't have to use the full build. You can, as an example, take the Harold and Venari shenanigans from this build and put it onto your Strangledome build. Because while yes, it does matter what kind of stats you have on your Korra, it is fairly flexible. You don't have to go as crazy on strength as I did, just make sure you run Summoner's Wrath as your Aura. So all in all, a very fun setup that I would highly recommend. One thing that I would play around with if I were you is the second Arcane on Korra. I honestly don't think Arcane Grace does all that much because we get a ton of healing from Venari, so maybe you could run something like Theorem Infection for even more damage. Though that will require a kit gun with a residual arcane. Spontaneous Singularity is a new augment for the Simulor available from the Nightwave that looks very, very fun. It does prevent your orbs from bouncing or creating vortexes, but it makes any orbs that hit enemies explode with bonus damage and gives them a chance to create a singularity that pulls enemies into it. And I don't know about you, but I'm very excited to try it out, so let's give it a shot and see if it's any good. Shall we? I mean, it sounds really good, and I'm glad it works on the Synoid as well. Orbs that strike targets will explode immediately with 90% bonus damage, and an 18% chance of a singularity that pulls in more targets. Yeah, that does just sound great. There isn't much we can do with the arcanes here, like I guess Frostbite would work. That'd be kinda neat, if we can squeeze in Cold. Blight might work too, but I think we're just gonna go with Merciless. Let's get some multi-shot. I don't think Galvanized Aptitude works because it is an explosion, so let's skip that. Let's actually test it because I don't know like how this affects the normal trade and the crit and stuff, so let's try it. What do you do, my dude? Yeah, so it just straight up explodes. It's kind of pretty with these colors though, isn't it? Oh, here comes the Vortex. Not Vortex, sorry, Singularity. That's actually really neat. Ooh, I like it, that's cool. Okay, let's finagle the Forma around a little bit. I guess you go into a dash for now, Corrosive and Blast just makes the most sense for this kind of build, especially with all that electricity that we have. Hold up, we could actually go Primed Cry rounds for Big Blast. And this will allow us to utilize their D. Look at that, we're doing stuff. Oh, Jesus.
Glum!
That's Pride. Yeah, that's similar, alright. The single target is kind of ass, but the clear seems to be fantabulous. Let's run Elementalist and hope the punch through. Oh, never mind, the punch through is actually locked at 0. Maybe we could just run Hammershot. We don't have enough mod space to do full crit, but I'm seeing quite a decent amount of crit, so maybe the passive does work. Oh, hell yeah, look at that, dude. That is some serious damage, my dudes and dudettes. Wowee. Methinks we might have a build. Let's add the boy. Yes, let's go. That's so good. Also, I do not have emerald charts at the moment. I put them on Oraxia, so we are not fully stripping them with corrosion. This is sick. Me likey. I am very pleasantly surprised by this. This is actually great. It does need some projectile speed though, so we're gonna have to put on terminal velocity. The range without it is just pathetically short. I wasn't entirely sure whether this augment was gonna be good or not, because normally with the Simulor, like, most of the damage comes from stacking the orbs, because the more you stack, the bigger the explosion. This seems like a much better way of doing things, though, because even if it wasn't quite as strong, if the damage was slightly lower, which I don't think it is, it's far more playable. I'm still not entirely sure whether the crit increase from shooting through orbs actually works or not, because most of the time they explode. Because sometimes it seems like we crit, like now, a lot more, and other times not so much. Yeah, the single target is not going to win any prizes. I don't think there is much we can do about that. It's just gonna be mediocre. For single target, the clear is great though. Oh, I am a dum-dum. Where is it? Yes, I do have Arcane Avenger. That's why I see a lot of crits sometimes. So yeah, the passive crit probably doesn't work. Well then, let's get rid of that hammer shot and get terminal velocity for the extra projectile speed. That's gonna give us a ton of extra range. What do we put here though? Big boom? I think we're gonna go for big boom. And the fall off is 60%, that's quite hefty. I don't think we can actually fix the single target, it's just gonna be mediocre no matter what, so we might as well just focus on a big boom, right? If in doubt, big boom. So let's switch you into a V. Big boom achieved. Yeah, it's a big boom, alright. Holy clum. Look at that. That is just downright comical. Holy hell. Yeah, especially versus the shield boys. Also, I think this has the best Syndicate effect as well, because if I remember correctly, the Synoid effect is the energy restoration and like maximum energy buff. So that's really cool. Why, yes it is, Mr. Recording Man. The entropy effect from the Synoid Simulor damages enemies within 25 meters with 1000 magnetic damage and a guaranteed status effect, whilst restoring 25% of players' energy and providing 25% bonus maximum energy for 30 seconds as well. Yeah, I think going full AoE is the way to go, because this weapon, look at it, I mean, this thing was made to explode things and provide the most fabulous of fireworks whilst doing it. Oh, that was glorious. I'm glad that they put a nice damage buff onto the mod as well, because you know damn well if this came out a few years ago, there would not be a thing. It would just be like, oh, it explodes when it hits stuff now. Enjoy. People be screeching on the forums that that's how it should have worked in the first place. Yeah, the single target's still ass. I think we have a build, so let's go wrap it up. So here is what we ended up with on the Synoid Simulor. We run Galvanized Chamber for a bunch of multi-shot, Rifle Elementalists for status damage, and since the punch through is locked at 0, the additional punch through from the Elementalists doesn't actually screw anything up. Then in the end we decided on Primed Firestorm to bolster the AoE potential on the weapon, rather than trying to fix the single target, which I don't think is all that plausible, because the single target is not gonna be great no matter what you do. And of course we have to run the new Spontaneous Singularity Augment. This makes the weapon feel a lot better, you don't have to worry about stacking the orbs, you just shoot and it goes boom. To top it all off, we run Primed Cryo rounds and Thermite rounds for a big blast, and then Malignant Force and High Voltage for corrosive. I would also highly recommend Terminal Velocity in the Exiles for more range, and for the Arcane, we just run Primary Merciless. I did forget to take off my Arcane Avenger throughout the entire video, I just kept forgetting about it, but honestly it's a great way to squeeze a little bit of extra oomph out of the Synoid Simulor, so if you want to max it out, this is definitely a great Arcane to run. And finally, let's not forget about a good priming pet. I run a Hound, Good Boy Harold, that primes Code, Impact, Heat, Puncture, Radiation, Magnetic, and Vital. It's not as impactful here as it would be on another setup that runs Condition or Gundition Overload, where those status effects would actually increase the damage of your weapon, but it's still incredibly beneficial to have all these status effects on the enemies most of the time. This, like most of the Nightwave augments that came before it, is extremely cool and definitely worth picking up. It makes the Simulor into a much more enjoyable, more usable weapon. It does lose some of its uniqueness with the orb stacking and all that, but the singularity still remains, so most of it is still there. Personally, I think running the Simulor with the augment is just a better experience. The single target is a bit questionable, and I don't think there is an easy way to fix it outside of some serious Warframe buffs, but the clear is absolutely tremendous, and it's a fabulous, fabulous light show. So yes, I would absolutely recommend you give this a shot. Slap it on Mirage, get a bright ass energy color, and go blind some noobs. The other eye is a fairly unassuming secondary pistol, but it comes with a pretty cool unique trait. Weak point kills with its primary fire increase fire rate by 100%, decrease recoil by 100%, and give you perfect ammo efficiency for 8 seconds. This combined with its relatively high crit chance and decent damage per shot actually make it a very solid secondary. But wait, there is more. Enter Pain Points, a new augment that you can get from Nightwave, which on a weak point hit grants you 60% weak point damage for 5 seconds, stacking up to 10 times, for a grand total of 600% weak point damage. This makes it one of the best sharpshooter secondary weapons in the game. Or does it? Well, let's give it a shot and find out, shall we? This goes all the way up to 60% per stack, right? Wow, that's a lot of damage. That's gonna work so tremendously well with Overdrive, because you get fire rate, ammo efficiency, and no recoil as well. Well, let's get it in. Initially, I was just like, yeah, Deadhead, obviously, but I don't know if it's actually worth it. I'm not entirely sure how the damage multiplication works on this anymore. I should probably read up on it, but I don't know, we get a lot of damage, weak point damage from the mod, we don't need the negative recoil, but then again we don't need much base damage either because we're getting 600%. So I guess we just stick with Deadhead, and if it seems like it's not doing much, we can always change it to something else. Let's get Diffusion, then let's run Lethal Torrent for some extra fire rate, and Galvanized Shot. Galvanized Crosshairs is an absolute no-brainer here, since our damage is going to be pretty mediocre on non-headshot hits. That's also slapping primed target crackeroo. Actually, I'm not entirely sure about Galvanized Shot. The status chance is pretty low, and I kind of just want to go big damage. Like, yeah, that's way too much extra damage. I would love to run primed convulsion as well, but I don't want radiation. Yep, I think we'll drop Galvanized Shot, so let's get that out of there to make space for more elemental damage. Let's move pain points up there for now. And then we run primed convulsion and get corrosive. For now, just pistol pestilence, but eventually I would like to run pathogen rounds. Let's see what it do. Bloody hell, that's smooth. That no recoil is definitely... Ooh. Oh! Well, damn, that's some big damage. I completely forgot how nice this feels. It's kind of like the Plinks, but full auto. And very angry. It's like a very angry Plinks, basically. You might be tempted to go for Acuity here, but I think that's a bad call. Because the weak point damage is basically a drop in a bucket because we're getting 600%. So extra 350 isn't going to make that big of a difference. And while we would get some extra crit chance, I don't think it's worth losing multi-shot, so I think Acuity is actually a bad call in this case. Herald isn't going to help as much as with other setups, but I think it's still going to be pretty mad. Come on, boy. Prime for Papa. Good lad. Dude, that is... Like, this is Steel Path. I checked. I had to double check because it does not feel like Steel Path. They are dying way too fast. This is basically Acuity without Acuity and the annoying downsides of Acuity. Because, like, yeah, you do less damage on a body shot, right? You still get less damage, but not so much less that it feels bad. I like it. I'm generally not a big fan of Acuity, but this I like. It rewards good play with big damage, but it doesn't kick you in the balls if you just accidentally miss a headshot. That's what Acuity does, is that, oh, the enemy has big shoulder pads and you can't hit their head, well, you have no damage, no crit, and no multi-shot, because fuck you, that's why. Absolutely terrific, my dudes and dudettes. Absolutely terrific. I think this is probably the best weapon to onboard someone onto some more accurate sharpshooter style guns. So, you know, something like the Nell or, you know, whatever Acuity setup. This is perfect, just perfect. Ooh, that is pretty spicy. Pretty spicy indeed. Though I'm not very surprised. It has all the right ingredients you would want for an Acolyte killing weapon, so the fact that it killed it fast, not a big shocker. Okay, let's finagle this around a little bit so we can squeeze in pathogen around. So let's move the D down here. And then we shall reformat into a no, actually, you know what? Aha! We shan't do that. We shall move the D into the Exilis and borrow the dash. Hey, look at me remembering things. Bam. I guess unranked mutation just in case won't hurt. I know I've said this before, but the thing I like about this the most is how damn smooth it is. It just feels nice. It's also quite impressive how strong the weapon is, considering it's just a pure crit build. That's quite rare nowadays. I can't think of many weapons where a pure crit build would perform this well. Usually you want to go with some amount of hybridization so that you can at least run Condition Overload, but I thought no, just big bangs all day. I guess all the weak point shenanigans balances it out. I almost forgot this is a secondary fire as well, actually. It's actually kind of cool. It fires out the rest of your mag, pretty standard, but it does it in like a conal beam. However, and they did this deliberately, which is a big bummer, it's disabled when you have the buff, the overdrive buff from your primary fire. So you can't like get the buff with the primary and then with all that ammo efficiency, fire out the beam, which to me would be pretty cool. I don't know, does that not make sense? Like, use the primary fire to get the buff and then fire out the secondary fire with all that ammo efficiency and stuff. But anyway, I think we're pretty much done, so let's finish the mission and wrap it up. So, here's the build that we ended up with on the Athodai utilizing the new Pain Points augment. In the end, the arcane we chose was secondary Deadhead because it just fits. Gives you some headshot multiplier, some base damage. It's just really nice and easy to stack. For mods, we have Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for a bunch of multi-shot and a bit of extra fire rate, the new Pain Points augment for a ton of weak point damage, Galvanized Crosshairs for crit chance, Primed Target Cracker for crit damage, and then we have Primed Heated Charge, Pathogen Rounds, and Primed Convulsion for an absolute truck ton of corrosive and heat damage. Now, while I do have unranked pistol ammo mutation in the exhaust, you really don't need it, so you can save yourself the adapter and just run it blank, because unless you're a complete banana and you can't hit a headshot to save your life, your ammo is going to be fine. I also want to point out that I was using Arcane Avenger throughout the entire video, so I had some extra crit chance that you might not have, so if you're not critting quite as much as I did in this video, this is why. And finally, we also can't forget about Harold, my priming focused hound that primes cold, pyromagnetic, heat, impact, puncture, and radiation, with the code coming from coolant leak, so you can't see it here. Harold isn't as helpful here as he would be on another setup that utilizes condition or condition overload, but having Pyro and magnetic on the enemies is still very beneficial. This is probably my favorite quote-unquote sharpshooter setup, a setup that requires you to hit weak points consistently to work well. It's basically Acuity Light with none of the annoying downsides that come with running Acuity. With this, it's not a big deal if you miss a few headshots or an enemy gets crowd controlled while facing away from you, or they have giant shoulder pads so their head is really hard to hit. The damage is obviously not going to be quite as good if you're body shotting the enemy, and you're not going to be stacking all your various buffs either, but it will still do enough damage to take the enemy down, even in Steel Path. So yes, I would highly recommend you get the Athodai as well as the new Pain Points augment and give them a shot. They're terrific. Any chance you can make a video about Gram Prime or Galatine Prime as a blast from the past? Well, ask and ye shall receive. Sephiroth 69. That's the most online video game name ever made. We're gonna do it as a true blast from the past though, with a lovely spin to win build, because here's the cool thing about power creep, it makes dumb things work really well. Ah, the Gram Prime. I still remember when this came out, it was mind-boggling how good the stats were. And still are, honestly. 300 damage, 225 of that slash with a 32% crit chance, 2.6 times crit multi, and a 32% status chance. This is a good sword. Might not have any crazy mechanics, but the stats are definitely there. So let us revisit this Mama Jamma, give it a proper shot, and see how it holds up. Shall we? Now, all the stances for heavy blades are really good, but I specifically want to run Cleaving Whirlwind and do a Broken Bull build. This is a combo with terrible multipliers, but it's really, really fun. The setup should be pretty straightforward. Let's get Condi Overload, Blood Rush, and Galvanized Steel. We could try something fancy, we could definitely do that, but I think I'm just gonna run Influence, because I want a fun spinny build, and Influence I think works the best with a dumb spinny build, so we're gonna run that. This should be one of our best multipliers because of the slash as well, so it's gonna help with single target too. Definitely want to get a lot of attack speed. The problem I'm seeing is that we don't really have enough mod space. That's the problem nowadays. We have too many good mods. I think we just do Weeping Wounds. I think we stick to Voltaic Strike, not Shocking Touch. I want slash to be as prominent as possible. Let's add a D right here. I know the follow-through isn't the best, but we need some range. Now, I just don't want Tennokai. It kind of goes against the spirit of the build. You can definitely add it if you want to. It's a good idea. But I just want to spin. Such a good-looking weapon. Wowee. This is what it's all about, baby. Look at that. Oh, that's a slow spin. We're gonna need more attack speed, I think. Yeah, Influence was the right choice. This is so good. Let's add the boy. Make sure he's on Vital. Yes, he is. I forgot to bump it up. We need to take this into an actual mission, because Simulacrum is just not doing it. Not enough dudes. Let me change into something a little bit more comfortable here. A Valkyrie. Way. Alright, let's go. Arar. Let's go. Oh! Berserker. Yes! Where's... Oh, that's it. That's it. Oh, this is so good. See, this is one of those instances where I'm absolutely A-okay with influence, because it's just enhancing the dumbness which I have created. I used to dislike power creep in general, and pretty vehemently as well, but that was dumb now looking back at it, because it does have its upsides, like this right here. This is the beauty of power creep. It allows you to take an old dumb build, scale it up, and have a ton of fun with it. The only way I can think of making this better is to add more movement speed, but you have to balance it out. You can't get too much. I've done this in the past because, you know, this ain't my first rodeo. And if you add too much movement speed, you actually zoom by the enemies too fast and you don't hit them enough to do any substantial damage. Now, I am using this on Valkyr, which is kind of like the most obvious option, right? She's the melee frame, but there are a lot of other frames that are a ton of fun as well. Like, my favorite is probably Gyre. I know that might sound weird, but Gyre is actually one of the most fun spin-to-win frames. I'm very happy with how this turned out. It's so simple, but fun. Yeah, this ain't the right kind of mission for this. The enemies are just too spread out. Despite the fact that it's kind of annoying to chase enemies down in this massive tile set, it's still really fun. I want something more chaotic though. There aren't enough limbs flying through the air. Let's go mow down some infestation or something. Now this is what I'm talking about. One thing that's a little bit tricky, and you kind of have to get used to it, is when you get a lot of attack speed, you can stagger yourself super easily, because you can only spin 5 times before you get dizzy. The way I do it is basically as simple as it gets. I just count to 5 in my head, and then I will throw in either a leap, which is the first hit of the forward block combo on this one, just to keep moving forward, or I will do a slide attack just to keep spinning. I'm probably getting staggered more than usual because I'm trying to focus on commentary. I am making an entertaining video at the end of the day, and I get distracted very easily. Like sometimes in the gym, when I'm focusing on my form too much, I immediately forget what rep I'm on. I finish the repetition and I'm like, was that rep number 3 or 5? Well, I say sometimes. It happens a lot, actually. But yeah, I think we're good. I think Sephiroth69 would be happy with this. Don't want to go wrap it up just yet, though. I want to spin a little bit more. Oh, dude. Like, for what is effectively a dot setup, because we're mainly relying on slash and electricity, the single target, especially events versus acolytes, is surprisingly good. So, here's our relatively simple spin-to-win setup for the Grand Prime. It runs melee influence because it fits into the spin-to-win nonsense the best, and we're of course using Cleaving Whirlwind so we can use the Bull Rush combo to spin to win. For the mods, we run Condition Overload for base damage, Blood Rush and Galvanized Steel for crit, Galvanized Melementalist for status damage and status chance, Berserker Fury for attack speed, Weeping Wounds for status, Voltaic Strike for electricity to trigger influence, and finally we have Primed Reach for more range. Now, because I just wanted to spin to win, I did not add a Tennokai trigger into the Exilus because that would not be very spin to win, but if you've played the game in any capacity recently, you know that Tennokai is incredibly powerful, so if you want to actually do big damage, put in a Tennokai trigger of your choice. Just bear in mind that it's not going to be very spin to win of you. Do bear in mind that I did run this on Valkyr, which provides a lot of extra power. We have 2 Gladiator mods for more crit, Warcry and Arcane Strike for more attack speed, and of course Valkyr's passive, which provides 300% melee damage. The main thing for me here is the attack speed. Warcry plus Arcane Strike on a high strength Valkyr gives you a lot, but you can pretty easily emulate that on other frames as well because Warcry is subsumable. And let's also not forget about Harold, my priming focused hound that primes cold from Coolant Leak and then Vital, Puncture, Heat, Impact, Radiation and Magnetic from Batotan. If you don't have a priming pet yet, somehow, get one. They're incredibly powerful. This was a blast from the past indeed. Thank you for suggesting it, Sephiroth. I had a ton of fun playing around with the Gram, and I think it's a great example of how not everything has to be min-maxed, because fun doesn't care about min-maxing. Though that's not to say that the setup is bad, it's actually very good, because at the end of the day, it is a melee influence setup on a weapon with very good stats and high slash damage. It's a nice fit. You have influence with electricity for the AoE clear, and then you have slash for single target. Also, the upfront damage is quite high thanks to the Gram's high crit, so it doesn't feel bad against status resistant enemies like acolytes. So yes, I would absolutely recommend you give this a shot. It may be a blast from the past, but it's still really fun and effective. It's not gonna rival some of the strongest, most ridiculous slam setups or even influence setups that we have in the game, but it does more than enough damage for the vast majority of things you will do. This has consistently been one of the most requested weapons in this series, and I'm not surprised actually, because everyone inevitably runs out of credits or needs a lot of them for something, so they do a bit of googling and find out that this weapon makes enemies drop more of them. Look at his face. Whip the enemy out of their ill-gotten gains. Double credit drops on kills. That's actually not quite true. You do get double credits on drop at Mastery Rank 8, but it actually scales up to quadruple credits at Mastery Rank 18. That's the big draw on Secura Electa. You get more credits on kill. It only works on kill, doesn't work on anything else. The weapon itself is actually not that bad either. The crit chance is a bit low at only 15% with a below average 1.5 times crit multiplier, but it does do primarily electricity damage with a decent amount of slash and very good status. It's acquired from the Parent Sequence Syndicate at the rank of Partner, which is the highest rank, for 125,000 standing, though it's also tradable, so you can just buy it from someone else. But anyway, let's give this puppy a shot and see if it's actually any good outside of just credit farming, shall we? The stats here are actually not the worst. The crit is a bit low, but the rest is quite nice, especially the electricity, and of course the unique trade is super duper nice. This quite obviously is the main reason why people want to make it work. My main issue with whips and why I don't use them very much is that the whip stances are not the best, let's just say. Here's Burning Wasp, but the attacks are actually quite good. You have a ton of range because well, it's a whip, right? So you swing it about, loads of range. The thing that bothers me though is how stutter-steppy the combos are. They don't feel very fluid at all. Don't remember Coiling Viper very much, but seems pretty much the same. Good attacks, very stutter-steppy. What about the dash combo? Ooh, now that's kind of funky. I like that. Let's get a stance for Ma because I do want to run Coiling Viper instead. We're definitely doing some elemental shenanigans, so condition overload it is. I kinda hate to do it twice in a row because we did it last time as well, but I think influence makes the most sense here because of that innate electricity. Weeping Wound for some lovely status, and I would also like to get Primed Reach. There it is. Bit of a no-brainer with Galvanized Elementalist, and do we go Gas or Blast? I think this makes more sense. The Lecta is quite fast, so we would cap out gas very quickly. That's usually the main deciding factor for me, by the way. Blast for fast weapons and gas for slow ones. More attack speed equals more good, and now we just need to figure out this one. This is a bit of a flex out because we don't necessarily need to run Voltaic Strike for the electricity. You know what? Instead of putting on a random mod, let's actually try it out and see what the weapon needs. This is actually pretty goddamn tremendous. I like it. The single target's a bit questionable, which is unsurprising with zero priming, but I don't feel like we necessarily need anything. The more I look at this, the more I just think about running Voltaic Strike anyway. It is gonna give us more damage, more prevalent electricity, more status. So I guess we just run that? Yes, that's the one. Let's add Herald into the mix. Another option, if you are a Sweatlord extraordinaire that is to just run faction mods. Ooh. Oh. Yo, this actually kind of slaps. I like this considerably more than I thought I would, which is why you always try things. Yes, this is why we do this. This is why we give things a shot, because you never know what you're gonna like. It is a somewhat unsurprising result, I will give you that. It is melee influence on a weapon with decent enough stats, which is basically all you need for influence, but still, this is quite fun. One thing I kind of skimmed over, and I'm noticing it a lot actually, is that we lift enemies an awful lot, so perhaps we could try doing something with afflictions as well. I think this is a pretty neat way of farming some extra credits, and I do believe it stacks on top of stuff like Desecrate and Chroma's ulti as well. I've never been too big into credit farming. I'm not a big fan of Index. I did do some Profit Taker farming back in the day when you could cheese it with Chroma and get like 2 million per kill. But as you may have noticed, I'm consistently the YouTube man with the least amount of credits out of all the other YouTube men. We are about 7.5 minutes in. Let's see how many credits we got. 69,000. Nice. I don't think we actually need to change anything here. We can just swap Influence for Afflictions and see what it do. Yeah, this has a lift. This doesn't, and oh, we only have 2 combos. Yeah, this totally works too. It's actually more damaging as well because, you know, you stack status much faster. It's just that the clear is much worse. I don't think it makes as much sense for this weapon specifically though, because of that passive. Like, you want as much clear as possible. Here's another thing I want to try. Let's take out Voltaic Strike, replace it with the Magnetic Rush, Melee Vortex. This might actually be my favorite one. I love Vortex. Vortex is such a fun arcane. Yeah, this is definitely my favorite version of this build. It might not have the clear of the influence setup or the single target of the affliction one, but it's just the most fun one. Having fun with the farming setup is very important for me, because if you're farming something, you're presumably going to be doing it for a long time, so, you know, you need to have fun, otherwise you're just going to get bored and not do it. If you have fun doing something, you're just going to do it more, because it's fun. If I had to rank these three setups that we just did, I would put the Vortex setup, this one, at number 1, then the Influence one at number 2, and then the Affliction setup at number 3. Like, neither of them are bad, they're all good. It's just some of them are a little bit gooder. So, here's what we ended up with on the Secura Lecta. We have Coiling Viper as the stance, and then Discipline's Merit as our Tennokai trigger. You can switch these around, they're mostly just personal preference. For the mods, we have Condition Overload for damage, Primed Reach for range, Whipping Wounds for status, Galvanized the Elementalist for status damage and status chance, Berserker Fury for attack speed, Magnetic Rush for magnetic and attack speed. This allows us to trigger Melee Vortex, which is our arcane of choice, and we top it off with Volcanic Edge and Vicious Frost for Blast. Now, if you're not a big fan of Vortex, you can very easily turn this into either an Influence or an Affliction setup. Simply swap out the arcane and then replace Magnetic Rush with either Voltaic Strike for more AoE, Buskill for more single target, or if you're a Sweat Lord Extraordinaire, you can just run a faction mod. Now, an important part of this build is going to be a solid priming pad. It's where a lot of your damage is going to come from. I personally use a Hound, Good Boy Harold, that primes Cold from Coolant Leak, and then Puncture, Heat, Impact, Radiation, Magnetic, and Vital from its Batoten. This is an incredibly powerful thing to add to your build, because not only are you getting more damage through Condition Overload, but you're also stripping half the enemy armor with Heat, you are destroying their shields and Overguard with Magnetic, and you're making them take more health damage with Vital. I am very happy with the setup, and it's something I'm actually going to use if I ever run low on credits again. It might not be as over the top as it used to be back when Maiming Strike was still utterly broken, but the Secura Lecta is still a very solid melee weapon that will help you farm many a credit. I don't think it's anywhere near as good as doing Index properly with a group of people, or speedrunning the Profit Taker, or even doing Railjack. Railjack is actually pretty good for credits, but it's still a nice bonus that you don't get with other weapons. Plus you get to choose what kind of a build you want to run on it, because you can either go Vortex, like me, which is the most fun version, you can go Influence, which is the best AoE, or Melee Afflictions, which has the best single target. So yes, I would absolutely recommend you give the Secura Lecta a shot. It's pretty good. Howdy, Mr. YouTube man. Video 6 of requesting an interesting Selytra build. Well, let's see what we can do. The Selytra is a relatively new Grineer machete that's available from Chipper in Cal's camp. I mean, it is 3 years old, but to me that's still relatively new. You have to bear in mind I've had some weapons for over 10 years. It does primarily slash damage, it has a decent 21% crit chance with a slightly below average 1.9 times crit multiplier and very good status chance of 35%. Now the interesting thing about the Selytra though is that its slash procs have double duration. This is not the best passive in the world, but there are some things you can do with it. Like for example, it allows you to utilize Rivens with negative status duration pretty easily. But anyway, let's give this puppy a shot and see if it's any good. Shall we? The most interesting thing here by far is the trait double slash duration. This effectively makes slash do double damage because of the way duration works. It just adds additional ticks onto the proc. So this effectively makes slash do double damage. The problem is actually making it do double damage because most enemies die before the slash ticks, right? Probably the best way to utilize this, and I actually have a setup for this, is by using Expedite Suffering. This is a baseline Helminth ability that takes all your slash and toxin procs on the enemy and condenses it into one instant hit. With a damage multiplier, this has actually 1-to-1 scaling with strength, so you can do some absurd damage. We're definitely doing Cyclone Kraken, that's a much better stance. I'm tempted to run Primed Pressure Point because we're not going to be doing elemental damage, so let's do that. Let's get Blood Rush for the crit, Galvanized Steel, and then Galvanized Elementalist, because even though we're not doing any elemental stuff, this still works for slash. We do have a knockdown here, nothing there. A lift on Thunder Hydra, and then a knockdown here, so we could actually do melee afflictions, which would work really well. with the whole slash stacking thing. If not, I think we could just do duplicate instead. We're gonna ramp the stages as much as possible, so Weeping Wounds, and I actually want to run Buzzkill. It will give us a little bit more upfront damage, but I mainly want it to proc more slash, because even though it doesn't increase the damage of the slash procs, if we look here, we have a 24.1% chance to proc slash. If we remove Buzzkill, it actually goes down to 17.5. Attack speed's gonna be super duper important here. I'm gonna need a forma or two here, so let's start off with a quick D right here. Preloaded Blade for now. Eventually we can run Primed Reach once we put on another forma, or we could actually run Lasting Sting, because that would be a damage multiplier for this build, though I don't know if I would necessarily want to stack it on top of the trait. Alternatively, you could just run a faction mod. What you have to bear in mind with this kind of a setup is that the ramp up is pretty terrible because it's a two-step build, right? You need to like prime the damage and then actually do the damage. Whereas with vast majority of other setups, you just do the damage. Like you can see that, yeah, to begin with, like the damage, not great. Once we ramp up though, what we can do is just proc a little bit of slash and then boop, big damage. Some of the biggest damage, as a matter of fact. Like with the right setup, you can get some obscene numbers. Like look at this, yeah? Let's proc this Bombard a little bit and then boop, 1.5 million. Zero priming on prime pressure point. The damage this can do, like the potential here is sky high. 2 mil, bam, dead. Let's hope the Bombard survive a little bit longer. If not, we're gonna have to do Eximus. Slashy slashy, and turn around, boop. Yes! See, like it needs quite a bit of setup, but once you get it going and you get used to it, it's actually quite crazy. Honestly, the worst part of this setup is that it's a cone in front of you, so you need to be facing the enemy for it to work. You know what? This is actually like a functional build now, because when I tried it before, it wasn't very... It's not that it wasn't effective, that's the wrong word. It wasn't very practical, I suppose, is the correct word here. Because it did big damage, but it just was not very usable in a normal mission. To be fair though, last time I tried this, it was on a heavy attack build. It was not a light attack build, and I did not have Harold. Harold's priming is actually helping out a lot as well. I still don't think I would use this over a normal build though. It's just so much easier to not have to do a two-step setup. It's definitely a cool and interesting build though. I like having it as an option. Yeah, this is the one weakness of a build like this. Acolytes, or status-resistant enemies in general, like you need some very saucy slash procs to take them down effectively. I wonder if... Would Vortex? We could do... yeah. I wonder if Vortex would be a better idea here. Afflictions is definitely better for single target, but I wonder if Vortex would be better for just general gameplay. And the thing is, we don't even need to put Magnetic on the weapon, because I have Magnetic on Harold. We can use the Magnetic from Harold to trigger Vortex, because nowhere here does it say that you need to have Magnetic on the weapon, you just need to kill with the weapon. We're gonna have to test this against a sturdier faction, the Shield Boys are not doing it. But this is actually a way better combo, because you can just wait for the Vortex to happen, and then do Expedite like this, and then just boom, Expedite Suffering towards the Vortex. Yay! Mechanics. How cool would it be if they did another pass on Expedite Suffering? Oh, here we go. Boop. But how cool would it be if they did another pass on Expedite Suffering and allowed it to blow up like blast procs or something? That'd be neat as hell. This is absolutely the superior way of doing things when it comes to an Expedite Suffering build, because not only does it like mechanically gel really well together, like so, perfect example, but it also actually just makes regular gameplay much better, because it, you know, groups enemies up for you, makes it easier to hit them. Just overall, I think this is the way to go. I wonder how much damage I can stack on this Yahoo. Come on. No. Oh, why'd you die? I think we have achieved our objective here. I think Trevor Juve would be happy with this, no? So here's what we ended up with on the Selytra. We run Cyclone Kraken as our stance, and if you want to, you can absolutely run a Tennokai trigger in the Exilus. I didn't want to make this any more complicated and add more buttons, but you do you. For the mods, we have either Primed Pressure Point for consistency or Condition Overload for potentially much higher damage, then Blood Rush and Galvanized Steel for crit, Galvanized and Elementalist for status damage and status chance. We followed that up with Primed Reach for more range, as well as Weeping Wounds for status chance, Berserker Fury for attack speed, and then Buzzkill to bump up our slash damage. This doesn't affect the damage of your slash procs, but it tilts the damage distribution more towards slash, making it more likely to proc. Now the arcane that I ended up liking the most is actually melee vortex. However, in order for this to work, you either have to squeeze in magnetic rush somewhere, which is going to interfere with your slash procs a little bit, or you have to get magnetic somewhere else. I went the priming pet route with my hound, good boy Harold, that on top of priming cold from Coolant League also primes vital, puncture, heat, impact, radiation, and magnetic. And let us also not forget about expedite suffering, which is basically the core of this build. It allows us to really take advantage of that double slash duration, because what it does is it takes all your slash and toxin procs on the enemies and condenses them into one single big hit. So there you have it. Here's my attempt at making an interesting build for the Slytra. It might not be my cup of tea, I'm not the biggest fan of two-step builds, but I can see that it's a very cool build nonetheless. And I would very much recommend you give it a shot, precisely because it's different to many other builds, because who knows, maybe you'll really like it. Usually, when something is heavily requested, there's a reason behind it. Either the thing is really good and people just want to have fun, or some aspect of the setup is difficult to get so people want to see whether it's worthwhile, or it's bad and people are trying their hardest to make it work. Today's weapon is heavily requested, it's not very popular because it's not like overly good, and it's not hard to get. The Juka Prime, or as I will call it, the Huge Prime, is a Mastery Rank 14 crossbow that fires explosive bolts. The bolts do primarily puncture damage on direct hit, though the follow-up Delayed Explosion does mainly slash. It also sports a 26% crit chance with a 2x crit multiplier and a 30% status chance. Additionally, its Delayed Explosion has a relatively mild falloff of only 30%, so on paper, it looks very good. Well, aside from the 3-second reload, though that is mitigated somewhat by its unique trait, which speeds up your reload if you're reloading from an empty magazine. Oh yeah, and it being a silent weapon is a lie. The explosions go boom. They're very loud. But anyway, let us give it a shot and see if it is indeed huge. Shall we? Radio damage? This has radio damage? It has a unique trait as well. I don't remember this weapon at all, apparently. It's kind of neat, actually. I completely forgot about this. The explosions are proccing status as well, which is always a good thing. Wowee! Well, let's get an adapter here. I think Crux is the way to go, honestly. With the double status proccing between the bolts and the explosion, and the ammo efficiency, we could go like high fire rate. Yeah, I like the idea of that. We're gonna need Serration for some base damage, a little bit of multi-shot, and galvanized scope as well. I don't think we're gonna go with galvanized aptitude. It's a bit of a tricky one because it should be multiplicative on the bolts, but it's not gonna work on the radial damage. Crit damage. I want to try high fire rate. I think it could be pretty fun with primary crux. Oh my god. It's vibrating. Look at the crossbow when I'm firing. That's on a fire rate, man. What the plum? Just imagine you're some lowly Grenier and you keep hearing about these awesome space ninjas and you're like, wow, that's so cool. Then you run into this, just in Aros with a pair of bunny ears and a vibrating crossbow. It's just so violently excessive. Blast should be the best, because it blows up at 10 stacks, which should not be hard to achieve with our fire rate. Definitely want to go with primed cryo rounds in the end, but we don't have the capacity just yet. For now, let's just get high voltage and see what it do. Yeah, that's not excessive at all. What about the heavier guys? Jesus Christ. It's doing damage though. It's actually like doing damage. I just want to see what the damage is actually going to be like if we put an elementalist instead of the acceleration. Damage per shot is really good. Nowhere near as much fun though. It just feels extra slow. Armor, unsurprisingly, is very problematic here. Maybe the heat from Harold is going to be enough? I feel like Harold's doing twice, maybe thrice my damage here. Oh, now look at that. Wowee. Yeah, pretty good versus the shield boys actually. That's pretty good. I am not loving galvanized scope here. Crux is fine because it only requires a hit, but scope requires a kill, and it's kind of difficult to get headshot kills with this. Yeah, let's just get rid of it. So let's slap on a D. Whapam. This will reduce our fire rate by a little bit, but I don't think it's gonna be too bad. It actually feels really good versus these low level guys, even without the fire rate. If we can, there's no other way to scale the damage though, not really. It's a bit of a shame. Okay, we need to clean this up. This is an absolute mess. I guess we can do a dash for the acceleration, eh? Top it off with Elementalist. Lovely. As ridiculously fun as the fire rate is, the damage is all over the place. Like, it's great versus the small guys, but the second even like a gunner shows up, it drops off a cliff. Yeah, it just takes so many shots to take them down. It's kind of ridiculous. Maybe we should run aptitude for those bigger guys. It would definitely help with the single target. The problem is, like, where do you put it? We would either have to drop the fire rate, which is no bueno, or we would have to drop Elementalist, which then kind of kills our blast, and well, I'll be damned, it's actually doing damage. It's not doing an awful lot, but it is doing damage. Ooh. Okay, now that's more like it. This is what I wanted. Like, this is basically like Thunderbolt, but it doesn't suck, and I absolutely love it. Like, yeah, this is great. I wouldn't mind using this in an actual... Well, I am using it in an actual mission. What the fuck am I talking about? This is actually really fun. I am enjoying this. It's just that, yeah, it's of limited use. Like, it's great versus the Corpus, but Grenier, Corrupted, that kind of stuff, not really. Oh, man, I thought this would be great versus the Infested. And it is versus the smaller guys, but Ancients, yeah. What about you, Broodmother? Nope. Okay, so we have a really good build for the Corpus, but I want to try like an armor buster setup as well. I wonder if something like this would work. It's pretty straightforward, actually. We can even fit terminal velocity in here, which would make it feel a hell of a lot better. This is actually very nice. It works surprisingly well. It doesn't have the silliness of the original build. Yeah, it's nowhere near as silly, but it is considerably more effective. Versus armor. It's considerably more effective versus armor. There's no way this beats the OG build versus the Corpus. Yeah, this is a more reasonable setup. So, we actually ended up with two builds on the Huge Prime. The first, more sensible build, runs Primary Merciless as its arcane. Then we have Galvanized Timber for multi-shot, Speed Trigger for fire rate, Critical Delay and Vital Sense for crit, Primed Cry rounds and Thermite rounds for blast, as well as Malignant Force and High Voltage for corrosive. This is the one you want to use if you're going up against armor, so the Grenier, Corrupted, that kind of stuff, and it's a more grounded, more sensible setup for the Huge Prime. If, however, you're feeling a little dash of silly, we have Config B for you, which runs Primary Cracks as the arcane, then Serration for damage, Galvanized Timber for multi-shot, Crit Delay and Vital Sense for crit, Primed Cry rounds and Thermite rounds for blast, and then Rifle Elementalist for status damage and Vile Acceleration for a ton of fire rate. This is a really fun build that has a stupid amount of fire rate, but it only really works versus the Corpus, okay? I keep wanting to call it the Big Huge. The Huge Prime is what I do believe kids nowadays call very mid. Neither of the two setups are particularly mind-blowing. The Corpus setup is fun, but the damage on it is just about enough to do some entry-level Steel Path, and that's about it. If you want to push it further, you're gonna need some serious Warframe buffs, whether it be increasing its crit chance through stuff like Harrow, Sevagoth, Frost even, or its damage through stuff like Mirage and Rhino. But that doesn't mean it's bad. Like, if you want to do some basic Steel Path, you know, a few Exterminate, maybe a Capture here and there, dip into Survival every now and then, this is honestly more than good enough. So while I wouldn't necessarily recommend the Huge Prime to everyone, if you think it looks cool, go ahead and pick it up. You can definitely have some fun with it. The one and true Dudette hath spoken, so we shall oblige. Hi, Samantha. How you doing? The Rumble Jack is a dagger that you get by finishing the new war quest, so you essentially get it for free, and it does primarily electricity damage with a decent amount of impact on the side. Its crit is incredibly meh with a 14% crit chance and a below average 1.8 times crit multiplier, though that is somewhat balanced out by the very high 40% status chance. And that's pretty much it. There are no special unique mechanics, it's just a tiny little dagger, which is obviously very slow because, as we all know, tiny light weapons are incredibly unwieldy. Right? Right? But anyway, my long-standing beef with their nonsensical attack speed aside, daggers are actually pretty fun, so let's give the Rumblejack a shot and see if it's any good. Shall we? I'm not going to be doing an awful lot of critting, we're going to be doing a lot of statusing. The damage is actually very good, 300 per hit is high. I still don't understand the attack speed on daggers, that's just nonsense. One thing they do have though is extremely high follow through. I don't actually know which stance I want, so let's try them out. Very nice basic combos on Stinging Thorn, and if I remember correctly, yep, the dash is very nice as well. Ooh, a lot of spinny spins too. This is just weird, like the combos are okay-ish, but it doesn't have a dash. Most stances nowadays have a dash of some kind. Yeah, this settles it for good. Thorn has some very nice force procs as well. We're gonna go pretty heavy into status, so Condi Overload it is. Let's up on Galvanize the Elementalist as well, since most of our damage is gonna come from status. Primed Reach is gonna be huge here, because it's a lot of range, which we can really take advantage of with this follow-through. I know it's boring and overused, but this weapon just screams influence with that innate electricity. So, yep, we're gonna do that. We're gonna need a lot of attack speed to make this feel good. Weeping Wounds. It's gonna be a pretty straightforward build, just blast electricity with a bunch of status. Yeah. Now we need to figure out what to put here, because this is somewhat unusual, since on most builds, that's where you would put electricity. I mean, there are a few options, but I think the sexiest one by far is going to be Quickening for even more attack speed. Daggers are really fun, they just need a lot of attack speed to feel good. So double attack speed should be very nice. Hell yeah, high attack speed daggers are just tremendous. They're actually reasonably good on its own, which is very promising. Like, the clear is tremendous. Even without priming. Single target, yeah, a bit questionable, but we also don't have Tennokai. I'm expecting some serious insaneness once we add the boy with all of his priming. Oh, now that's what I'm talking about. Damn, dude. That's just a little bit better. Bloody hell, Harold, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Where you going? Where you going? That's a pretty cool heavy as well. Let's get, I guess, a D for Elementalist, right? I want Opportunities Reach. I like the longer trigger window, but we can also utilize the range really well. You could run Discipline's Merit too if you want something more reliable, but I usually prefer Opportunities Reach. What am I doing? You know what, guys? I think this Influence Arcane might actually be good. Oh, what the fuck? That was saucy. Very few things can rival Influence on a good feeling weapon, which is precisely what this is. It just needs the double attack speed. Daggers are just amazing. They feel so nimble if you give them the right stuff, especially with the dash on Singing Thorn. So good. This is terrific for a weapon that you essentially get for free. Whoa, you really don't like this, Melise, do you now? Can I please get a proc? No? That's fine. What really makes this is actually the smoothness, because a lot of weapons can do good damage, but very... What? I need to pay attention to my health. So as I was saying, it's the smoothness that actually makes this really nice, because you can do good damage with most things, but very few of them feel as smooth as a high attack speed. I was paying attention to my health this time. It was full. This is some major bullshittery. I'm so glad people are finally opening their eyes up to follow through, because I will routinely see comments that are just like, hey, you might not want to stack that much range because of the follow through and all that. So I'm glad you guys are taking that into consideration, because it is very important. Honestly, I think this is as good as it gets. I have zero complaints here. Great range, good clear speed. The single target's actually decent now that we have Tennokai. Feels great. Overall, just very good. So, here's what I ended up liking the most on the Rumblejack. We have Stinging Thorn as our stance and Opportunities Reach as our Tennokai trigger. These are very much a personal preference, so feel free to swap in whatever you like the most. Now, it is a melee influence build because this weapon just screams influence with its innate electricity. So even though melee influence is overused and I'm getting kind of tired of it, it makes a lot of sense on the Rumblejack. But anyway, as far as mods go, we run Condition Overload for base damage, Berserker Fury and Quickening for double attack speed, which makes daggers feel also very good. We then run Weeping Wounds for some status chance, Galvanize Elementalist for status damage and status chance, which is followed up by Volcanic Edge and Vicious Frost for blast, and we top it all off with Primed Reach. Getting a lot of range on daggers is more beneficial than on most other weapons because A, they have very little to begin with, but also B, they have extremely high follow through. I honestly don't know if it's just placebo, but having a lot of range on a dagger just feels different. Now, if you're gonna do this build, make sure you pair it up with a good priming pet. I run a Hound, Good Boy Harold, that primes Cold with Cool and Weak, and then Impact, Heat, Puncture, Radiation, Magnetic, and Vital with its Batoten. If you don't have a good priming pet yet, get one. It is by far the biggest damage multiplier for most setups. Well, I hope you're happy with the results, Samantha, because I certainly am. This was a lot of fun, and I would absolutely recommend you give it a shot, because you might as well, right? It's a free weapon that you get from a quest. It even comes with a weapon slot and a potato. Unless you sold it, that is, at which point you're gonna have to buy a new one from Cimeris for 100,000 standing, you silly goose. So here's hoping you didn't do that just to get a free weapon slot. So yeah, this is an absolutely tremendous weapon. I love it. It feels great with the double attack speed, and even though the crit chance is very mediocre, it doesn't need it. The status is enough. What helps it a lot actually is its base damage. 300 damage per hit is a lot. Like War, for example, you know, the big heavy blade that you can get from the Stalker? Yeah, that does 250. Also, this is one of the weapons that gives you bonus movement speed when you wield it. This isn't necessarily a unique trait, there are quite a few weapons that do this, but when you go into full melee mode, you actually move 10% faster with this. What I'm trying to say here is that the Rumblejack has a lot going for it. It's a really cool, really good feeling weapon that also plays into our strongest melee setup, which is melee influence. So yeah, definitely try it out. Big thumbs up from me. The Hind, aka the Baguette, has always been a bit of a joke weapon. I mean, it looks like a baguette, for one, but it's also pretty damn bad, so it's no surprise that people made fun of it. But then the Kuva Hind came out, and it was just like, oh, this is kind of like the Tiburon, but baguette. A Tiburon baguettified, if you will. Unfortunately, it was still overlooked for the most part because the other Kuva weapons, most of them anyway, were just really good. And that's a shame because the Kuva Hind is actually a pretty cool weapon with decent stats. It sports 3 fire modes, just like the Tiburon, full automatic with relatively low damage and somewhat low crit, semi-automatic with high damage and high crit, and a 5-round burst that sits somewhere in between. The status chance is also not terrible on either of the fire modes, and it does do primarily slash damage. So let's give the Kuva Baguette a shot and see if it's any good, shall we? So yeah, it's basically the Tiburon, right? I also have a cold one, which is very good. So this 5-round burst, right? That's kind of like the in-betweeny one. The damage is the same as on the full auto, just the crit's a little bit higher. And then we have the semi mode, which has the best stats, but, well, it's semi-automatic. 100% going Frostbite here because of the Valence bonus. It's just going to be really easy to build around. We are going to need Serration, though. Let's not forget Multi-Shot as well. Oh, why is it so hot? I'm being boiled alive over here. We're actually getting a lot of status here. Now, we could go Acuity, but I think I would much rather just run Galvanized Scope for the crit, Vital Sense for some crit damage, and then what? Let's see how we're feeling so far. The burst takes so long to fire. It's very unusual to have a 5-round burst, so we definitely want some fire rate for that. What about the semi-auto? That feels pretty good as it is. Full auto feels really good right out of the box as well. It also has really good DPS. Like the burst has good DPS, but I think full auto is the way to go. Look at it. I think we'll mainly stick to full auto. Like there's no reason not to switch them around, like the build will work. It's just that this last mod, I would like to focus that on the full auto mode. You know what? This might sound dumb, but I am feeling Hammer Shot. I'm a big fan of this extra status. It's not ideal because we have 3 sources of crit damage, but still. You can even fit in an unranked stabilizer, wowee. This is feeling mighty fine, my dudes and dudettes. It's surprisingly clean. This kind of feels like a Bratton, like a well-built Bratton. Do you know what I really like about this? The status ratio. It's really good. It like super strips armor, but you also get enough cold to get all that crit damage. It's not going to be as beneficial as on a Hunter Munitions build, but still, let's get the boy and see what it do. Let's max it out. Hunter Munitions, by the way, is the other way of building this. It's kind of like the OG way of building the Hind. That's why I got the cold one, so I can get easy vital. This feels a hell of a lot better than the old slice it up stuff. This is tremendous. I mean, it's not going to win any prizes. It's not mind-blowing, but it's clean as hell. I like it. I honestly think this is the way to go. If you want to go burst or full auto, if you want to go semi-auto, I would probably stick to the old Hunter Munition setup. The cool thing here actually is that you can do both of them with the same Valence bonus. If you have cold, you can save a mod slot here for Frostbite, because you don't need to put in cold. And on the Hunter Munition setup, you only have to use Toxin to get vital. Am I seriously praising the baguette this much? I think I bloody am. I'm actually having a lot of fun here. This is great. Like, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect to have this much fun. I knew the Kuva Hind was decent. I just didn't expect to enjoy it this much. I think it's mostly in the build, though. I usually prefer upfront damage builds to dot builds. I know they're not that different, right? Dot damage builds in Warframe tend to do damage pretty fast anyway, but they just feel different. Oh, I love having cold for Acolytes. Look at this clown, dude. Well, that was great. I think the most unfortunate thing about the Kuva Hind is that it's competing against some really good weapons, right? Because we have like the Ogres, the Brahma, the Tonkor, Comb even. And they're just really good. Like, do you want a bow that shoots death or a baguette? The only thing that's bothering me just the tiniest amount is the reload. Could be a little bit faster, but that's about it. I think it would have been better if I went with primed cryo rounds just for the extra base damage. I don't think it's entirely necessary. Hammer shot works fine, but definitely try primed cryo rounds as well. The reason I didn't do it is because I wanted primarily corrosive damage with some cold on the side, not like a massive amount of cold damage with some corrosive on the side. Just to primarily get armor strip with some extra crit damage on the side and not the other way around. Gotta say, I'm pretty happy with the result here. I think we can wrap it up. Ooh, nice chunks. Yeah, the semi-auto works pretty well with this setup as well. This is what I like about this build. It kind of works with all three of the fire modes, so you just use whichever one feels the best for the situation you are currently in. So, here's what we ended up with on the Kuva Baguette. I have a cold valence bonus, which actually works really well for multiple builds, but this time around I wanted to focus on primary frostbite, so that's our arcane of choice. For mods, we run Serration for base damage, Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Scope for crit chance, with Vital Sense for critical damage. Then we have Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and condition overload, followed by either Hammer Shot for more crit damage and status, Primed Cryo Rounds for a ton of cold damage, or some fire rate if you mostly want to use the burst fire mode, which doesn't feel particularly good with the baseline fire rate. And we top it off with Malignant Force and High Voltage for corrosive. Exodus is very much optional here, you do not need mutation, this thing has more than enough ammo and pretty good ammo economy, so you can just leave it blank. But you can run Stabilizer if you're bothered by the recoil. And let's also not forget about a good priming pet. I run Hound, Good Boy Harrow, that primes cold from coolant leak, and then heat, impact, puncture, radiation, magnetic, and vital from its butt totem. This adds a ton of damage to the weapon through condition overload from Galvanized Aptitude, but you also get the benefit of all those lovely status effects. This is most definitely my preferred way of building the Kuva Hind, though it's not the only way. You can easily do a hunter munition setup and focus on damage over time instead. The cool thing about that, as I've already mentioned in the video, is that they both work really well with a cold-based valence bonus, because you can utilize the cold to get both vital but also cold for frostbite. Hell, you could even do a hunter munition setup with cold and frostbite and just get vital from your pet or nourish. So while I don't necessarily think the Hind's gonna win any prizes, especially when compared to some of the other really good Kuva weapons, it's more than good enough to do Steel Path, and it actually has a nice selection of builds you can try. Plus you have a selection of 3 different fire modes, so there's actually a lot of flexibility here. The Baguette is fairly versatile. And fun, I enjoyed this very much. The Kuva Hind is not a bad weapon. So yes, I would recommend you give the Baguette a shot. Try a bunch of builds, try them with a bunch of fire modes. There's a good chance you'll like at least one of them. Just don't expect too much from it. It is a Baguette at the end of the day. If you go in expecting a melee influence level of broken and clear, you're going to be sorely disappointed. But if you like weapons like the Karak or the Braton, definitely try this out. The time has finally come. And I don't know why it took me this long, to be honest with you. I guess I just... No, I just genuinely don't know. Sancti Magistar, a relatively mediocre weapon that requires Mastery Rank 8, does primarily impact damage, and has decent crit with relatively good status. The one saving grace for this thing has always been its passive, because heavy attacks release a 15-meter healing pulse that heals for 5% of the damage done, and you also get 20% status resistance while wielding it. It's available from the new Loka Syndicate for 125,000 standing, though it's also tradable, so you can just buy it from someone else. The reason it's become relatively popular though as of late is because it has an Incarnon adapter that you can farm from the circuit in Duviri. So let's give it a shot and see if it's any good, shall we? I took my sweet time with this one, but it is finally here. Say hello to the Incarnon Sancti Magistar. Wehey. Le bonk. Nice and fast. What do we get? Crushing Verdict, damage, follow through with a channeled ability. Damage, attack speed. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with Edge of Justice. Having attack speed is always nice. I guess we should do some kind of a build here, eh? Let's get Shattering Storm. We're doing a slam build, by the way. Let's get Sacrificial Steel and Pressure, because we're gonna be doing heavy slams, and the sack set gives a ridiculous amount of crit, especially for heavies. Seismic Wave for the slam damage. Organ Shatter for crit damage. We're gonna run Galvanized Reflex because I don't want to do Tennokai, so we're gonna need the initial combo from Reflex. Now this is very lazy, but I want to see if we can get away with running Corrupt Charge as well, because that way the initial combo from this and Reflex will give us enough to activate Incarnon without actually building any combo. Yeah, I guess we just do Prime Fever Strike. That's a ridiculous amount of damage. I don't know how well this is gonna work, but for now let's just do gas and we can always rethink it later. Afflictions is pretty much the only arcane that's gonna do anything here. So let's run that. Well, did I see that right? Was that 58 million? That's ridiculous. I mean, people did tell me over and over and over again that the Incarnon Magistar is good, but I really didn't expect it to pop off this hard. Those are some chunky slams, look at that. I don't have a clue what I did to get that 50 mil slam. I must have bonked like a fully primed enemy on the head or something. Okay, sure. Now that I really didn't expect. Seriously, just 100% slam radius. Okay, sign me up. I mean, these two are cool, but like, what the plum? I thought we would have to refinagle this, but I'm actually pretty happy with it so far. Let's quickly do one of these. This is the easiest way to do ground finishers, by the way. Look at this. Yoink, and then boop, boop, and, well, they're dead. We have to go with the high crit, surely. 42% base crit chance is stupid. Like, the other two are decent, but 42% base crit chance is just legendary. I'm not 100% sold on the gas damage yet, so let's try a few things. Especially with the afflictions, like, we don't proc enough status for this, I don't think. That will never get old. Yeah, this could really use more status. This will require a bit of finagling, so what we need to do is move this dash into the Exilus to move it out of the way. Then we're gonna add a D instead. This way we can always go back if it doesn't work. We run Galvanized Melamentalist for the status damage and status chance, and we switch Afflictions to Influence. Okay, might be better in an actual mission when we're hitting more enemies, but here it just straight up doesn't work. We're not proccing enough electricity to even trigger Influence to begin with. Well, back to gas we go. This is why I didn't want to reformat the dash, but rather store it in the Exilus so we can do it like a soul. We're gonna have to get rid of Corrupt Charge, aren't we? I really don't want to do that. Let's try it with the boy. Alright. I think we can hold on to Corrupt Charge just for a little bit longer. I cannot believe I'm about to say this, but the shield boys, they're like actively surviving. What is this? We need more status. I'm not gonna be clouded on by the shield boy, so goodbye Corrupt Charge. Let's swap that D right back in and Galvanized Melamentalist. There we go. So that should help with the gas. Now that is what I'm talking about. I'm actually seeing some fart clouds, finally. Oh, that is much better. I would still like to have more status. And we do have the option to change the evolution, but we would lose a lot of crit. Base crit, and crit multiplier as well. I am not entirely sure that melee afflictions is actually the way to go here, because on most hits it's not actually doing anything. Okay, so hear me out here. Afflictions does make the most sense, but I want to try Melee Vortex. Now, we don't have Magnetic on the build, however, we do have Magnetic on Harold, and it doesn't need to be your Magnetic to trigger Vortex. I mean, we're not triggering an awful lot of Vortexes, but when it does trigger and we slam into it, it is redonkulous. Yeah, I like this more. It might not trigger very often, but neither does Afflictions, because we're just not proccing that much gas. I think I'm focusing too much on the relatively unimportant things, instead of just, you know, having fun with a big old bonk stick. I'm pretty happy with this. This is a solid ass build. By the way, sorry if you can hear the fan in the background. It is currently like 37 degrees Celsius, which is like around 100 Fahrenheit, and I have no air conditioning. I am melting into my chair as we speak. Alright, let's go wrap it up. Okay, so here's what I ended up liking the most on the Sancti Magistar. We actually run a Vortex setup despite not having any Magnetic on the weapon, and that's because we get Magnetic on the enemies from my pet, Harold. The stance doesn't matter because we're doing a heavy slam setup, and for the mods we have Seismic Wave for slam damage, Organ Shatter for crit damage, Galvanized Reflex for the initial combo, Galvanized Melamentalist for status damage and status chance, Sacrificial Pressure and Steel for a ton of base damage and heavy attack crit chance, and we top it off with Volcanic Edge and Prime Fever Strike for gas. For evolutions, we went Edge of Justice for the damage, Seismic Slam for the slam radius, and then Critical Parallel for big crit. And finally, let's not forget about our pet. I run a Hound, Good Boy Harold, that primes cold from Coolant Leak and then Puncture, Impact, Heat, Radiation, Magnetic and Viral from his butt totem. He's pretty important here because he increases the damage we do by quite a bit, and without him our Arcane actually doesn't work. One thing that's worth mentioning with the Sancti Magistar is that its Riven disposition is actually fairly high. It's at 1.25 as of the time of recording of this video. So we can get some absolutely enormous Rivens for this, which is something I sometimes forget about when looking at not so popular weapons. It's mainly because I don't use Rivens in my build so that you guys can replicate them. But anyway, I think this build was kind of a miss, to be honest with you. I was looking at that slam radius with the high crit chance and I thought it would be fun, but honestly I think you'd be better off with either a Tennokai build or just a straight up heavy build. It works, it does decent damage, it will clear Steel Path, but honestly if you want to do a ridiculous slam build, pick something like the Slam POTUS. Greetings Internet, welcome to my little corner of madness, where today we are revisiting one of the OG Incarnons. The Fenmore, a Master Rank 14 semi-automatic primary that has a minigun Incarnon mode. It sports a 20% crit chance with a 2x crit multiplier and a 20% status chance, which is decent enough, and while it does do primarily slash with a side of puncture in its normal mode, it actually does slash and radiation in Incarnon mode. It is, as all original Incarnons are, available from Cavallero in the Chrysalith, and to get the blueprint you're gonna have to put in 30,000 credits, 10 Void Plume Pinion, 15 Void Plume Quells, 30 Void Gel Orbs and 8,000 Alloy Plates, so it's not actually all that expensive. So let us give it a shot and see if it's still as ridiculously good as it used to be, because this used to be one of the, if not the strongest gun in the game. I still think Devouring Attrition is the way to go, it's just a massive multiplier, but we're gonna have to be careful about priming. This didn't used to be a thing back when this weapon came out, but nowadays Puncture increases your crit chance against enemies that are afflicted by it, so we ideally want to avoid it. It's not gonna make a massive difference, but it is gonna make a difference. I think my original evolutions are fine. Minus crit magazine capacity? Sure, I guess, and then fire rate, yep. Yep. We're actually kind of limited here, like the crit damage from Blight is useless. The ammo efficiency from Crux doesn't work in Incarnon. Deadhead does work. This might actually be nice if you want to aim down sights for that minus recoil. Dexterity is, well, dexterity. Frostbite is the same thing as Blight. And Merciless, yeah, I guess we're just limited to Merciless and Deadhead. I guess we start with Merciless for that reload speed to make the Incarnon switch faster. Let's get some basic mods here. Chamber. I would also like to run Galvanized Aptitude because the setup's gonna be pretty status heavy. Okay, we're gonna have to refinagle the Forma around. There we go. I don't know why I always put in rhymed rounds. I want to run primed crown rounds because like the damage difference is absolutely huge. And also the status distribution is even huger, like we want mostly blast. Okay, let's go try it out and see if there's anything we need. Oi, that's a lot of recoil. Oh, I forgot how good this feels. That is just saucy. I'm loving the blast, by the way. That is very good. It looks so cool as well. Oh, let's try Deadhead. It's gonna make the Incarnon switch much more annoying, but the recoil is quite harsh. Oh, yep, that is much better, but... I actually prefer the lower recoil on the Incarnon as well. Like, there's just enough to make it feel good. Like, I wouldn't push this any lower. There's just enough to make it feel good, but it's not annoying. I like it. How exactly are we gonna fit this in? Hold on. Then we can put this here. That gives us even more punch through. We're actually gonna have quite a lot. I'm curious about Vile Acceleration. It's most likely going to be way too much fire rate, but come on now. I'm so annoyed that the ammo efficiency from Crux doesn't work on Incarnon charge. It'd be so good if it did. Why does it have to eat ammo so fast? I want to do this so bad. But it's just a no bueno kind of thing, especially because of that long Incarnon switch. You know what? I think it might be reasonable to run Prime Shred. I would love to get the extra punch through because we already have 3.6, we would have 5.8. Yes, let's do it. We'll format that into a D, and then we need to slip it right under those primed cryo rounds, like so. Then we slap the V over there, and bada bing, bada boom. Yes, dude, that's so good. Now that is a minigun. I'm so happy right now. Now we don't actually want to use Harold this time, because he primes a lot of puncture, which would increase our crit chance. We could use the Lacerton, which doesn't have puncture on it, instead of the Batoton, but I don't have the right forba on it. What the
Clem.
Ugh. I don't use Vulpaphilas too much, but they don't proc puncture if you don't want them to with the claws, so yep, super spreader it is. This is gonna sound dumb, but I actually don't like this. It feels way too strong for an exterminate. Like, this is just dumb. Finally, some grouped up enemies. I can hold the trigger down for more than a split second. Like, this is genuinely dumb. I know it's a really nice problem to have, right? My gun's too strong, boo-hoo, but it's still a problem. That was surprisingly mediocre. What? Oh, this is what I wanted. I need to put on some Doom music. Oh, I'm mowing the lawn, I am. Why is this not my most used gun? What the fuck am I doing? This right here is just pure testosterone. Hell yeah. The game's just like, congratulations on mowing the lawn. Oh, this is great. Sentience? What sentience? Man, the damage attenuation makes this like surprisingly bad against acolytes, eh? Yeah, this really is not a weapon for an exterminate. Like, I have brought many bullets and I have nowhere to shoot them. I genuinely thought I'd be bothered by the long Incarnon switch a lot more than I actually am, especially considering that we actually run Prime Tread for more fire rate. It doesn't feel too bad at all. Alright, I think it's time we go and wrap it up. So, first up we have the evolutions, which are pretty straight up. A Rapid Wrath for fire rate, Retribution's Vessel for the magazine capacity, Elemental Excess for the negative crit and bonus status, and we top it off with Devouring Attrition for a 50% chance to deal 2000% extra damage on a non-critical hit. For the build we ended up using Primary Deadhead because I actually like to aim down sights even in Incarnon mode, and the negative recoil from Primary Deadhead feels really nice. For mods we run Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and condition overload, Prime Tread for fire rate and punch through, Rifle Elementalist for elemental damage and punch through, and we actually end up with 5.8 meters of punch through, which is a ridiculous amount. You know, it's one of those, you know, I want to shoot someone that's standing behind a fridge in my neighbor's house kind of deals. But anyway, we top it all off with a bunch of elemental damage. We run Malignant Force and High Voltage for corrosive and status, as well as Primed Cry rounds and Thermite rounds for a ton of blast and a bit of extra status once again. Now, while it's not going to make a massive difference, I would still recommend a pet that does not prime puncture, which is why I ended up going with Super Spreader, a Vulpaphyla that just primes Slash, Electricity and Vital. It's to avoid increasing our crit chance in any way, shape or form, because the final evolution only triggers on a non-critical hit. This is still one of my favorite Incarnons. It's just incredibly cool. I've always wanted a minigun in the game, and this is pretty much as close as it gets. And it still rocks, even with the OG non-crit build. It's actually a lot better than it used to be. The new Blast combined with Corrosive feels amazing. So yes, I would absolutely recommend you give it a shot. This is one of the weapons that I would say is a must try. Do not skip this one. Trust me. It's crazy to me that I've only ever made one very basic overview video for this weapon, considering how damn good and important and popular it is. The Philarx is an absolute monster of a shotgun. It comes with a base multi-shot of 4, does primarily slash damage with a good amount of puncture and a little bit of impact on the side, and it sports a 20% crit chance with a 2x crit multiplier and a status chance of 5.5% per projectile. It is, as you already know if you've watched last video, available from Cavallero in the Chrysolite because I accidentally put in this clip instead of the Fenmore one, and it's not actually overly expensive. It requires 30,000 credits, 10 Void Plume Pinions, 15 Void Plume Quills, 30 Void Gel Orbs, and 8,000 alloy plates. Now the Philarx is a bit interesting in that it's almost never built for its Incarnon mode. Its Incarnon mode is seen as more of something that you use if you run out of ammo. So let us give it a shot and see if it's still as good as when it first came out, because when it did come out, it was basically the best weapon in the game. The final set of evolutions here is kind of wild. You have Devastating Attrition, which is indeed devastating, or some very niche, like moment-specific ammo efficiency. I think we're gonna stick to my original evolution, so we get the minus crit here, then the fire rate per bullet loaded into the mag. This can give you a lot of fire rate, though you have to be careful not to absolutely wreck your reload time with this. And then we have the recoil as opposed to... yeah, that's fine. The Incarnon mode here isn't terrible, by the way. It's actually pretty decent. I don't mind it. It's just that the shotgun mode is really, really good, so you barely ever build it for the Incarnon. The more I look at it, the more I want to go with Vendetta. bunch of multi-shot, and a ton of reload speed as well. We're gonna need point blank. What the hell is this format setup? What was I doing over here? This is such a messy setup. Something like this, I guess? This seems more reasonable. Point blank for damage, galvanize health for multi-shot, and I'm pretty sure condition overload is multiplicative, so we're gonna run galvanize survey as well. Wanna go big damage for sure, so prime charge shell and chilling grasp. I mean, it's ridiculous, 18,000 damage per shot. Okay, so we put that there. Don't know if I want to stick to Corrosive and Blast, but 26k damage per shot is 26k damage per shot. And we still have an open mod slot, so we can get even more. I just want to see if there's anything specific I would want to run in that final mod slot, so let us try it out. Feels amazing, big damage. I am noticing a problem though, do you see it? Good news is, I don't think this needs anything specific, so we can fill the final mod slot with whatever we want. Awesome. Bad news though, it has a lot of range, so I think I'm gonna have to force myself repeatedly to stay in close range to trigger Vendetta. Here's the Incarnon, by the way. It's like a big vortexy thing that actually does good damage. As I've said, the Incarnon isn't bad, it's just not as good as the shotgun mode. Let us borrow the V polarity from the Exilus. Yeah, magnetic strafe I think is the way to go. Magnetic damage and fire rate? Hell yeah. I'll agree that it's rather silly to put in another format to max out shotgun ammo mutation, but I mean I might as well. One thing that I absolutely adore about the Fel Arcs is how simple it is. It's just a good shotgun. The end. I also immensely enjoyed the reload style. I don't know why. I know it's worse in most scenarios to load in one shell at a time, but there's something so cool about it. I mean, look at it. Very neat. This is a very good gun. I think the main issue with the Incarnon mode is that while the damage is great, the DPS suffers greatly from the relatively low fire rate. Also, like, most of the evolutions don't really benefit the Incarnon mode, they're much better for the shotgun mode. Let us add the boy, and you might be thinking, oh no, what about the puncture? Isn't that going to increase your crit? Well, we're already proccing puncture, so it doesn't really matter all that much here. Yep, that's pretty much what I expected, just one-shot everything, gunners, bombards, well, everything. As I've said, I'm still unsure about Vendetta though. I think I use this weapon differently than most. With a lot of people what I see is they go for a big max so they get big fire rate, and I'm more of a one-tap kind of guy. It just feels right. Vendetta definitely feels more reliable here than it did in the Simulacrum. I would love to have a little bit more status on this though, because with these kinds of guns, Blast effectively turns from like a status to an enemy's explode on death effect, which feels great. For an Exterminate, like a relatively low level Exterminate, the Incarnon mode feels absolutely a-okay here. Might not have the DPS of the shotgun mode, but it one-shots most things, which is really the only thing you need. Like, you don't need more than that. Pretty mid for Acolytes, which is to be expected, because as people have pointed out on the previous video, Devouring Attrition doesn't work on Acolyte Attenuation, so you're losing a massive multiplier there, which is a shame. I'm still not 100% sold on Shotgun Vendetta, to be honest with you, so I want to try something else. That something else is Primary Crux. I want to see if the ammo efficiency is going to be any good here. We're going to have to refinagle the setup a little bit, but I do want to run Chilling Reload instead of Magnetic Strafe. This is a bit of a weird setup, but that's fine. This really didn't make as much of a difference as I thought it would. Like, the status is roughly the same, because we gained a bunch of status but lost multi-shot. And the efficiency, I think the efficiency would be better if we had a bigger magazine. I think I still prefer this to Vendetta because I like having the option to stay farther away from the enemies, because the Fel Arcs is actually pretty damn accurate. I want to give this a shot as well. I mean, people must do this for a reason, right? There's got to be a reason for this. I stand corrected. This actually worked surprisingly well. I was, to be honest with you, just horrified by the reload, because with this setup it hits at like 6.5 seconds or something stupid like that. But because of the way it works and the fact that you can stop it at any time, it doesn't actually feel half bad. Okay, I want to try one more thing, and that's just like a high reload speed setup with Merciless, okay? With Merciless, we don't actually need prime point blank because the amount of damage you get from it is relatively small compared to Merciless. Yeah, this way we should be able to finagle this around to squeeze in Tactical Pump. We swap these two around. I hope you can't hear my neighbor's lawnmower. Blaze. Bam! There we go. Nice. Yeah, this is my kind of setup. I love this. Might not be the right setup for you, but I love that it's not restricted in any way, shape or form. Like, I don't have to do headshots, I don't have to stay within certain range. It's just, I can do whatever I want, and it just feels great. Yeah, this is definitely the way to go. For me at least. I would still recommend you try the other setups as well, but this is the one for me. So let's start off with the evolutions here. We have a pretty straightforward setup, but we run a kinetic baffle for the negative weapon recoil, follow that up with mounting momentum for more fire rate per shell loaded, then we have racking wrath for negative crit chance, and we top it off with devastating attrition. The build I ended up liking the most runs tactical pump for reload speed. You can run prime tactical pump if you have it. That's actually one of the very few primed mods that I don't have yet. This is followed up by galvanize health for multi-shot, galvanize savvy for status chance and condition overload, and then we have a ton of elemental damage. We start off with magnetic strafe for fire rate and magnetic, then we have prime chilling grasp and blaze for a ridiculous amount of blast and some base damage, and we top it off with contagious spread and prime charge shell for a truck ton of corrosive. The arcane we ended up choosing in the end was actually just primary merciless. We tried a bunch of them, but merciless felt the best. Vendetta felt pretty restrictive because you have a decent amount of range on the Fel Arcs, and in order to sustain Vendetta you have to continuously get close range kills. And while I think Crux is pretty decent, I wouldn't run it outside of a primed ammo stock build. So is the Fel Arcs any good? Yes, it's still just as good as it used to be. It's an absolutely monstrous shotgun, and I would highly recommend you give it a shot. But I would highly recommend you try a variety of builds, because the weapon can have a very different feel depending on what kind of a build you're running. My favorite way to build it is this, just high reload speed, big damage, but other people might prefer a bigger magazine build. So please don't fall into the bullshit trap of this is the only build you will ever need for the Fel Arcs. It's stupid. Try a bunch of builds, pick the one that you like the most. I am convinced this weapon would have been way cooler if it came out today, because with the Incarnon tech and all that, I'm pretty sure they could have made it so that you can switch it on the fly. I'm of course talking about the Dark Split Sword. Now, if you don't know what the hell I'm on about, this weapon is both a heavy blade and a dual sword. It can equip both heavy blade and dual sword stances, and it's how you switch between the two modes. If you equip a heavy blade stance, it becomes a heavy blade. If you equip a dual sword stance, it becomes a dual sword. The stat screen is actually somewhat deceptive here because it only shows the stats for the heavy blade, which is worse because it trades crit chance for status. The Dark Split Sword is made by combining a dual scanner with a blueprint that you can get from the Tenno lab in your dojo, and it's not overly expensive, 20,000 credits. The previously mentioned dual scanner, a fully built Forma, 1200 Rapido, as well as 10 mutagen mass. So let us give it a shot, because this is actually a highly requested weapon, and see if it's any good. Shall we? If you've never seen the Dark Split Sword, it's actually a really cool weapon that can run both a dual sword and heavy blade stances, and it becomes one or the other depending on which stance you put on. So if we put on Tempo Royale, it becomes a heavy blade, like so. It's actually a heavy blade by default, but if you put in Crossing Snakes, bam, it becomes a dual sword. Dual sword is generally better because it has much better crit, whereas the heavy blade has better damage and status. So let's go Swirling Tiger for the dual swordage. The innate radiation makes me want to do kind of like an elemental overkill type setup, so let's do that. So let's start off with gas. There we go. Next, we do electricity, magnetic rush. This is going to give us a good amount of attack speed as well, and we end up with electricity, magnetic radiation, and gas. We're going to run melee overuse as our arcane, because it just makes sense with a setup like this. Blood rush for the critage. Let's run galvanized steel for the damage, and then I guess Melementalist? Galvanized Melementalist. Yeah, let's put a... Oh! I'm out of Forma. What the? Clone! Aha, we do have one in the foundry. Let's start building another one right away. Alright, let's try this again then. Let's put a V right here. Actually, no, let's put it up there. And you go there. That's much better. And let's slap in that Melementalist. Pretty standard influence stuff. You do have to bear in mind that we're missing our two most important single target components, that being Harold and Tenno Guy. The single target is really bad on the heavy guys because they just have way too much armor, but that's gonna get fixed with Harold. Come here, boy. Generally, just heat alone is more than enough armor strip for a setup like this. Plus, we get the vital for the health damage as well. Yep. Very good indeed. That's actually a little bit better than expected even. I don't think this is it, my dudes and dudettes. We just don't have enough status. My influence keeps falling off and it feels pretty bad. problem is, my dear people of the internet, I'm not liking any of the obvious fixes here, because we either have to take out gas and just do electricity and magnetic, which feels bad, or we have to take out magnetic and we lose magnetic and attack speed. Well, I suppose we could drop crit, which would be a very silly thing to do. Yeah, this ain't it, Chief. I've not had influence for like 10 solid seconds here. It feels very bad. There it is, finally. One thing I have noticed though is this combo has an awful, like the forward combo has an awful lot of lift, so maybe we could do afflictions instead. Firstly, blast. I want to switch the gas to blast. I think that's going to feel a lot better. Let's switch to afflictions here. There's a knockdown here. There's the lift that I was talking about. That has nothing, and wowee. Yeah, so there's an awful lot of stuff here. The Northern Coil one is actually very interesting. Full knockdown here. This is actually some top tier stuff. It kind of feels like the Saxum set, but it doesn't suck. I suppose I should elaborate on that because I can't imagine too many people use the Saxum set. It makes lifted enemies detonate on death, but it does like a pretty small amount of impact damage, so no one really uses it. This is such a unique feeling setup. I like it because like the first few swings barely do anything at all, but as soon as you lift them, all that status stack kills the enemy and then they detonate and kill everything around them. One thing I was concerned about with this setup is range, because we don't have reach or spring-loaded blade, we just have baseline range, but it feels fine. I think it's because of the blast. Oh damn, you don't like this at all, Violence, now do you? Wowee! Cool. I'm just gonna buy one forma here because I'm really curious to see what this is gonna do with Tenokai, and we're gonna go with Opportunities Reach for the extra range. Damn dude, this is just perfect. I've not been this happy with the setup for quite a while. Not gonna lie, I might actually get a Riven for this. This is so unique and it's right up my alley as well. Not a lot of people use the Dark Split Sword, so the disposition is pretty damn high. This is the curse of the YouTube man, I suppose. When I like a weapon and I sing it praises, people start using it and the disposition tanks. I guess I could start the video with one of them flash forward sections. And it's just like out of context me going, this clam sucks, don't buy it. See, this is how I know a weapon is good, because normally when I do these little runs, I extract it 5 minutes because, you know, I do a lot of these runs. I want to have different tile sets and different factions in the video. But it's been 8 minutes and I don't want to stop. I just want to keep hitting things. This is way too much fun. So here's what I ended up liking the most on the dual sword version of the Dark Split Sword. We run Swirling Tiger as our stance, which is a very fun stance indeed, but it also has an offload of knockdowns and lifts, so it works well with melee afflictions, our arcane of choice. And for our Tenokai trigger, we run Opportunities Reach, just to get a longer trigger window, but to also get some extra range because we're not running Reach or Spring-Loaded Blade in our setup. For mods, we utilize Condition Overload for a ton of melee damage, Blood Rush and Galvanized Steel for a truck ton of crit, then we run Galvanized Elementalist for status damage and status chance, and we top it off with a ton of elemental shenanigans. We use Magnetic Rush for attack speed and magnetic damage, Voltaic Strike for electricity and status, and Volcanic Edge and Vicious Frost for blast and status. It is pretty important that you have some kind of armor strip somewhere though. It doesn't need to be full armor strip, but something like heat on a priming pad is definitely required. I use my priming Hound, Good Boy Harrow, that primes cold from Coolant Leak, as well as impact, puncture, magnetic heat, radiation and viral from its Batoten. I went into this expecting a relatively generic rainbow influence setup, but what I got instead was one of the most fun melee affliction setups that I've done to date. The way it works is so cool. Most enemies die the second you lift them from the multiplied status, which causes the blast to detonate and kill everything around you. It's, as I mentioned in the video, kind of like the Saxum set, but it doesn't suck. So I would highly recommend you give this a shot. It's very entertaining. It doesn't necessarily have to be done on the Dark Split Sword either. Any dual sword that has decent crit, decent status, and you can squeeze in Swirling Tiger should do. The clear is great because of all the blast procs, and the single target isn't too shabby either. It actually deals with acolytes really well. We meet again, Angstrom. My nemesis. Yes, this has for the longest time been my most hated weapon in the game. Now, I didn't hate it because it was bad, mind you, it was actually quite good, but because using the Angstrom was akin to playing Russian roulette. Whenever you would pull the trigger, there was a pretty good chance you were gonna lose a revive. It sports a massive explosion radius with unpredictable rocket spread, so it covers a massive area, and its base damage is rather high. But that also happens to be somewhat of a death sentence to the wielder if the rockets can also hit you, which for many years they absolutely could. The Prisma variant of the Angstrom is only available from the Battle Kit tier Void Trader, though luckily it's tradable, so you can just buy it from other people as well. It has 3 rockets in the magazine, and it uses a charge-based fire mechanism where the more you charge, the more rockets you load in, so you can actually fire out all 3 rockets at once. This results in absolutely massive base damage of 600, with the explosions doing 250 on top. All the damage, by the way, is pure blast. The explosions also have a range of 3.6 meters with relatively mild fall-off, so overlapping damage is absolutely a thing. It has a pretty decent crit chance of 18% with an above average 2.2 times crit multiplier and a solid 26% status chance, and if all of that is still not enough, it only requires mastery rank 8 and you can farm an Incarnon adapter for it from the circuit in Duviri. So, let's finally give my Nemesis another shot and see if it's any good. Shall we? I think we're gonna keep the evolutions as they are, so we get the base damage, we get the proc speed here, and then the mixture of crit and status. You can get much bigger crit, or you can get Condi Overload on this, but that's only for direct damage, doesn't affect the explosion at all. This is an extremely stat-heavy weapon, especially with the Incarnon. You have good crit, above average crit multi, good status, the damage is wild, it's just good. I'm gonna try Conjunction Voltage for like a non-Incarnon actual Angstrom build. So the extra multi-shot and reload speed are gonna be very nice. We're gonna need Hornet Straiku. We're gonna get, nope, not that one, Galvanized Diffusion instead. We are not gonna run Galvanized Shot for this one, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna go with Fulmination. I'm gonna try this. This is such a wild Ellie combo. Electricity, Blast, and Gas, just pure status damage. That's gonna be fun. But, I mean, the crit chance could be a little bit better. I don't like that we're losing fire rate though. But again, like 0.75 seconds is not the worst. Bit of a shame that we can't fit an Elementalist who... Oh my god, I almost forgot. This gives you reload speed as well. Hold on a second. That's gonna be the shuffle of the century. So, we put in secondary Merciless, which means we do not need Hornet Strike. This gives us an extra mod slot, which we can fill in with Bristol Elementalist, and we get enough capacity to run Prime Target Cracker. Wowee! Look at that! What a fit! I want more status, so we're gonna go back to Survivor's Edge here. You know what? Let's be reasonable here. Let's bump it down to 100. This is such a terrible setup for testing it. Like, I'm not stacking Merciless. We're not stripping armor. But it's actually... This is promising. Yeah, it's actually quite good if you understand why we're not doing a lot of damage. But yeah, let's actually try the Incarnon as well. I don't quite remember what it does anymore. Ooh. The screen check's a bit obnoxious, not gonna lie. But this ain't half bad, Chief. Most of our issues will simply be solved by adding Harold, because of that heat damage. Oh damn, okay. Yeah, as I said, just a little bit of armor strip from the heat. That's all it needed. Like, as soon as things start dying, Merciless stacks up and we can go. I'm actually... I wanted to do an Incarnon less setup, but I'm liking the Incarnon more and more. I'm gonna put in Unranked Mutation just to be safe. For weapons like this that don't have a lot of max ammo, Unranked Mutation is basically as good as it gets. I mean, this is basically as much damage as I'll ever need. I don't usually go above enemy level 200. And it's cleaning them pretty damn well. I think we're gonna pivot a little bit in our build design, because I'm actually liking the Incarnon form an awful lot. I want something that suits it a little bit better. This is not quite the right build for it, I don't think. That's not bad. I'd say that's like a solid A. I think we're gonna shuffle the elements around just a wee little bit. Should we just go full blast? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, actually, we can run Letha Torrent. We can just run... Yeah. We don't necessarily need Fulmination if we're gonna use the Incarnon, so we can run Letha Torrent instead. Yes, yeah. Gives us more multi-shot as well. Yes, absolutely. You know what? We could just go Corrosive, right? And then we get Corrosive and Blast because the Incarnon does heat. And, this is the neat part, we get Corrosive Cold and Blast on the explosion. That's very neat. I like it. I am loving the fire rate on the normal mode as well. I am almost out of ammo, so let's switch to the Incarnon. Oh. Okay, now that's fun. The screen shake's even worse. But here's the thing, I don't think the screen shake is like very pronounced. There are weapons with much worse screen shake. I think like the main thing here though is that it shakes the screen like side to side, right? It shakes it like horizontally instead of vertically. It just feels weird. I could get used to this. This is pretty fun. I like it. I knew the angstrom was decent because I covered it when its Incarnon adapter came out like 2-3 years. When did Incarnons come out? The second generation into Viri. Doesn't matter. I don't remember it doing this much damage though. I guess the enemy changes with armor and all that, and the status changes helped it out quite a bit, eh? It's a shame we can't squeeze in Galvanized Shot. I guess we could drop Frostbite and just have heat. Or, option B, would be to use the evolution. But that would also mean losing a bunch of crit. We went from 28 to 24 already, and now it would go down to 18, and we would lose status. Oh, I don't know. So originally the video basically ended right there, but then I realized the condition overload is probably multiplicative, so it is absolutely worthwhile to switch Frostbite for Galvanized Shot and at least try it out to see if it indeed does more damage. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put in Galvanized Shot. Now, because of this, we only have heat on the Incarnon. So, instead of Merciless, we can actually run a much stronger Arcane, which is... where is it? Ah, Cascadia Flare. This gives you more base damage. We lose a little bit of reload speed, but that's fine. Let's do a proper test and max it out. Oh man, that seems like a lot more damage, doesn't it? Yeah, that's gotta be multiplicative. I was almost done with editing the video. I'm so glad I was like, hold on a second, I need to try this out because, yeah, this does more damage without Harold than the other setup did with him. So, yeah, this is what you want to do. So, the final evolutions are as follows. Paladin Virtue for the higher base damage, it's mostly what we care about. Swift Deliverance for the faster projectile speed, and Critical Parallel for maximum critage. As far as the build goes, we have Cascadia Flare for a truck ton of base damage, Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for fire rate and multi-shot, Jolt and Pistol Pestilence for corrosive damage and status, Galvanized Shot for condition overload and status, Creeping Bullseye for crit chance. Then you can either run Pistol Elementalist if you want to do more damage with your heat procs, or Primed Heated Charge if you want more upfront damage. And we top it off with Prime Target Cracker for some juicy crit damage. I actually had a lot of fun with the Incarnon Angstrom. It's a rather enjoyable secondary, though that only goes for the Incarnon Angstrom. I don't think the normal Angstrom is all that good. It still has a lot of issues. I mean, it works in Steel Path, you can definitely use it. But if I were you, I would definitely farm the Incarnon adapter first. It turns the Angstrom into a very capable and fun secondary. So yes, I would absolutely recommend you give the Incarnon Angstrom, whether it be Prisma Angstrom or the regular one, a shot. I did not expect to get an absolute banger of a sniper rifle with Caliban Prime. I was excited for the frame because Caliban is one of my favorites, but this was not in my bingo cards. The Vadaria Prime, a master rank 15 sniper rifle that does pure electricity with a monstrous 40% crit chance, an above average 2.8 times crit multiplier, and a solid enough 18% status chance. More importantly though, enemies hit by the Vadaria turn into lightning rods that have a chance to attract bolts of chain lightning. So it's essentially a purely elemental AoE sniper rifle that does very high upfront damage as well. So let us give it a shot and see if it's any good, shall we? Spoiler alert, it is. Damn, that looks good. Look at that. Wowee, that is a... yeah, spin it, baby. Let's go. Creates a conductive area around the target with a chance to spawn up to 3 lightning strikes on random nearby targets. That sounds awesome. Strike damage scales with mods. Yes, they're learning. I have no idea what to run here, so I suppose we should go test it first. Okay. Oh, I thought... oh. Yo. That... yes. More of this, please. That's a big zoom. But that is so nice, being able to just ADS or have a scope. Yes. Oh, it does. I didn't even realize it had a charge-based shot. Okay. Lightning strikes look very, very cool. It is a bit random. Yeah, the lightning strikes are random. Don't mind the damage, by the way. We're doing pure electricity and we're shooting bombards. I guess we go deadhead then. Get some multi-shot. I suppose we could go Acuity. I really don't want to, though. I wonder what happens if I put in Punch Through. Ooh. That seems like it procs a hell of a lot more of the lightning strikes, actually. Let's try and deliberately hit multiple. Yeah, that seems to proc a lot more than if I shoot a single enemy. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I like this already. I see no reason to not run Galvanized Scope for crit. And let's get... Where is it? Vital Sense. What happens if we do that? Oh my god. It actually mods it all the way. Also, the damage of the lightning bolt seems to be roughly the same as the damage of the shots. That's actually wild. Okay, let's do a somewhat of a proper test. We're missing like half the mods, but let's add Harold and shoot some stuff. Wow, this is wild. I cannot believe that it actually scales all the way. See, this is what unique mechanics should be like. This is fun. This right here, just mwah, excelente. Yo, what? What? Hold on a second, what is that reload? Oh, now that's sexy. What the? This is so unbelievably well done. I can't even imagine the types of combos you can do with Warframe abilities on this. Oh, good lord. This is gonna be a popular one, I'm telling you right now. I wonder, oh, that was a nice lightning strike, what this is gonna do with like Toxic Lash, like the explosions from that. That collide damage is actually decent enough. Especially, you know, we have to take into consideration, we are still missing mods. This is not a full build by any means. Well, that was tremendous. I actually ended up staying for like 20 plus minutes. Yeah, I don't usually do that for videos. I don't think we can utilize this dash really well. We could run pure elemental mods, but we'll lose a lot of status. So not that. Crit delay, don't want to lose the fire rate. Shivering Contagion, I don't think is going to be very effective here. So I think we're just going to Formite away. You shall become AV. I want to try Corrosive and Blast, so let's do that. That leaves us with one more mod slot. Okay, I think the keyword being think that the Blast procs actually trigger the lightning strikes as well. And if that's true, that's insanity. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Blast procs are actually triggering the lightning strikes as well. Because sometimes I will shoot and the lightning strikes will just keep going for no reason. Yeah, Blast is definitely the way to go. Having the explosions on top of the lightning strikes feels heavenly. I wonder if running Blast and Electricity is going to be even better. We do lose a little bit of status, unfortunately. I'm tempted by Hammer Shot. It balances out the loss of status, and we get 7.8 crit damage, which is wild. This is so good. Look! Look! Oh my god! And that reload, it's just immense coolery, this. I am convinced the status is proccing Lightning Bolt as well, because ever since I swapped into an actual damaging status, I see way more Lightning Bolts. This is the coolest gun ever made. Like, at least the coolest sniper. Like, none of we have some cool snipers. None of them come even close to this. We might actually drop Prime Shred. I want to see what high status is going to do. So, Galvanized Substitute goes in. We're going to need a Forma. That's going to be a D. Top it off with High Voltage for 79.2% status. Look, I'm not shooting. Where are the lightning strikes coming from? Aha! Might not be the best build for the Vidaria, but it is the one that brings me the most joy, so that's what I'm going to use. Man, I cannot get over that reload. Yep. I'm pretty sure this is it. So let us go wrap it up. So here's what we ended up with on the Vidaria Prime. As our arcane, we chose Primary Deadhead for the headshot multiplier and easy to stack base damage, and then we run Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Scope and Vital Sense for crit, Galvanized Substitute for status chance and condition overload, Hammer Shot for crit damage and status, and then High Voltage Rhyme rounds and Thermite rounds for blast and electricity. This is a bit of a weird build though. I wanted to go very heavy on status because I like building the weapon around its unique lightning strikes. So if, for example, you're bothered by the charge time, you can take out Hammer Shot and replace it with something like Prime Shred. One important thing to have for this setup though is some kind of armor strip, and it doesn't need to be much. Heat on a pet that will strip half the enemy armor is more than enough. I use my Hound, Good Boy Harrow, to in addition to heat also primes coat, puncture, impact, magnetic, radiation and vital for a ton of extra damage from condition overload. The Vataria Prime has straight up the best, most well thought out unique mechanic in the entire game. And I think they should really go back and look at some of the other unique mechanics that we have on so many weapons and give them the lightning bolt treatment. But even if we put the lightning bolts aside, the Vataria Prime is still a really good sniper rifle. I, for example, absolutely love the choice between just aiming down sights or having a scope, because I prefer aiming down sights to looking down a scope, even if that means losing the scoped in bonus, which on the Vataria Prime is 50% crit damage, which is not negligible. But anyway, everything about this weapon is just amazing. It looks great, it does awesome damage, and it's just fun as hell to use. So yes, I would highly recommend you give this a shot, even if you don't like sniper rifles. I have re-enabled gifting on my account, okay? But, if someone sends me 100 forma like last time, I will turn it off again. Be reasonable, people. Now, how the hell do I segue to the Venato Prime? Is a lovely little sight that was released with Caliban Prime that does primarily puncture damage and requires Mastery Rank 14. It sports a 34% crit chance with a 2.3 times crit multiplier and a lovely 32% status chance, while being decently fast with a base attack speed of 1.17 and having average range of 2.8. The unique thing about the Venato Prime, just like the standard Venato, is that whenever you proc status on an enemy with a hit, you also proc Tau on them. Now, just in case you don't know, Tau is a special damage type that's exclusive to the Sentients and Caliban that has its own status effect, which is effectively puncture but for status. It stacks up to 10 times, with each stack making the enemy 10% more vulnerable to status. So if you have 410 stacks, you will proc twice as much status on the enemy. So basically an across-the-board upgrade for an already good melee weapon that also happens to have a really good unique trait. I'm certain this won't be busted at all, so let us give it a shot and see if it's any good. Shall we? I almost forgot actually, you get double combo generation with Caliban. Yeah, because you know, the Tau status wasn't crazy enough as it is. We're gonna go for the most basic bitch build you can imagine here with melee influence, because this has got to be one of the craziest influence sticks because of this Tau trait. Let's get a potato. I guess we're running Stalking Fan. It'd be a crime not to run Condi Overload here. Blood Rush and Galvanized Steel. We are absolutely running... Hello? What are you doing? I did warn you that this is gonna be a basic bitch build. Just blast Ellie and then attack speed, I guess, for the last slot. Yeah. Wowie. Yeah, it looks very, very cool. Let's actually take a closer look here. Hell yeah. Look at that. Okay, two things here. First of all, it's kind of nuts that we're killing these as fast as we are with 0 armor strip on a blast Ellie setup. That's wild. But also, influence does not spread Tau. I kind of expected it to do that. It's not like it matters though. As long as we get Tau on the enemy we're proliferating the influenced procs from, we're golden. This is gonna be stupid. I was correct, my dudes and dudettes. This is stupid. Bit sad we don't have Weeping Wounds though. Yeah, this is pretty much as stupid as I expected it to be. Hey everyone, say hello to Zoom, will you? One thing you could do if you want to go absolutely nuclear with this is actually run it on Valkyr, or just any frame with Warcry or Arcane Strike to get attack speed that way, and then you could run Weeping Wounds, but that is like an excessive amount of power. What? Krakata. Excuse me? How? I know there was an exclamation point, so it was a second tier red grade, but 5 mil with the light attack? Okay, let's get another V. Attack Speedo. We're still running without Tenokai, mind you. 1.9, but yeah, this is just gross. I don't even want to know what this will do with Tenokai. And I thought the dual Vicus was a crazy influence stat stick with its innate gas damage. Turns out, I mean, it is crazy. The dual Vicus is crazy, but this is crazier. Come here. Oh, damn. Yeah, the upfront damage is pretty crazy too. Here comes the final forma. Let's put on the final forma. Here comes the final forma. Now I can run Tenokai. Boop. There it is. We're gonna go with the Opportunities Reach just to get more range, because we're not actually running Reach here. Oosh. Clom! 34 mil. Sure. Here's why this weapon is so wild, okay? It has top of the line single target because the upfront damage is insane. So it's just like one-shot thing. And then you have influence with bonus status. Hello, Malice. Influence with bonus status from the Tau on top. Give me a proc. Yes. Sit down, bitch. Let's see how the treasurer handles this. So far, so good. Wow. What? Okay. That's crazy. So let's go over our basic bitch build for the Venato Prime. It's a melee influence build because its unique trait synergizes with it really well, and we run Stalking Fan because it's a decent enough stance and it fits the polarity the weapon comes with. For our Tenukai trigger, we chose Opportunity's Reach for a longer trigger window, but mainly for the extra range because we're not running Reach or Spring-Loaded Blade. And finally the mods, we run Condition Overload for melee damage, Blood Rush and Galvanized Steel for crit, Galvanized Elementalist for status damage and status chant, Berserker Fury for attack speed, and we top it off with Voltaic Strike, Volcanic Edge and Vicious Frost for blast and electricity. However, if you want to go absolutely nuclear with this, take out Berserker Fury, put in Weeping Wounds for even more status, and then run either Warcry or Arcane Strike on your frame. I didn't do it because, well, it's just not necessary. You get more than enough status and more than enough clear with influence even without Weeping Wounds. What you definitely want to do though is run a solid priming pet. I use a Hound, Good Boy Harrow that primes cold from Coolant Leak and then Puncture, Impact, Heat, Radiation, Magnetic and Vital from its butt totem. The most important effects here are the Heat for Armor Strip and then the Vital for the health damage, though that doesn't mean the other ones are useless because they still add a ton of damage through Condition Overload. This is without a doubt one of the best melee weapons, if not one of the best weapons, in the game. Because while a lot of melee weapons can absolutely utilize melee influence, very few synergize with it as well as the Venato Prime. And when on top of that you add the absolutely correct stats, like I genuinely did not expect this to be an upgrade across the board to the standard Venato, because the standard Venato was already really good, you end up with an absolute monster of a melee weapon. I think it's a bit of a shame that the Venato Prime got overshadowed quite a bit by the Sniper. I mean, they nerfed the Sniper, so maybe it's not gonna be as pronounced as it was on release, but still. All in all though, I would absolutely recommend you give this a shot. It is one of the most disgusting melee weapons you will ever own. Yes, this is precisely the type of tapestry the Orbiter requires. But sir, Mr. Anarchy will be furious. That's the point, you fool. I don't even like carpets. I used to be normal, you know. Well, relatively. But still. Thank you very much for your generous gifts, by the way, Rhino Main, Carol Dron, Psycho Soku, Lufia Sinistral, Sensei Odin, and Kill Switch. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Though you are on thin ice, Sensei. Thin Krakata ice. Today we are revisiting a pretty little piggy by the name of Boar Prime. This is an old as hell fully automatic shotgun that's been in the game for almost 12 years now. It requires Mastery Rank 11, does primarily impact damage, and while the crit chance is pretty mediocre, the status chance of 11.2% status chance per projectile is, with a base multi shot of 8, pretty damn good. It also has an Incarnon adapter that you can farm from the circuit in Duvir, which we're absolutely going to use today. So let us give it a shot and see if it's any good, shall we? I've always run this with Critical Parallel, but I would like to try a build with Elemental Balance instead. I'm actually gonna take the reload here. Yeah, the puncher is just too good if you have the armor. I'm pretty sure last time I played with Boar, we didn't have cracks yet. And it seems to be, like, to me this seems like the perfect arcane because of the status and ammo efficiency. Should be pretty basic. Prime Point Blank, let's get Galvanized Hell, and I guess Galvanized Savvy? Sure. By the way, the disposition on the boar has been so high for so long, I actually have like a saucy ribbon for it. I'm not gonna use it, but yeah. You can get some very nice ribbons for the boar. I'm thinking just Corrosive and Cold here. Will give us Blast on the Incarnon, which is quite nice, though if I remember correctly, the Incarnon beams are quite weak. Yeah, let's go try it out like this, just with Prime Chilling Grasp, and see what it do. Ah, good old boar, such a nostalgic weapon. Yep, the beam does suck. I did remember it correctly. It's because of the base damage. The base damage on the beam is unreasonably low. Man, I remember way back in the day just looking up the Boar Prime and watching some videos and thinking it was the coolest weapon in the world. I just quickly want to try Heat instead of Cold. Bada bing. We're gonna get like 45, right? Yeah, 40. That's not enough. I mean, we could just go Corrosive and Blast on the primary fire as well. That gives us even more status. And we can just run Elementalist. Gives us a bigger mag as well. Yeah, 32 rounds. Now that is actually quite lovely. It's a very nostalgic build as well, though back in the day the enemies would be rolling on the floor because Blast used to knock the enemies down. I think we're gonna have to go back to crit because the status damage alone doesn't seem to be enough. Let's give it a proper test with Harold. Now that is more like it, my dudes and dudettes. This is fantastic. Wait. It moves. Has it always done that? Does the Baroque skirt move as well? It does. I have never noticed that. I am being hit by some major nostalgia waves, like running a full status boar through the void. Come on. Actually clears pretty well, but as you will see right here, single target could be better. Oh, that ain't too bad, Chief. That ain't too bad at all. The damage is just all over the place. I don't like that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we need to go back to crit. Survivor's Edge is just not good enough. You do get some status, but the crit from Parallel is just unparalleled. Nah. So we take out Elementalist, and I guess we take out the heat and just stick to cold. Let's get Primed Ravage and crit deceleration. Whabam. 105. That's good. This might be dumb, but I would love to have Magnetic Strafe in here, which means we need to get rid of Galvanized Savvy. I mean, it's not multiplicative, it's only additive, so we're not losing that much. Let's get a D, a bada bing, bada boom. Lovely. Yep, not a big surprise, it's just like 10 times better, instantly. Not as nostalgic, but considerably better. Like back in the day, you would build this for pure status because it was one of the few shotguns that could hit 100% status, and that was very important. You see, shotguns back in the day used to have this really weird quirk with status where their status was spread across all pellets, kind of like today, but if you managed to hit 100% status, all the pellets would suddenly get 100% status chance. This was also at a time, by the way, where status was capped at 100%, so shotguns that could hit 100% status chance were kind of like the kings of status. Oh man, I should have used Rhino for the true nostalgia experience. This is truly fabulous, like we're not using the Incarnon at all, and I was a little bit worried about ammo, but thanks to Crux, ammo is actually not an issue at all. Oh, very saucy. Alright, I like it. I love that this covers everything as well because we have corrosive for armor, magnetic and impact for the shields and overguard, and then just bunch of cold for raw crit flesh damage. It's so good that we can just kind of add this kind of stuff into our builds right now because before, like, you would never run magnetic unless you were super specializing for the corpus. Yep, this is it. I think we're done, so let's go wrap it up. So, here's what we ended up with on the Incarnon Boar Prime. Our arcane of choice is Primary Crux, which works oh so well on the boar because it adds a ton of status and it gives us ammo efficiency, which completely fixes any ammo issues the Boar Prime might have. Then for mods, we have Primed Point Blank for damage, Galvanized Hell for multi-shot, Critical Deceleration and Primed Ravage for crit. We follow that with Magnetic Strafe for a bit of magnetic damage and a ton of fire rate, and we top it off with Primed Chilling Grasp, Toxic Barrage and Shell Shock for corrosive damage and cold. The evolutions are pretty straightforward. We run Fortress Salvo for the base damage and Punch Through if you have the armor, of course. Then we have a Ready Retaliation, which gives us a ton of reload speed if we're reloading from an empty magazine, and we top it off with Critical Parallel for an immense amount of crit. And as always, we're of course running a priming pet. I use a Hound, Good Boy Harrow that primes cold from Coolant Leak, and then Impact, Puncture, Heat, Radiation, Magnetic and Vital from its butt totem. The pet isn't as important as it is on many other builds because we're not utilizing any sort of condition or condition overload, but it still helps. The boar may be old, I mean it's gonna be old enough to play this bloody game in a few years, but it is still an absolutely tremendous shotgun and I would highly recommend you give it a shot. But it is important that you farm the Incarnon adapter from Duviri because without the Critical Parallel evolution, which gives you a truck ton of crit, you're gonna have to rely on another source of extra crit like Arcane Avenger to make a hybrid build worthwhile. It's still gonna work and you can probably take it into Steel Path, just don't expect it to be anywhere near as good as with the Incarnon and all the right evolutions. So all in all, an absolutely tremendous shotgun that clears well and has some solid single target. This is one of the spookiest kinds of videos to make because I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing and I'm presenting it to potentially thousands of people that may or may not know what they're doing. I'm sure the comment section is gonna be just spiffing. But just remember, everyone can copy a meta build, but only you yourself can royally fuck up. This comes as a request from Jake the Star Child. You may remember him from many videos. He's the absolute mad lad that keeps feeding me platinum so that I can do my nonsense. His request was rather simple. Max range Balefire. Now the problem with that is that I've only ever played like 4 hours of Hildren, and most of those 4 hours were for augment videos. So you gotta bear with me on this one because I'm essentially trying out a new frame. So let us give it a shot and see if it's as good as Jake claims. Shall we? I got Hildren Prime specifically for this, just so we would have some pimpin' visuals. And I guess we're gonna build her for Aegis Storm? Question mark? I know you can cleanse yourself with Hildren, but I absolutely do not trust myself to do it in time. So we're gonna run Arcane Resistance. What do you run as an aura on Hildren? Like, seriously. Do we do Corrosive Projection? I guess. I don't think Augur Stretch actually does anything here, so let's go Normal Stretch and Augur Reach. The request was for max range, but I don't think Overextended is that good of an idea. Molt is basically just free strength, but there is another arcane. It's kind of like Grace, but better. What is it called? Barrier, that's the one. Yeah, that seems good. I don't actually know how the whole shield thing works. Is it like energy where if you run duration, it gives you efficiency? Hold on a second, let's put on prime continuity. It does, okay. So we probably want to run that. Might be bad though, because of pillage. I don't know. I am a YouTube man at the end of the day, it is the law. All of these seem really cool. Hildren's max shields as additional damage? That sounds dope as hell, alright. Do we go like Primed Vigor or something? How much is too much? Like, I'm an Inaros player, I just want to go as high as it gets. I mean, this has to be good. Shields and efficiency? Hell yeah. Counterintuitively, I don't think you actually need recharge because Hildren has ways of recovering shields that are just better than recharge, but for now, let's just put it in. I can't help myself. I am just an Inaros player. Big number is big good. Oh, you get a breakdown now. Yeah, the recharge is pretty like... Oh, damn. Yeah, we probably... Oh, someone's messaging me. Enervate is probably okay. But then again, the crit multi is only 1.5x. I mean, we can always change it. I've been sat here for way too long, so let's just put on some mods and try it out. Blast and Electricity is good on most things, so it might be good here as well. Oh, that's not a lot of status at all. Ooh la la. Also, I think it's an explosion, so Galvanized Shot's probably a bad call. Oh no, okay, that's bad. Okay, I was right actually. You do not want duration for pillage. Seems pretty beefy, but every now and then you get really chunked, like right there. But, you know, 7,500 overshields is a lot of... Okay, we can fly now, so... I still don't know what I'm doing. Okay, based on our experience, Fleeting Expertise should be an absolute god tier mod because we get a ton of efficiency for Aegis Storm and we lower the duration on pillage. How much does Strength scale Balefire? A lot. Okay. I'm gonna try Aegis Gale, mainly because I'm not the biggest fan of the normal fire mode on the Balefire, so I'm hoping this is a little bit better. Also, I'm a sucker for scaling both defense and offense at the same time. Okay, how do I... Middle mouse button, okay. Oh. Well, that seems good, doesn't it? More importantly, it feels a lot better than the normal fire mode. Let's stop memeing around. I want to try Blazing Pillage. I don't think we're gonna do Balefire Surge. I just don't like the primary fire. Wait. Hold on a second. Does it just show it here, or is it actually scaled off of Aegis Storm? Oh. Alright, so Precision Intensify is the way to go. We lose some strength on the other abilities. But I don't think I care. Okay, now we're cooking. I want to run Prime Fulmination for one, and I also don't think this setup is working very well, so let's do something else. Blast Electricity with Voltage? No, that's terrible. Let's try Flare. It's a pretty old schooly build. Let's get Lethal Torrent for some fire rate. That seems a lot better. I do actually have a shield set up for Harold, so let's use that for once. Wowee, I cannot believe it. This is actually working. We're doing stuff. I think I'm doing this right. Like, it's working. It's doing the thing. Look at it. Oh, suck a dong, Acolyte. You cannot reach me. I levitate, for I am God. Yes. This is pretty fun. This is very unlike me and probably dumb, but I'm gonna drop barrier for Malt. I want more damage. We need some damage reduction, so let's drop Vigor. We will do some defense and damage because of the shields, but I think adaptation is a much better choice here. I am stupid. Of course, Aviator, duh. This should give us a tremendous amount of damage reduction. It's time to juice up Balefire as well. One dash coming right up. I want to run Sure Shot. I feel like more status is going to be better, and then we top it off with probably Fire Rate. Let's do Unranked Gunslinger for now. I don't know, man. Feels pretty damn good. I actually like this a lot. Though I love clowning acolytes like this. I think this is the way to go. That should be it. The final V. And we're donezo. Damn, dude, this absolutely rocks. I'm sure I'm missing something, right? Because I deliberately did not look anything up, because I like this kind of experience where you're just like figuring stuff out on your own. That's like one of the most fun things to do for me in games. I think we're done. I'm very happy with the result. So let's do a wrap-up thingamabob. So here's what we ended up with on Hildrin Prime. The aura we went for is Corrosive Projection, but you can easily swap it out for something else. It's not that important. We're proccing Heat and Corrosive, so we're stripping most of the enemy armor anyway. Then, because we're using Aegis Storm, we're sporting Aviator in the Exodus, which is just a really cheap way to get a ton of damage reduction. Then we have the actual mods. Primed Redirection for a truck ton of shields, Adaptation for even more damage reduction, Aegis Gale, which first of all allows you to scale Balefire damage with Precision Intensify because it actually scales off of your fourth ability, not your Balefire. But I also prefer the secondary fire it provides for your Balefire to the standard one. Then we're also running Blazing Pillage. You don't necessarily need to do this, it's just something that I kinda like, but you can easily swap this out for something else. So if you feel like the build is missing something, this is the mod you can take out. Next on the menu we have Fleeting Expertise, which is a really good mod because it gives us more efficiency whilst also lowering our duration, and that's tremendous for pillage because it means the pillage goes off faster. Then we simply run Precision Intensify for a ton of strength, which scales our Balefire damage with the secondary fire, and we top it off with Augur Reach and Stretch for a bunch of range. Now for the arcanes, I run Arcane Resistance to be immune to Toxin procs because I do not trust myself to cleanse in time, and the second one is Molt Augmented for a bunch of free strength. The Balefire build is very straightforward. We use Cascadia Flare for some easy base damage, then we have Prime Fulmination for AoE, Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for a bunch of multi-shot and a bit of fire rate, Sure Shot for status chance, Gunslinger for even more fire rate, which just feels good, and we top it off with Primed Heated Charge, Pistol Pestilence and Jolt for corrosive and heat. I was also using my Priming Hound, Good Boy Harold, that primes Cold from Coolant Leak, and then Radiation, Heat, Impact, Puncture, Magnetic and Vital from its butt Totem. I hope you're at least as happy with the result as I am, Jake the Star Child. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for your request. And thank you for your platinum. You're the GOAT. Now, would I recommend you give this a shot? Absolutely yes, this is a really fun build. Does a lot of damage, feels pretty good, and it's tanky as hell. Greetings, people of the internet, and welcome to another video. Today we will attempt to make a Zor setup so filthy you're gonna have to wash your screen after watching this video. We're gonna take two very disgusting arcanes, Exodia Contagion and Melee Influence, and we're gonna mash them together in a new Zor specifically tailored for this setup. Why? Because why not? I want to see if it's any good. So let's give it a shot, shall we? After some consideration, I'm gonna go with the Plague Kawar, a Corb, and an Equana 2 Ruang for the Zor. This gives you an extremely slow Zor, but it hits really hard, it has Vital from the Plague Kawar, and it has 36% base status. Looks pretty cool, very top heavy. Originally I did want to go with Crit as well, but I decided against it at the end. Let's get that influence on. We're gonna have to level it up first because you can't use Exodia Arcanes until you guild it. Let's also get a stance. Yes, I do have some potatoes. Only 4 left though. Ooh la la. Let's do like a basic leveling build. We're gonna have to change it later once we add the Exodia. Looks decent enough, I guess. Gonna have to switch to config A for that extra attack speed. Let's also get Harold. Let's make sure he's on corrosive. There we go. Be blessed, people of the relay. Come on now. Love me. Yes. Yes. Very loved indeed. Oh no, that is so slow. Even with Arcane Strike. I think we might need more electricity once we go with the Exodia. It's fine now, but yeah, I think we're gonna have to go with Shocking Touch instead. I'm not sure whether it would be better to go with Blast, which is what we're using now, or switch to Gas. Might be better to use Gas with the Exodia? Maybe. The reason, by the way, I went with these Zo parts in particular is because the Exodia scales off of your Zo, right? You want high base damage because the Exodia does 5 times your Zo's damage with the explosion and twice your Zo's damage on a direct hit. I'm still not sure that not going crit was the right call, but I think it's gonna be easier to mod. We're gonna have more mod space if we don't have to jam in crit mods. And it should also be more reliable because we have very high base status. Oh boy, I need you to guild my Zo off. Thank God I have the Cetus Wisps. There it is. I guess we're gonna add a V. That's gonna save us a Forma. Oh, what are we gonna... Oh man, what are we gonna call it? We shall continue the tradition of... No, Crescent, Sickle, of naming all my Zos, well, with the exception of one. One of them is called Stabby Stabby, after weapons from Dark Souls. Ooh, that's looking saucy as hell. Yeah, that's good, but yeah, this one's way better. There it is, Exodia Contagion. Ho ho ho. We're gonna keep Pressure Point and Condi Overload because it's multiplicative on the projectile. Then we're gonna run Galvanize the Elementalist. Shocking Tattoo. Gonna stick to Blast for now. Might swap it over to Gas later. Don't remember if it builds combo or not. I wanna say no, but let's try it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's that's pretty good. It doesn't build combo though, unfortunately. Bye bye Weeping Wounds, I guess. What is it called? I almost never use it. I don't remember. Ah, Melee Prowess, that's the one. So we're over at 100% before Elementalist. Let's try the Shield Boys. Ooh, damn. that's pretty big. And we are still missing the biggest multiplier of them all, by the way. I always forget how extremely this projectile is affected by gravity. It just falls straight down like a clam rock. Now, I know we're still missing a really big multiplier. We're gonna add that in a little bit, but with that, I kind of expected it to hit harder. Like, it hits hard, but yeah, like that was a big pop, but I don't know. Maybe it's the armor. Damn, maybe I should have gone crit. Yeah, so far I don't think I would actually use this over a normal influence setup. You do have quite a bit of range, and you do considerably more damage if you throw the projectiles like really far away because it gets a massive multiplier after 30 meters. But on most maps, especially with the projectile being affected by gravity, you're not gonna do that. One thing I want to say is that you might want to build a different Zo. It mostly depends on whether or not you have some Rivens. Like if you have a Riven for a particular strike, you're probably better off using that instead. Might actually make it more worthwhile to go for crit at that point because you can add a bunch of crit via the Riven without using up a bunch of mod space. I don't think we're getting enough direct hits to run Condi Overload, so we're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna have to add some attack speed now. I know this is probably not ideal, but the uptime on influence is quite low, even with a relatively dense map, so let's just add a bunch of electricity, make it the most likely element to proc, and get some damage at the same time. Say hello to the secret ingredient in this disgusting concoction, Mirage, because Eclipse not only applies twice, it's multiplicative, both times. See, this is what I had in mind. Absolute disgust. Filth dialed up to 11. What the f- This is what I remember from the olden times, just absolute shreddage. Now this, I can recommend. This is well good. What I love about this is that it's very different from anything else you are going to run. Like, this is a very unique type of playstyle. I'm usually not a big fan of builds that require specific setups, but I think I'll make an exception this time because of how fun it is. Now imagine, if you will, for a brief second, this setup, but with crit as well, which is what you can do if you have a Riven, because you will have enough mod space to squeeze in crit as well. Just absolute degeneracy. So just a quick recap of the parts. This is for a non-riven, non-crit, just pure status setup, right? We have the Corb Grip, the Plague Kilwar Strike, and the Iguana 2 Ruhang Link. This gives you a very heavy-hitting Zaw with high base status chance. We're running Stalking Fan as the stance, then we have Primed Pressure Point for melee damage, Galvanized Elementalist for status damage and status chance, Melee Prowess for status chance, Berserker Fury for attack speed, Voltaic Strike and Shocking Touch to get a lot of electricity to make proccing Influence a lot easier. And we top it up with Volcanic Edge and Vicious Frost for Blast, though alternatively you could go with Gas as well. And of course we're running Exodia Contagion in the Zaw slot with Melee Influence as our secondary arcane. Now, one thing to bear in mind is this is a pure contagion setup, so it's just designed to throw the projectile all the time. But you can absolutely do a combo generating setup, which is not only going to increase the damage of the projectile, because the projectile scales a little bit with your combo counter, but it will also allow you to use mods like Weeping Wounds. It will require a more complete and complicated setup. You would ideally use something like Tandem Bond to sustain your combo counter via your pet, as well as primary and secondary dexterity for combo duration, and then the Naramon Focus Cool so your combo doesn't decay all at once. So it would be slightly more difficult to put together, but it shouldn't be too different from this setup, because once you have everything rolling, your pet should sustain you if you don't kill the enemies too fast, and it will allow you to squeeze much more stats onto the weapon. But anyway, would I recommend you give this a shot? Yes, absolutely. It's still a really fun setup that can do some absolutely disgusting damage. You know how some people sing in the shower or win arguments that happened earlier that day because the comeback didn't come to them until much later? Well, I do none of that. I think about builds, and this is one of those builds that I desperately tried to write down on my phone so I don't forget about it, but it didn't work because my hands were wet and the towel was too far away. So all I actually wrote down was duplex stripes. Good job, Showerme. And autocorrect, desperately trying to make sense of my wetted nonsense. What I actually meant to write down was duplicate Stropha. The Stropha, just in case you don't know, is a corpus-themed gunblade that requires Mastery rank 10. Its normal attacks do a fairly even split of impact / and puncture, but its heavy attack fires an Arcaplasmorous projectile that does pure impact. It sports a 14% status chance, which is decent enough, and it has a 30% crit chance with a 2.4 times crit multiplier. Usually not the level of crit you would look for when considering duplicate, but bear with me a moment. The blueprint for Stropha can drop from Jackal in the assassination mission Fossa on Venus, and the parts drop from Granum Void Rotation C, so you need to use the Zenith Granum Crown. So let us give this wild shower thought a shot and see if it's any good, shall we? I'm not going to call it dumb yet. I have a build idea for the Stropha, and I want to see if it works. So let's get a stance on there. Usually you just go influence on this, but I want to try melee duplicate. The reason for it is this, Galvanized Steel, which should give us roughly the right amount of crit with Harold and stuff, and then we can just get a bunch of crit damage and like wind-up speed and all that good stuff. So it should be pretty cool, I think. In theory, it should be cool. It is cool in theory, okay? It's also important that we run Reflex. Let's just do Big Corrosive, because we don't really have enough status to do anything else, so big damage it is. And then let's do Primed Pressure Point for the damage. Killing Blow for the heavy damage, and to max our wind up. Condi Overload, by the way, very bad on the Stropha. Yeah, I guess just more damage is more good. I have some doubts, but whatever, let's try it. Okay. Ooh. Oh! It actually works! Works way better than I thought it would. What? These are unstripped. Completely. Like, they have full armor. What? Hold on a second. Let's add the boy. And no, we need him on Viral. Come on, load. Viral. There we go. Oh, damn! Okay, it's officially cool in practice, not just in theory anymore. Let's go. I don't even want to change anything up. I guess sometimes things just fall into place. This is perfect. The problem with just straight up heavy gunblade setups is that you fire really fast. So Reflex is actually struggling a little bit to keep up our combo, but it's fine. We're usually firing at like 4 or 5x. I think our crit chance is slightly too low because you actually want above 100% crit chance. It all depends on your crit multiplier, and we're scaling quite a bit of it. Because duplicated crits can yellow crit? No. Brain. They can orange crit, right? So you actually want above 100% crit chance so that some of the duplicated crits can orange crit. I expected this to work, like, well enough, right? But I didn't expect to see some somewhat impressive numbers. Like, we're hitting, like, comfortably in the millions, which is wild considering that, you know, we have duplicate. This is a duplicate setup, so we're hitting twice most of the time. The mobility is quite good as well, with like a quick slide or a dash. I do have Arcane Strike on my frame though, so I'm getting a lot. Whoa, just straight up one shot of Centurion. Sit down. Oh, Malise, my dude. Oh, you don't like this at all, do you? Come here. Bang. Ho, 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 ho. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. 3.7 mil. What was that? 5.2 mil? Yeah, that is impressive. I somehow missed a junction. I really need to do a pass on Steel Path and just make sure everything's finished. So let's try this against the Spectre. Hello, Frosty boy. Oh, damn. Okay. I don't usually do this, but I want to see what this does against the boss. So let's try the Hammer Boy. Stop it, Harold. Don't ruin his cutscene for fuck's sakes. Okay, that's not bad. That's pretty good. Yeah. Whapam. Ooh. Yeah, this is not a terrible boss weapon. Yeah, I wouldn't mind this. Like, if I was farming a boss, this wouldn't be too bad. I didn't switch my elements around, so we're absolutely running the wrong stuff, but it's the shield, boys. Oh, Moa's going for a train ride over here. Would it be better with influence? Probably. Most things are, but this is good enough. Like, I don't feel the need to run influence, which is really all you can ask for with an alternate setup like this. It's the big hits that get me. Like, I didn't... Yeah, 4.6 mil. That was a yellow crit as well. Like, I didn't expect to hit dead hard on a duplicate setup. I like this considerably more than the duplicate Glyph Prime, which was like my go-to duplicate build. But this is way more fun. There's one more thing I want to try here, so let's quickly dupe this. Override to config B as well. That gives us a radiation and cold. Let's switch to Mother Eye so the shields don't take forever, mainly because of Void Strike. How do I not have Vengeance? What? How did I... What is that? That's Unaru, right? How do I not have the focus? I would like one Terrorist hunt, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's just do a Terror hunt. Don't want to do a full call. I just want to try it. Okay, let's go. Pew, 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 pew. And then... Whapam. And I whiffed. 44k. Nah. This is not the right frame to be doing this with, though. Hold on. Come on, boy. Activate your shields. There we go. And let's get the right eclipse. Whiffed. Alright, that's more like it. Totally usable in a pinch if you don't have anything else. It's a bit hard to hit with though. What? Okay, I did not know the Hall of Mirrors duplicates your Arcwing setup as well. That's cool, look at me. I have my own fleet. Way, that's cool. I am extremely happy with the result here. This is so cool. It was just a dumb idea, but yeah, it works really well. So I guess let's just go wrap it up. So here's the first and final setup for the Stropha. We're running a melee duplicate setup, so we get double hits on yellow crit, and we run Bullet Dance as the stance, Primed Pressure Point for melee damage, Killing Blow for heavy damage and wind-up speed, then Galvanized Steel for crit chance and damage, and Amalgam Organ Chatter for even more crit damage, but also some heavy attack wind-up speed. We follow that up with Galvanized Reflex for initial combo, but almost as importantly, heavy attack efficiency, because with a Gunblade you're going to be chaining heavy attacks back to back, so you want to not consume your entire combo at once, so you're actually getting the multiplier from it. And then we top it all off with North Wind, Primed Fever Strike and Shocking Touch for a ton of corrosive and cold. You can also add either Arcane Strike or Warcry to your frame, which is going to make the weapon feel a lot better because it's going to speed up your dash attacks and quick slide, so it will help you move around much faster. And as with most setups, a good priming pet is always recommended. I run Hound, Good Boy Harrow, that primes cold from Coolant Leak, and then Puncture, Impact, Magnetic, Radiation, Heat and Viro from its butt totem. This turned out way better than expected. It was just a silly shower thought, because usually with heavy attacks you go Sacrificial to get as much crit as possible, but I was wondering if it would be be possible to just get it with galvanized steel, because then you get the extra crit damage as well. It makes me wonder if there are some very crit heavy melee weapons, or maybe even a Zor, where you could do the same thing but on a light setup instead. I think it's worth exploring. But anyway, just a quick summary for the duplicate Stropha then. It clears really well, it does very solid damage, it deals well with bosses, it can almost one-shot specters, and can in a pinch be used to hunt Eidolons as well. I don't know if I would recommend it for that, because it's kind of difficult to hit the Synovias with the projectile since it's rather big, so a lot of the time it will clip one of the invincible parts of the Eidolon and just do 0 damage, but if you have nothing else, it's not too bad. So would I recommend you give this a shot? Yes, absolutely. It's fun, it does great damage, and it's not just another influence build, it's something different and cool. I must get to Master Hellman's at once.
Oi! Have you got a license for that comment? Now what's all this then?
Excuse me, officer. I believe that comment belongs to me.
And who the hell do you think you is, boy?
Interesting. I hope I have the right parts here. So for the chamber, we go Kachamoon, obviously. We go Palmaris for the very, very high fire rate, and we top it off with Splat for maximum crit chance. That way we get a primary Kachamoon with 5.17 fire rate, we get very high crit and decent crit multi, but the damage is going to be somewhat low. Looks kind of neat actually, bit short, but I like it. Get an adapter on there and a potato, I should, yep, I still have 3, lovely. I think the play here is going to be Crux, mainly for the efficiency, because we have a relatively small mag and high fire rate, so I don't think anything else is going to be viable on this. Oh, right, it's a shortcut, obviously, so prime point blank. Let's get that on there. Let's also get, where is it? Galvanized Hell. We're gonna lose a bit of fire rate, but it's worth it because Blunderbuss is just terrible. Primed Ravage. Hold up, this might be neat, actually. Yeah, sure, Magnetic Strafe. Oh my god, okay, that's a little bit more fire rate than I expected. God damn! Yeah, the damage is bit ass, but we're missing a lot of mods, so it's okay. This is fun as hell, dude. I like it already. Thank god I have the buttons. Let us guild it. Let's slap on a V. And this time around, I actually already have a name. Seek and Destroy. Yes. Time for the star of the show. Where is it? Pack Seeker. There it is. For now, let's just double down on heat so we can get some actual damage on this thing. First official test, let's actually bump it down a little bit. There we go. We're still missing a lot of important mods, like, you know, we don't have Condition Overload, we have barely any elemental damage, but it's actually doing fine. Okay, so this is the next day I just woke up, so let's get a blessing and get to shooting. I kind of expected to have some ammo issues, but it seems like Crux with vacuum is more than enough. Okay, first official format, wowee. Let's just slap on a V. We can finally get corrosive on this. For the time being, it's just going to be dual stat mods, but eventually I do want to go for the big boy primed stuff. I almost forgot about the most important thing. Ooh, that's actually looking pretty nice. Do we want to run our skin on this? No, I think this is fine. This looks good. It is picking the hell up. I'm actually seeing some numbers now. Nice. That was considerably faster. I hate to lose the fire rate, but I think it's time to get rid of Strafe because I just don't have enough mod space here. Let's get another Forma. Just another V right here. Savvy should be multiplicative on the Kachamoon and on the Seeker Bolt, so it's really important that we have it here. We might actually run a different pet for this because we just cannot not run Savvy here. The damage is much nicer, like it's unrecognizable when the enemies are at least somewhat primed, but it's definitely not as much fun. Time to say goodbye to the goodest of boys, Harold himself, because we're gonna run... Where is it? Ah, Bigus Nichus. This way we can save a mod slot because we get all the fire rate we need from Reinforced Bond, which on Moas is pretty easy to sustain. Another bonus of running Moa is that you can equip it with Vigilante mods and the set will affect you as well. I mean, we might as well go all the way, right? Just get Avenger for the extra crit chance? Yeah, let's do it. Damn, this is gonna get expensive, innit? Okay. Another Forma, sure. Let's get a dash this time. Now we can run Primed Charge Shell for much more corrosive damage. Time to finally crack into Steel Path. Let's go. Oh my god, now what did we just do? Now that's just a slight improvement, alright. What the hell? Look at it! This is what I had in mind, baby. Oh my god, that is fantastic. It's a shame the bolts from Seeker are so hard to see because there's actually a lot of them flying around here. Whoa, that looks funky as hell. Dude, this is ridiculous when it's fully ramped up. Oi, stop it! Well, that was tremendous. We are still not done here, my god. Okay, let's get a D. Can't fit it in yet, so let's put in Scattering Inferno. This is so dumb.
Clem!
This was a good suggestion. Alright, time to say bye-bye to the heat. This is the last time we will see it. We're gonna add a D right here. And we're actually gonna go Blast with Primed Chilling Grasp. 3000 damage per shot. That is very good. There is no way infinite ammo official. Let's go. Dude, just look at this
Clem.
thing go. That is nuts. I wasn't sure this was gonna be any good at the beginning because it took a while to kick in, and we are helping it quite a bit with either Pet and Avenger, but still, look, this is so much fun, dude. This is gonna be the final format, I think. It's just a little bit of extra damage, because we're gonna drop the dual stat mods completely and just run Contagious Spread. Galvanized Acceleration is not worth it, like Fall Off is decent, projectile speed is good, and we would need 2 extra format just to fit it in, which is just stupid. So we're not gonna do that. I cannot believe how well this turned out. I'm so happy with this. Every now and then the fire rate does fall off when they nuke the MOA's shields, but it's up most of the time. I would say about 90-95% of the time we do have the fire rate, even in Steel Path, so that's good. Yeah, I think this is it. I think we are finished. Here's the final setup for the Kajamoon Chamber, Palmaris Grip, and Splat Loader Kit Gun. We run Prime Point Blank for damage, Galvanized Hell for multi-shot, Critical Deceleration for crit chance, and Primed Ravage for crit damage. We follow that up with Galvanized Heavy for status chance and condition overload, and we top it all off with Prime Chilling Grasp, Contagious Spread, and Prime Charge Shell for a ton of corrosive and blast damage. As far as the arcanes, we go Pack Seeker, which was a suggestion, and it was a good one because it helps add a tremendous amount of clear to the setup, and Primary Crux, which helps us sustain our ammo and it gives us a ton of extra status chance as well. But that's not all, because we're also running Arcane Avenger on our frame for extra crit chance. We're using a MOA with Reinforced Bond that gives us 60% extra fire rate when the MOA has overshields, which actually works really well on MOAs because of the Blast Shield Stomp. This sustains their overshields most of the time. And this also allows us to run Vigilante mods on the MOA's weapon, which affect us with their set bonus. This was absolutely tremendous. Thank you very much for the suggestion. I probably wouldn't have done this myself. It took a while to get going and it cost us a lot of forma, but I am very happy with the result. This is incredibly fun, and I would absolutely recommend you give it a shot. It's expensive, yes, it's a big investment and it requires a full setup to really get going, but damn is it fun. It's just a bit of a shame that the bolts from Pack Seeker are kind of hard to see because there's a lot of them flying around. However, they are difficult to spot even when you're playing. They're even harder to spot on the recording, and I can't even imagine what this is gonna look like once the YouTube compression kicks in. The Valis Undermine update is officially live. Now, new quests, cool. New Warframe, awesome. New weapons, tremendous. A brand new type of bounty, amazing. But, listen to this, 2 arcanes on an arc gun. Even better when we can try it out on a brand new arcan that's actually the signature weapon of the Shroom Boy. Yes indeed, my dudes and dudettes. Today we are checking out the Arbacep, which is simultaneously the weirdest and coolest of all the arc guns. The blueprint for the Arbacep as well as its components come from the new bounties and syndicate, so basically just do the new stuff and eventually you will get the Shroom Shooter whether you like it or not. It sports a relatively low 10% crit chance with a very above average 2.9 times crit multiplier and an extremely high 34.9% status chance per projectile whilst firing 6 projectiles at once. Now each of these projectiles does a different type of elemental combo damage, so one does corrosive, one gas, one blast, and so on. But there's always a but. How else would you sit down? You would just fall off the chair. It consumes 6 ammo per shot, so it's actually quite ammo hungry, and multi-shot does not add additional projectiles. It's instead converted into damage. So let us give it a shot and see if it's any good. Shall we? That looks weird as hell. What does it mean? What do you mean? What is this? I don't understand. Okay. So it fires 6 rockets and each does different damage? That's wild. Also, multi-shot is converted to damage? Show me what you got. I like it with these colors though. That's looking much nicer. Whoa. Wow. Wow, will you look at that? Oh, I love the trail effect on the rockets. That's so cool. The damage seems pretty good as well. I'm telling you right now, this double arcane nonsense is gonna be broken as hell. I think the most busted combo is gonna be Enervate on the secondary, and then if you can run it, Crux on the primary, so you get like free crit, free status, and then a bunch of efficiency on top. I think that's the plan here. So let's get Crux. So Crux and Enervate. Damn. Haven't modded an arc gun in a while, but let's go Primed Rubido Lined Barrel. Dual rounds, I guess. Wow, 60% multi-shot. But that is converted into damage then, yes? Yes. I guess automatic trigger for the fire rate. So if I add elemental damage, is it gonna be added to all of them? It should, right? Let's not forget hallowed bullets for the crit damage. So if we add blast, that's gas, what am I doing? There, it just adds it to all the rockets? Okay, that makes sense. Cool. Bring it on. What the fuck was that? What is this damage? That is ridiculous. What? Dude, this is wild. Just some extra status until we figure out what we want to do. However, I think we're gonna drop Crux because we're not proccing it very often, so what are we gonna replace it with? I really like the idea of going Blast Toxin with Blight, because we get extra crit damage, which is good, and then multi-shot, which is more damage. Right? So that seems like a good idea. So now we get Blast and Toxin on everything. Okay. This is a stupid gun in like the best way possible. Whoever made this, I love you. One thing I did not notice in the simulacrum, and this is a pretty big deal, is that this thing is an absolute ammo guzzler. It consumes 6 rounds per shot. This is why it's important to test things in missions. And we're out. We didn't even make it past the 2-minute mark. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit of a problem. Finally got an ammo drop, Jesus, just in time for an Acolyte as well. Oh, that damage though, the damage is so crazy on this. Oh, that's well good, that is. The ammo sustain is actually not terrible when you're careful. I guess you just can't fire it willy-nilly, which is a shame because it's very much fun to fire it willy-nilly. A part of this is definitely because we are doing a survival though, and in survival it's kind of difficult in the first 5ish minutes because you don't get a lot of heavy units to spawn, so you can't get much heavy ammo. So fire rate, definitely no bueno. I can't think of a good mod to fill in this dash because I want all the status in the world, so I guess we're gonna reformat into a V then. You could use a raw elemental mod, but I would just rather have a V in here. Okay, so we go corrosive and blast so that we strip armor more reliably. This is gonna give us radiation and damage, which is nice because primed rubido lined barrel doesn't actually give you that much damage. We're gonna have to use a different arcane, which is a bit of a shame because Blight fits here really well, but I think we're just gonna switch into Frostbite and hope that Harold can sustain it on his own. Yeah, so Frostbite is no good. I've been watching the buff bar pretty religiously for the last 4ish minutes and I almost never have it. I could remod Harold so that he would proc more cold, but I really don't want to do that because it would break a lot of my other setups, so we're gonna have to figure out something else. You know what, let's give Crux another shot because it is the perfect arcane for this. Ton of status and the ammo efficiency is tremendous, and we might be able to sustain it in a normal mission. Another excellent example of why mission testing is important. In the simulacrum, Crux felt pretty bad, but here it's perfect. Yeah, even with these big guys getting in the way, like they take a lot of shots, I can still comfortably sustain my ammo, which is fantastic. Like, as long as this, like, all we need really is to survive the first 5ish minutes, then the heavy units start spawning in more, and we can sustain pretty easily after that. I am not expecting much from this, but let's give it a shot. Okay, moment of truth. Show me. Ooh, it actually works. Okay, I was worried because usually AoE are guns tend to clip the invincible part of the spider and then do 0 damage to the legs, but this is actually ripping them up pretty nicely. Also, do bear in mind, we are not built for this. You would run a different setup for this with heavier radiation and stuff. So this is actually not half bad. Nice. What about the head? Okay, that's not good. Alright. Feels pretty good in Arcwing as well. I still very much prefer the Flactus, I think. And sometimes the rockets miss their target as they try to home in on it. They just kind of miss it and then fizzle out or something. But yeah, like here, that was a perfect example. If the enemy is too close, you might miss, but overall, not bad. Well then, here's the final setup for the new Arbacep. We have primed rubido-lined barrel for damage, dual rounds for multi-shot, which is also converted into damage, and hollowed bullet for crit damage. After that is just a bunch of elemental shenanigans. We have containment breach for radiation and multi-shot, which is converted into damage, and then hypothermic shell, magma chamber, contamination casing, and charged bullets for corrosive, blast, and a ton of status. Now the arcanes we ended up with I think are gonna be go-to on most Argans, and it's primary cracks with secondary enervate, so you get free crit, free status, and a ton of ammo efficiency. It's just a ridiculously strong combo. Now, to help with the crit fluctuation from enervate, I'm actually running Avenger on my frame, which just helps to cut off the low end where you're basically not critting at all. It's very much not necessary, you can do without it, but it speeds up the ramp up. I'm so glad this Argan ended up being as good as it is, because originally I wanted to do a different Argan, and we're still gonna do it. It's just that I wasn't quite sure whether I should start with the new one because I had no idea if it was gonna be good or not. But I'm glad I ended up going with the Arbacep because it is just damn fantastic. I love it. And yes, I would absolutely recommend you give it a shot. It's really, really fun. My eyes are up here, mate. Yes, this was the Argan that I wanted to try first because I was convinced it was going to be absolutely stupid with cracks and enervate. But then I ended up getting distracted by the shroom shooter, which as it turns out is pretty dumb as well. This is one of the 2 primed Argans that we have so far, with the other one being Corvus, and it supports 2 different fire modes that you can switch between: a chaining beam that does primarily radiation, and a charged explosive shot that does radiation and blast. Now while the charged shot actually has decent crit whilst attaining a reasonable amount of status, if you ask me, the chaining beam is where it's at. So let us give it a shot and see if it's as dumb as I think it is. Shall we? The secondary fire actually has decent crit stats, but I really don't like it, so we're gonna stick to the primary beam, even though the crit on this is pretty bad. 2.9 is not too bad. We're of course going enervate because even though the crit is pretty mediocre, there aren't an awful lot of things you can do with our guns. The mod pool is quite limited. I'm not sure you can headshot with the beam. I hope you can at least on the first enemy before it chains, because again, like cracks enervate is just a stupid combination of arcanes. All the Argan builds are gonna look pretty much the same because, as I've said already, you don't have many options. Like the main option usually is like, do you run automatic trigger or do you run critical focus? That's pretty much it. Everything else is kind of the same build. Corrosive, blast 2. Let us not forget about hollowed bullets. Right, multi-shot, bloody hell. Right, dual rounds, there we go. So, yeah, let's go try it out and see what it do. Oh, Jesus Christ. I knew this was gonna be good, but what the fuck is this? Yo, that looks so good. Wowee. What the hell is this gonna do with Harold? Okay, here we go. What the
Clem.
dude? I thought the shroom shooter was damn good, lord. I think the fire rate is very unnecessary here, so let's switch to crit focus for better ammo economy. Wow, just wow. That's insane. What the hell? This has the correct amount of gravitas for an item with a 5-minute cooldown. I think this is a much better representation of our guns in atmosphere, because I mean they're these massive lol cannons. Of course they should be doing meme levels of damage. Ammo is not a problem at all, and as many of you pointed out, even if it was, you can't just run dispensary. Dispensary does dispense omni ammo, which works for our guns. I did know about that, by the way. I mean, I made a video about it with Ivan, the heavy weapon fighter, right? But I feel like making a weapon work with a subsume is, yeah, that's a bit dodgy. I don't want to do that if I don't have to. Oh, that's so satisfying. Single target, yeah, questionable, but that's not too surprising. It is basically just like a wild blast setup. Ho ho ho, you fools, you think your little automobile can stop my larkspur? I think not. Yes, kaboom. I love this. Uh-oh, that's not good. Yep, that's it, just broke the damn game. Oh my god. Wait, hold on a second. Here we go. Oh, it's kind of nice to see what I'm shooting at again. This is all I ever wanted from an AR gun. Like, seriously, this is it. I love this so very much. I don't know what it is, because, like, this is a space ninja game, right? You are fast, you're nimble. You can jump about and almost fly, or even fly in some cases. But there is something so special about just menacingly walking down a hallway, holding down the trigger, just going brrr. I can absolutely see how this is not gonna be everyone's cup of tea, but it is most definitely my cup of tea. What? It's not cup of tea, this is my bath of tea. I would take a bath in this tea. Am I just gonna straight up kill a necromech with this? I guess I am. That cost a lot of ammo. Ooh la la, that's not good. I'm not even joking, this might be my new favorite build. Because like, it's so extremely me. It is so very me to go into a game about very skillful nimble space ninjas and breaking it with a build that can be played on a Guitar Hero controller. Like, I don't care how skillful or nuanced your game requires me to be, I will break it with a build that can be played on a racing wheel. So here's the final setup for the Larkspur Prime, and it is the setup you're gonna run on most AR guns. You're not gonna be switching out too many mods because, well, you don't have that many options. We have very few AR gun mods, unfortunately. We have Charge Bullet and Contamination Casing for corrosive damage and status, Hallowed Bullets for crit damage, Dual Rounds for multi-shot, Critical Focus for crit chance and crit damage while aiming down sights, then Magma Chamber and Hypothermic Shell for blast and status, and we top it off with Primed Rubido Lined Barrel for raw damage. Now for the arcanes, we went Cracks and Innervate, which is an absolutely ridiculous combination because you get 300% status, 60% ammo efficiency, and free orange crits, basically. It's nuts. Though I was using Avenger on my frame, this is very much not necessary, it just cuts down on the low end of your crit, so it speeds up the ramp up quite considerably. You really, honestly don't need it, especially on the Larkspur, which hits incredibly fast, but it's nice to have, so if you have it, you can use it. This is basically Amprex, but it's consumed all the steroids available in the known universe. The amount of joy this setup has brought me is immense. It's one of the most herder, just straight up dumb setups that I own, and I could not love it more. There's no skill, no nimbleness, you just tape down the aim down sights and fire buttons and go. So while, as I've mentioned in the video already, this might not be everyone's cup of tea, I would highly recommend you give this a shot, because it is just dumb, and it's nice to have some good dumb fun every now and then. I love this era of Warframe because it's full of dumb fun. There is so much fun to be had in the game right now, it's amazing. So yeah, definitely give this a shot. If you don't have the Primed Larkspur, it should be pretty nutty on the standard Larkspur as well, but the Prime is of course going to be better.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum. And I'm all out of gum.
I'm not terribly surprised that this was the airgun of choice for you, because it was also the airgun of choice for me. The Grappler has always been a major source of enjoyment for me, so I cannot wait to put on some arcanes and give it a proper shot. We're gonna be using the Kuva variant of the Grappler, which you can only get from a lich, so we are gonna have to go stab one, and I actually have a very nice one with a valence bonus of 57% bonus heat. Now, just in case you're not familiar with the Grappler, it's a quad-barrel grenade launcher that does primarily blast with the explosion and a little bit of puncture with a direct hit. Yes, it fires the grenades so hard they will puncture into you and then explode inside. Not really, that's just my headcanon, but it makes it seem much cooler. And other than that, it sports a very solid 27% crit and status chance with a slightly above average 2.1 times crit multiplier. This is actually one of my nicest adversary weapons. It has almost max heat. This is gonna be fun. I've mentioned this in the previous video, but most of these airgun builds are gonna be pretty boring because they're all gonna run very similar stuff because there isn't much you can do with the mods. Like, you could run Cascadia Flare for a lot of damage, or maybe like, I don't know. Empowered might be interesting on some of them, but Enervate's just too damn good. There's definitely more you can do with the primaries, because you could run like Frostbite or Blight on some of them, or maybe even Merciless if you want the reload speed, but for the most part I think Crack's Enervate is gonna be the go-to on 90% of the airguns. Let's get some basic mods in here. I need to get primed dual rounds. I have a sneaking suspicion that Barrow might bring it, because he's due in a few hours. Where is it? Hallowed Bullets there. Crit Focus in my eyes is a top tier mod because like the stats it gives you are decent, but I absolutely love walking down hallways slowly and menacingly whilst aiming down sights. Not a big surprise here, we're gonna go Corrosive and Blast. I don't know if we're gonna double down on Blast, because we already have Blast. We get a decent amount of status this way. I don't know. Yeah, the ratio isn't great, so we'll probably double down on Blast. I don't want to do it because I would love to have Corrosive Blast and Heat. Not as crazy as the Larkspur. It feels weird with the new recoil changes. I kinda miss the screen check. I think it adds a lot to a gun like this. Let's see if this helps. It should, because we should mostly proc Blast instead of mostly Corrosive, which is what you want with a gun like this. Damage is definitely better. This is actually doing some solid damage. Like, we're testing against level 195. That's pretty high. Feels pretty anemic though. Harold should help a lot here. Okay, now that is more like it. I'm sorry, I just can't. This doesn't feel right at all. Where is the screen shake option? I need my screen shake. I can't fire the Grappler without screen shake. That's illegal. Much better. Okay, this is better. This is actually feeling like something, but I think the numbers are too small. Look at them petite little numbers. That won't do at all. Let's not go too crazy, but I want to feel something, goddammit. Oh, feelings have been achieved. This is what I want. This is what I desire. It's what I require. Yes. Instant fun. It's a bit weird because nothing has changed. It's just the screen is shaking and the numbers are bigger, but it makes me happier. Like, oh, that right there, that made me very, very happy. If you ever played WoW in vanilla, you know what I'm talking about. Like the way the crits would fly out, especially on like Wind Fury crits. It was the best shit ever. They've at some point changed it and it completely ruined the feel of it. We might need dispensary on this one because it's just humanly impossible to not hold down the fire button at all times. I love this era of Warframe, man. It is so dumb in like the most fun way possible. Wait. This isn't the barbershop? Now that we don't need to worry about ammo, this is how the Grappler was meant to be used. Oh my god, it's so violent. I love it. This is absolute peak Warframe for me. Like, this is serious. It's some early 90s Arnold Schwarzenegger type stuff. I guess Harold could be my Danny DeVito. Oh, well, I guess it's good. I'm too angry to die. I could do this all day. Like, just put on some BFG Division, maybe some Sabaton, or The Call. The Call from 1999. Yeah. If you're gonna use this, please, for the love of God, turn on screen shake. And make your numbers at least reasonably big. It's so much more fun this way. How stupid are you, Melise? Like, I'm over here removing entire cardinal directions at a time, and you decide to jump me. Sit. Sit down, you absolute fool. Well then, here's the final build for the Kuva Grattler, and it's basically the same build you're gonna run on all the R guns, for the most part. We have charge bullets and contamination casing for corrosive and status, dual rounds for multi-shot, hallowed bullets for crit damage, primed rubido-lined barrel for base damage, magma chamber and hypothermic shell for blast and status, and then we went with automatic trigger for fire rate. As far as arcanes go, we went for the standard busted combination of cracks and enervate, so we get free status, bunch of ammo efficiency, and free orange crits. I did use Arcane Avenger to help with the low end of crit with enervate, however, Kuva Grattler actually has decent crit chance, so it's very much not necessary. What is necessary, especially if you go the fire rate route, is dispensary. You need dispensary, otherwise you're gonna run out of ammo within the first 2 minutes. Now, a solid priming pet is going to help you with the biggest beefiest dudes. He won't help with the smaller guys because you're gonna be AoEing everything down like an absolute madman, so your pet won't really have time to prime them. But it can definitely help if a bigger guy shows up, especially if your pet is priming Vital and Heat. This was extremely satisfying in the end. I think so far, out of the 3 R guns that we've tried, this was the most fun. But it does require dispensary, especially if you go the crazy fire rate route, which I would highly recommend. But you absolutely have to turn on the old screen shake and make your damage numbers at least somewhat big, because the visual aspect of this adds a tremendous amount of feel to the weapon. But yeah, I would absolutely recommend you give this a shot. It is incredibly fun. Some of the most fun I've had in Warframe in the last few years. I'm afraid I must extend a warning to you, my dearest people of the internet, for the screen shake in this video is quite something. It didn't seem too bad when I was playing it, but watching it afterwards, yeah, ooh la la. I think for most people, the Mausolon is going to be their first taste of our guns in Atmosphere, because you get it as soon as you build a Necramech and it comes pre-installed with a Gravimag, which is what you need to use our guns in Atmosphere. It's a good thing then, the Mausolon is absolutely cracked, so your first tasting is going to be most sweet indeed. The Mausolon does primarily heat damage with a decent chunk of puncture and a little bit of impact on the side, and it sports a 30% crit chance, a 2.2 times crit multiplier, and a 26% status chance. It's also fully automatic with very good fire rate. Now, the Mausolon also has a secondary fire, which is charged with a primary fire, and this fires a massive explosive laser beam. This has 50% crit and status chance with a 3.5 times crit multiplier, and it does 1500 damage on a direct hit and a 4500 damage with an 8-meter explosion. So let's slap some arcanes on this pupper and see what it do, shall we? We may rejoice, my dudes and dudettes, because I'm pretty sure we're not gonna be using Enervate on this one. Methinks the arcane of choice here is going to be Flare, which provides a ridiculous amount of damage. It's 480%, which even on a secondary is high, but primed rubido-lined barrel is 187%. This is almost 300% more damage than primed rubido-lined barrel from Flare. I think the primary is still gonna be Crux, because we don't need the base damage, and we can't trigger things like Frostbite or Blight. So yeah, I think Crux is the way to go. Finally bought primed dual rounds. Oh, I have a legendary core. Sure, let's use that instead. So it's 110 compared to 6, so that's 50% more multi-shot. Yeah, that is pretty significant. We need to go full critic on this one, so we need to get Parallax Scope. There it is. That brings us to 60% crit chance, and then we get Critical Focus, which is going to give us a little bit more. Top it all off with Hallowed Bullet. We are going to go Corrosive and Heat, but we're going to use Elemental Mods instead of dual stats. Let's also get Combustion Round, so we stack Flare nice and fast. This is going to give us a ton of damage, and we're basically going to get all the status we need from Crux. And then for the last mod, we're probably going to run Automatic Trigger. That's gonna be wild. That's a lot of screen shake. And a lot of damage. Whoa, yeah, the Mausolon is an absolute beast. Look at it go, Jesus Christ. And we're still missing a mod, mind you. Yep, that is pretty wild indeed. Sheesh. Yeah, automatic trigger is gonna be nuts on this. A 1v coming right up. Can't fit it in just yet, so let's run unranked trigger for now. We could run Bigus Nichus for even more fire rate. Oh, that's just gross. Like, it's a different kind of crazy compared to something like the Larkspur or the Grattler, but it's still gross. Actually, let's try the secondary fire. Oh,
Climb!
me. Strangely enough, I'm not actually proccing cracks all that well. You would think that it would proc it a lot, but I seem to not be hitting headshots at all. Like, we're still at 4 stacks. Still 4 stacks. It actually fell off now. What? Oh, man, the secondary hits are wild. So yeah, it's not proccing cracks as much as I would like it to. The magazine does last forever when you have it procced, though. Jesus, that sentient just melted. Where's the other one? Aha. Oosh. Oh. Sit down. Careful now, don't want to whiff. Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected there. Alrighty then, time to get even more fire rate because we obviously need more DPS on this. 13.33. Repeating, of course. Okay. Oh my god. That's shaky. That is shaky. Yeah, you're gonna need dispensary for this. Yeah, this is pretty wild. The thing is though, the Mozone was already really good even before the Arcanes. There's a reason why this is an absolute fan favorite. This thing ripped through Steel Path even before Arcanes. Whoa, stay still please, that is a nice stack that is. What, was that 37 million? Did I see that right? How dare you dodge my beam, you big bitch. This is the perfect tile. I love this corridor cave thing. Look at them, they line up so well. Oh my god, this feels so good. You know what, I think they've succeeded plentifully with bringing the arc guns up to par with everything else. Imagine, yeah, you're a new player, you finally build an Necromech, and you're like, what's this Mausolon thing? So you decide to equip it, and it does this. Some people actually suggested double deadhead on the Mausolon, and I initially wanted to try it, but I don't anymore because of how difficult it sometimes is to sustain cracks, especially versus certain factions, which leads me to believe that I'm not headshotting anywhere near enough to make double deadhead worthwhile. I'm gonna try the spoiler, so let's quickly duplicate another setup. We want to go radiation and cold, everything else pretty much stays the same. I guess deadhead with frostbite? I don't know. That's probably the easiest one to stack on the corpus. That is incredibly fast, wowee! Okay, my positioning is garbage, otherwise this would have been done in a split second. Look at it go. What about the secondary fire? Okay, just a straight up one shot, damn. Well, finally ran, let's go. Damn dude, that's so fast. Like, if you're good at this, you can phase this so fast. Wowee. Bloody hell, did I finish the leg? Yes, I did. And boop, goodbye. Yeah, that is wildly good. Love it. Alrighty then, so here's our final Mausolon build. We have prime dual rounds for multi-shot, then a combination of critical focus, parallax scope and hallowed bullets for maximum critage, though bear in mind you will have to aim down sights to activate critical focus. We also run automatic trigger for a ton of fire rate, and we top it off with combustion rounds, venomous clip and electrified barrel for corrosive and heat. Now for the arcanes, we still stuck to primary cracks because the ammo efficiency and status are just too good. However, for the secondary we're going Cascadia Flare for a ton of base damage. If you want to juice this up even more, Arcane Avenger can add 45% extra flat crit chance, which helps a lot. And especially if you're going with automatic trigger for the extra fire rate, I would highly recommend Dispensary. Otherwise, you're going to be out of ammo very fast. And finally, a solid priming pad is always a good idea. It's not as crazy as on other weapon types because we don't have condition overload for our guns, but still priming stuff like magnetic for the shield and overguard damage, as well as vital for the health damage is great. This honestly wasn't that big of a surprise because the Mausolon was already really good. This is a fan favorite art gun for a reason. It feels amazing, though if you're running automatic trigger, the screen check can be a bit excessive at times. It does incredible damage, and it actually has a lot of ammo, so even if you're not running dispensary, you have plenty of time to actually pick up some heavy ammo off the ground so you can keep using it. So would I recommend you give the muzzle-on a shot? Well, absolutely, of course. Do not rob yourself of the joy that is a fully modded muzzle-on. It is amazing. And it's basically free, right? You're gonna get it when you build a necromech, which you're gonna do as you're naturally playing through the game. So yeah, if somehow you've slept on the muzzle-on, please wake up. This is a Flammenwerfer. What does it do? Well, it wears flammen, of course. What else would it do, you silly goose? Cortege, a gigantic Entrati flamethrower that does pure heat damage with a 20% crit chance, a 1.9 times crit multiplier, and a massive 40% status chance. It also has a secondary fire, which is charged with a primary that fires 3 explosive grenades that each do 1000 blast damage with a 30% crit chance, a 2.4 times crit multiplier, and a 16.7% status chance per projectile. You get all the blueprints for the Cortege from Lloyd in the Necralisk, with the main blueprint actually being a rank up reward, though you will notice that to build the parts you will need damage necromech weapon parts, which come from Isolation Vault bounties. This was unsurprisingly a very popular request amongst you guys, and I'm very excited to see what it can do now. So let's give it a shot, shall we? Right, I forgot about the grenades. My goodness, I've invested into this a lot. 3 format, that's a lot for an arc gun. We could go flare, makes a lot of sense, very thematic, but I'm pretty sure Enervate Crux is going to be the best, because we're gonna make it Werf Blast instead of Flammen. I think we all know how this song goes, primed barrel, primed rounds. I'm not sure about automatic trigger. Hallowed bullets for the crit damage. I know it might be getting a bit old, but we're gonna go Corrosive and Blast. It just suits the weapon really well. Plus, I don't run armor strip in my setup, so I need to strip the armor somehow, and Corrosive is just a really easy way to do it. Yeah, we're gonna run Magma Chamber as well. It will give us more status, and it will tilt the damage distribution towards Blast, which is good. Oh yeah, we don't need automatic trigger for this. What about the secondary? Ooh, damn. Okay. Oh, the delay. I forgot that there is this annoying delay when you fire out the secondary. Oh, I like the idea of this actually. Get the magnetic. A nice chunk of fire rate on top. Yes. Yes. It's kind of like a... okay. It's kind of like a different mech special. We get the corrosive for armor, magnetic for shields and overguard, and then blast to mow everything down. I like it. We do get magnetic from Harold as well, but it's nice to have control over it. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Yeah. Sure. Wowee. Yeah, this is why I use Corrosive and Blast. Because it does that. This is so unbelievably smooth. I love the way this feels. Yeah, this is one of the things that I love about our guns. They just have the right kind of feel to them. Someone actually got mad at me in the comments for using corrosive too much, but that's true, first of all. But it's mainly because I like to use Blast. Blast is just very good with fast-firing weapons. And when you run Blast, you can either go Toxin and Electricity, both of which are fantastic, or Corrosive. The problem with Toxin and Electricity, though, is that you then have to figure out a way to strip the enemy armor, otherwise your damage is going to be greatly diminished. Corrosive is just a really easy way to do that. Ho ho ho, Malice, you don't want to near this. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, what a lovely light show. Look at that. Do you know what I really want in Atmosphere? Arc melees. I would love to run around and just punch things with the knucks. Why are you all the way back here, you big bib? Oh, wrong dude. Hello. Man, the grenades are awesome. Do you know what worries me just a little bit about this update? That they now have to take into account not just the arc guns, but also how primary and secondary arcanes are going to interact with each other when they make a new one. I hope that doesn't result in some pretty boring arcanes in the future. Seriously, why would you ever use Ignis Wraith again? When you can just use this, which is 4 Ignis Wraiths duct taped together with a grenade launcher. Oh, man, that gets you going. That just gets you going. Yeah, so almost made it to the end of the mission without needing to use dispensary. Almost. Even that's quite impressive. You know what's kind of wild though? Look at this. Yeah, we are proccing so much blast so fast, it's actually doing good single target, which is quite rare. You don't see that very often. Alrighty then, so here's the final setup for the Cortege. It's pretty basic, you know, there isn't that much you can do with our guns, so we have primed torpedo line barrel for base damage, primed dual rounds for multi-shot, and then hallowed bullets for crit damage. After that, it's just a bunch of elemental damage. We have magnetized cycle for magnetic damage and fire rate, magma chamber and hypothermic shell for blast, as well as contamination casing and charged bullets for corrosive. The arcanes are cracks and enervate, which is just a busted combo that works really well on most our guns, but it's particularly good here because we take full advantage of everything. The ammo efficiency is needed, otherwise you're gonna run out. The status chance is ridiculous because it makes your blast actually do good single target, and enervate is just free crit. Now I was using Avenger on my frame, which cuts off the low end of crit with enervate, so the ramp up isn't as bad, though the Cortege has a decent base crit chance, so it's not entirely necessary. And I would also highly recommend you run Dispensary on your frame, because the Cortege will chew up ammo pretty fast, especially if you add fire rate to it. The pet you choose doesn't really matter for this because we procure on corrosive and magnetic, so we deal with armor, shields and overguard on our own, though I would recommend a pet that primes at least vital and puncture, so you get the extra health damage and the extra crit chance. I'm loving the air guns right now. Not a single one that we've tried so far has disappointed me in any way, shape or form. What a banger of an update like, though I do agree that we need more air gun mods. The selection that we currently have is rather limited. I would actually like to see some wackier mods for the air guns because they quite clearly have more than enough power to deal with whatever the game throws at them. So sacrificing one serious mod for a wackier mod that does something fun, I think would be very cool. But anyway, would I recommend the Cortege? Yes, I would absolutely recommend you give the Cortege a shot. It's so far the smoothest air gun of them all. Like the Larkspur feels pretty smooth, the Cortege is smoother. And the damage is just tremendous. It's one of the very few weapons where blast can actually do decent single target because you have high fire rate, very high status chance, and the base damage isn't too shabby either. It of course excels at fighting groups of enemies because then your blast procs can overlap and as the enemies start dying they blow up doing even more damage. But even if you run into a beefier enemy, you can still take them down very easily, and if the primary fire is not enough, you can just hit them with the secondary fire. That thing hits like a freaking truck. It's just a very well-rounded weapon, especially with this corrosive magnetic blast setup, because you can deal with armor, you can deal with shields, you can deal with overshields, and everything else just gets decimated by the blast damage. Though that doesn't mean you shouldn't try other elemental combos as well. For the Infested, for example, you could go Blast and Electricity for even more AoE overlap damage, and I'm pretty sure you're absolutely going to decimate the Corpus with Blast and Toxin. The reason I like this setup is because, while it's not necessarily the best against every faction, it covers all of them pretty well, and I don't have to faff around with my elemental mods. Do you know what I've noticed as of late? A disturbing lack of love for the dual Disurion. Let's fix that. I'm gonna be using the Prisma Dual Disurion, which you can get from Barakatir, but just in case you don't have it, you can get the blueprint for the normal Disurion from the market and the parts from syndicates. The Prisma Dual Disurion does primarily impact damage, but it still has a lot of puncture and slash. It has a 30% crit chance with a 2.2 times crit multiplier, a 24% status chance, and pretty high fire rate. I love everything about the Disurion, the way it looks, the way your Warframe handles it, and the sound. The sound, just gorgeous. So let us finally give it a shot and see how it handles with these new arcanes, shall we? I actually have a build idea for this one. It's kind of a neat little trick that you can use yourself as well. What we're gonna do is run Flare for the secondary, which gives us a ridiculous amount of base damage, and we're gonna use Frostbite as our primary. Now, this doesn't make sense when you look at it because heat and cold can't exist on the same weapon at the same time. However, Flare doesn't care where the heat comes from, so we can actually use our pet to stack Flare for us and then stack Frostbite ourselves. This way we can run Corrosive and Cold. This way we get a fantastic set of elements for a fast-firing crit weapon, and then we get a ton of crit damage and multi-shot from Frostbite with all the base damage we will ever need from Flare. You can do it the other way as well, because Frostbite also doesn't give a damn where the cold perks come from, but Harrowed is modded for heat, so I'm doing this. Righty-ho, primed dual rounds for the multi-shot. I like critical focus, so I'm gonna run it for even more crit chance and damage, though you don't have to if you don't want to. And then we need Hollowed Bullet for the crit damage and Parallax Scope for crit chance. We do have some options here, though I think we'll end up going with Magnetized Cycle. The magnetic is just really nice for shields and overguards, and you can never have enough fire rate. You could also run like Containment Breach or something like that. Yeah, let's do Magnetized Cycle. I want the magnetic in there, and the fire rate might cause some issues because the Desurion is already pretty ammo hungry. But I have Dispensary, so I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. If you're worried about Harold not stacking enough flare, by the way, don't be. Like, as soon as he throws out an ability... maxed out. Ooh. Ooh, now that is saucy. Wowee. Man, these things look so cool. Let's try something else. Go get him, boy. There we go. Yep, super duper fast. Damn the damage though. Ooh. That's big. It is chewing up ammo super duper fast though. Yeah, you're gonna need Dispensary or Lavos if you want to run this. Yep, ramp up is still fine. I specifically wanted to do an Exterminate to see what the ramp up was gonna be like. It's not maxed yet, but it's high enough. We're gonna need one of those. So yeah, don't leave your Orbiter without a Dispensary or some other way to sustain heavy ammo. You're gonna need it. Wait, what do you mean? Done. What? This is Oxomoko in Steel Path. How is it 79 kills? Well, that was absolutely tremendous. I forgot how shallow the spawns are outside of Steel Path. I thought I would do an arbitration just for fun. But like where are the dudes? There are no dudes here. Yo, my dude. That looks sick as hell. Ho ho ho. I know the AoE guns are really cool and they clear really well, but this just has a special kind of feel to it. It just feels so good. Ammo consumption is ridiculous though. There's a reason why this is one of my favorite AR guns. I am loving this right now. I was worried at the start that it was gonna feel slow because we started off with some really crazy AoE AR guns that clear ridiculously fast. But it mows them down so fast you don't actually feel the lack of AoE at all. Righty, Acolyte time. Where are you? There you go. Oh, that was gross. Disgusting. Wow. I know this update fiddled around with attenuation, but still. Damn. I'm gonna let you experience the fullness of this setup. I'm gonna shut up for a little bit and let you listen, yeah? I mean, come on now. Like, people always praise the Mausolon for sounding really good, but I think the Dual Desurion sounds even better. I don't know how I would describe it, it just has like the right amount of pew. So, here's the final setup for the Prisma Dual Desurion, though it will work for the standard Dual Desurion as well. We have prime dual rounds for multi-shot, then a combination of critical focus, hallowed bullets and parallax scope for crit chance and damage, though this will require you to aim down sights to activate critical focus, so if you don't want to do that, run something else instead. Then we have Magnetized Cycle for magnetic damage and fire rate, and we top it off with Hypothermic Shell, Contamination Casing, and Charged Bullets for corrosive damage, cold damage, and a bunch of status chance. Now the arcanes are a bit weird. We're running Primary Frostbite, which gives us crit damage and multi-shot when we proc cold. That makes sense, but we're also running Cascadia Flare even though we have no heat damage. The thing is though, Cascadia Flare doesn't give a damn where those heat procs come from, so I'm actually using my pet, Good Boy Harold, to stack it for me. This can be a bit sketchy if you don't have the goodest of boys. Luckily for me though, Harold is the goodest of boys, so he can insta-stack Flare with any of his abilities. And in addition to that, he also stacks a bit of cold with Coolant Leak on top of Puncture, Impact, Radiation, Magnetic, and Viro from his Butt Totem. If you're curious about his build, by the way, there are 2 videos that cover Good Boy Harold on my channel, so simply search Harold and you'll find it. And let us also not forget about our frame. I am running Arcane Avenger on my Inaros, which helps a tremendous amount to round out the crit chance. 45% flat crit is huge if you're not using Enervate. And I'm also using Dispensary to sustain my heavy ammo, because without it I'd be out of ammo in like 2 minutes. I do very much hope this video convinces you to give the Dual Desurion a shot. It is one of my favorite AR guns for a reason. It sounds amazing, it looks awesome, the way your Warframe carries it around is incredible. unavoidable, and the damage is downright disgusting with the right build. I don't usually make videos with the intent of essentially advertising a gun. I just try it out, give it a proper shot, and show you the results with my thoughts and a conclusion at the end. But I had to make an exception for this one because the Dual Disorion is my baby and people don't love it anywhere near as much as it deserves. It might not be as flashy as the Larkspur or the new Shroom Shooter or even the Kuva Grappler, but it will do a truck ton of damage and look cool as hell while dealing it. I have been somewhat hesitant to give the Fluctus a shot because despite the fact that I absolutely love it, look at it, it's huge, ridiculous, fun as hell, I don't think it's going to scale as well with the Arcanes as the other Arguns, and I don't want my baby to disappoint me. The Fluctus is a massive energy arbalest, I guess, that does primarily slash damage with some impact and puncture on the side, and it sports a 22% crit chance, a 2x crit multiplier, and a 16% status chance. The special cool thing about the Fluctus is that it A, fires absolutely massive projectiles, and B, it has infinite punch through in both Arcwing and Atmosphere. Getting it is a bit of a ball ache though. The main blueprint comes from the Tenolab in your dojo, but then you have to get the barrel from Cephalon Suda, stock from Steel Meridian, and limbs from Red Veil. Luckily though, the parts are tradable, so you can just buy them from someone else. But anyway, let's finally give it a shot, slap on some Arcane, and see if it's any good. Shall we? I am not entirely sure what we should do with the Fluctus, but looking at this slash makes me think maybe we actually go slash and Viro here. Actually, double deadhead sounds pretty nice for the slash. Yeah, I'm not really coming up with anything else here, so sure, double deadhead it is. Let's get some multi-shot in there, and we're actually gonna scale crit normally because, well, we don't have Enervate. I don't know if it's gonna be enough, but let's try it and see what it do. I kinda wanna run Zodiac Shred just to bump up the slash so that it's more likely to proc. Viro in there. Oh, damn. Oh, that's low. Hold up. 60? That's not a lot at all. It might need cracks, actually. Just to, like, bring up the status. Might as well get heat in there if you want more status. Look how goddamn big this thing is. Like, what? I'm almost dragging it on the floor. Oh, wowee, that is actually... Oh, yeah, that's way more damage than I expected. We're not proccing a tremendous amount of slash, though. Maybe we should just focus on Viro and Heat instead. Yeah, we can't just double down on it like that. Yeah, that gives us loads. Here's a question, how fast does this thing actually fire? Ooh. Oh, now that is fun. That is very fun. Yeah, I don't think I've played with the Fluctus since the accessibility changes that allow you to like full auto fire semi-automatic weapons. That is like a wicked level of fire rate. What is this gonna do? Okay. Oh. Okay, now that is glorious. That is fantastic. What? Okay, so that's staying. Let us add the boy. I think I was worried for nothing. I was so worried about the Fluctus not being particularly good with the Arcanes, like it wasn't gonna scale as well as the other ones, but I think we're good. I think we're a-okay. Oh, that's just the right level of dumb, innit? We basically just flipped the builds around, so I have the Viro and Harold has the Corrosive this time. Yeah, this is it. Like, what could possibly be more fun than this? Hold up, I'm dumb. We can actually run a fully ranked automatic trigger if we just flip them around. Yo, hold up, that's that's the wrong mod. There we go, dual rounds. Okay, we finally have the right mods on after like 30 minutes. Oh my god, that's gross. That's a build, alright. Oh no. Oh no, I thought that Grappler was bad. Oh god. Remember, right? We are running Deadhead, so this is with reduced recoil. This is why they added the new screen shake option. Like, I'm usually not bothered with it, but like a 30-minute mission with this would probably shake my eyeballs loose. It's a bit of a shame the Fluctus doesn't have a bit of sound to it. It's a bit meh. I'm gonna let you have a listen here. Like, it's decent, but imagine if it sounded more like the Mausolon or the Desurion. I care not for your magical winds of deflection. Oh, there you are. Hold on, let me reload very quickly. And... oh, very nice. Very nice indeed. Oh, no. Oh, that's laggy as balls. I forgot to turn down the settings. Hold on a second. And disable volumetric fog. To be fair, this is the laggiest place in the game, especially with the fog. It's like the one place where I can't run everything maxed out. All this in Sanctum Anatomica, that lags pretty bad too. This is one hell of a setup. It's pretty wild. Like, I can't see most of the time. I just don't care though. Can I even recommend this to people? Like, hey guys, try my build. It's definitely worth the migraine, lol. This really could not have got any better. I was so worried my baby Fluctus was gonna be boring. Like, why did I ever doubt you? Honestly, we probably could have gone with straight up damage mods instead of dual stats, because I don't think the damage over time is doing an awful lot here. Okay, so to start off with, Arcane Avenger or another source of flat crit chance is going to be pretty important here, because the Fluctus doesn't have a ton of base crit to build off of and we're not running Enervate. It's also highly recommended to run Dispensary or some other way of sustaining heavy ammo like Lavos, because you have a lot of fire rate. We do have Crux, which saves us a lot of ammo, but it's still nice to be able to sustain it reliably. Now for the actual build, we have primed dual rounds for multi-shot, automatic trigger for fire rate, and then a combination of critical focus, hallowed bullets, and parallax scope for crit. However, this will require you to aim down sights to activate critical focus, and aiming down sights with this setup is, definitely an experience. I wouldn't be surprised if you try it and just go, no, that's just too much. Even for Warframe, that is just too much. So you could take critical focus out, and if you're gonna do that, you could actually run primed rubido-lined barrel, and then run Enervate instead of Deadhead. Might even be a better setup than this. But anyway, to top it all off, we run some elemental mods. I chose Magma Chamber, Contamination Casing, and Hypothermic Shell for vital heat and a bunch of status, but you could also just run raw elemental mods for more damage at the cost of more capacity and some status, or just run different elemental combinations altogether. You could just go Corrosive and Cold and it will be fine as well. I'm genuinely curious here, what did you think the Fluctus was gonna turn out like? Like, before you watch this video, tell me, I wanna hear it. Because I expected many things, this was not one of them. But I'm very glad it turned out this way. It's super duper fun and it actually does decent damage. It is a little bit rough on the eyes, like you might not want to do an aim down sights build like I did here, or you might want to turn on the new screen check options, but it is very fun, like surprisingly fun. I like this. And yes, I would recommend you give the Fluctus a shot. Because here's the thing, even if you're not going to use it a ton in Atmosphere, it's amazing in Arcwing. I got too carried away with this ridiculous setup and I forgot to record any Arcwing footage for this video, but the Fluctus has always been amazing in Arcwing because of its massive projectile and infinite punch through. It's just really easy to do Arcwing missions with it. Not gonna lie, I was quite surprised when so many of you started requesting the Phaedra. I think it might have to do with what I like to call the Karak effect, where more down-to-earth weapons become cool again because everything else is over-the-top ridiculous. And the Phaedra is basically just a ginormous light machine gun. Now the blueprint for Soma's big sister comes from the market, however, you're also gonna have to get the barrel from Arbiters of Hexes, the receiver from the Pen and Sequence or as a rare drop from Arcwing Exterminate, and a stock from New Loka, so it can be a bit of a ball ache to get. Luckily, the parts are tradable. The Phaedra does primarily puncture damage with a little bit of slash and impact on the side. It sports a 14% crit chance, a standard 2x crit multiplier, and a fairly high 30% status chance. It also has a really high base fire rate, 18.75, but there is a spool up which takes 11 shots, so you need to fire 11 shots before you reach max fire rate. But anyway, let's stop yapping and give it a shot, shall we? One thing that always bothered me about the Phaedra was the crit chance. It kinda sucks. But it does have primarily puncture, which really lends itself into crit nowadays. Cool thing now is that we can just run Enervate and fix the crit chance. It doesn't matter that it has low crit. Do we just go full crit with Frostbite? That might be cool. Let's try that. We're gonna have the mod space, right? So we can do barrel, dual rounds, and I think this time we just go hollowed bullets for the crit damage. We could use Harrow to trigger Frostbite, but I feel like Cold. For this crit heavy of a weapon, I think Corrosive and Cold is the way to go. Wait. We have the space to do like a proper rainbow build. We could get some extra fire rate from Cycle and a bit of multi-shot from Chamber. Oh, that could be cool. Let's try that. Wowee, look at that. Now that's a proper rainbow. Ooh, okay, that's pretty good. Frostbite is not stacking up particularly fast, which is not surprising because we're proccing like all the elements in the world. Damage is very nice though. Yeah, this is like the argon version of the Karak. Love it. Well, technically the AX-52, well, technically you could shut the... It's gonna be really cool because we're gonna have almost like the full ensemble of status effects once we switch Harold to Vital and Heat. So we get Vital and Heat from here, those are the main ones, and then all of this on top of that. That's cool. It's a shame we don't have Condition Overload, and no, Shiver doesn't count. I don't know why, but whenever I try to describe the Phaedra, the one word that keeps popping into my head is just polite. The way it does damage, especially compared to the other Argons, is just polite. It doesn't shake our screen very much. There are no like flashy effects. It's just very polite. I know I don't have to aim down sights, but it feels appropriate. Like you can't run with an LMG. That would be ridiculous. I really seriously dislike making videos about guns like this because they're so cool and so awesome in such an unimpressive way. Like, this is a cool Argon, right? This is a cool guy. It don't need no screen check. It's not some self-conscious gratter. It's just cool. And it gives you the right kind of power feel, which unfortunately really doesn't come across in a video. Surprisingly enough, I still have a decent amount of ammo. I don't think I have enough to finish the mission, but I expected ammo to be much bigger problem. Okay, I want to try a build with a little bit more splash, so let's override this onto config B. We're gonna get Crux. We're gonna drop, I guess, Containment Breach and run Blast instead. Ooh, that's pretty good. Yeah, if you want more clear, this is the way to go. This is dope as hell. The reason, by the way, why I prefer Blast to Gas on like 99% of weapons when it comes to AoE is that, oh, damn, that's a lot of damage. Blast has essentially 3 different trigger conditions. Each proc has its own 1.5 second fuse, so it will just blow up on its own. But if you get it to 10 stacks, it will blow up all of them at once. And the same thing will happen if the enemy dies. Gas does have its place, and I sometimes use it on slow fighting or slow hitting weapons, but the problem with it is that if you can get it to 10 stacks, nothing happens, right? It just caps out and that's it. You're not getting anything more from it. Yo, that's pretty good. Yeah, blast setups are decent for Acolytes because, let's go this douchebag as well, because the blast can only stack up to 4 and then it blows up. So again, you know, this is another example why blast is generally better than gas in a lot of scenarios. I do realize that I sound like a sleazy blast salesman. Psst, hey kid, wanna buy some kaboom? So if you wanna focus more on clear and AoE, this is pretty good, you can do that. But for a moment, let's go back to this. It's time to tickle the spider. Super cool thing about this setup is that we have like all the damage types in the world, so I can just sit here and hammer the spider down. Like, oh, puncture, yeah, have a bit of that too. Magnetic? Sure, got that as well. It's not super duper fast because it's not built for it, right? If you want to build for the spider, you go heavy radiation and cold, which is what the spider is weak to. So it's kind of slow on the legs. But honestly, I'm not a sweat lord, so I will take a chill setup over a fast setup most of the time. Huh. Interesting. Can you not shoot these with an arc gun? Hello? Yeah, this is my kind of setup because you actually like fight the boss, so you can enjoy the boss fight. I do realize that if you do like 50 spiders in a row, you want to get it done as fast as possible. But for me, I fight the spider every now and then. I don't mind it taking a little bit longer. I swear these things used to pop out of its head. Why does it poop them out now? So, as always, we're running Arcane Avenger to cut off the low end of crit, which just feels nice with Enervate, and we're using Dispensary to sustain our ammo. I know I mention this every time, but I don't want you guys to try one of these builds out because you think it's cool and then be like, wait, this isn't the same thing, whether it's, this doesn't crit as much or I'm running out of ammo all the time. That would suck. Now, for the main setup, we have this right here. It's a rainbow setup that uses Frostbite and Enervate. For mods, we have Ruby Dowline Barrel for damage, dual rounds for multi-shot, hallowed bullets for crit damage, and then just a bunch of elements. We utilize Contamination Breach for the multi-shot and radiation, Magnetized Cycle for the fire rate and magnetic, as well as Hypothermic Shell, Contamination Casing, and Charged Bullets for corrosive, cold, and a bunch of status. But we also have this slightly modified secondary setup for when your life needs a little bit more kaboom in it. It runs primary Crux instead of Frostbite, so you get less crit damage and multi-shot in favor of status and ammo efficiency, and we drop the radiation from Containment Breach in favor of Magma Chamber for blast damage. Sadly, I don't think the Phaedra is ever gonna get as much love as it deserves. This is an absolutely fantastic Argan, but it is not flashy in any way, way, shape or form. It is, as I've said already, the Karak of the ARC guns. It's not over the top ridiculous, it's just a solid LMG that does good damage without cluttering your screen with crazy visual effects. I think the biggest, let's just call it a flaw of the Phaedra is that it's too similar to the Imperators whilst having significantly lower crit. And while that's not really a problem anymore because you can simply put on Enervate, I still don't think it's that exciting of an option when you look at the competition, especially if you don't necessarily know what they do, because you can either pick up the Phaedra, which is like a different flavor of the Imperator, or a giant chain lightning gun, or a quad barrel grenade launcher, or the bigness. You know what I mean? If you look at them side by side, the Phaedra doesn't really stand out. But I would still recommend you give the Phaedra a shot. It's a really nice LMG that feels great to use. You know, there's a reason why this is one of the very few weapons that we have in the game that I never made a video about, because I tried it when it first came out and I kinda didn't like it. But everyone and their mum keeps requesting it, so I thought I would give it another shot. The Mandanel, Corvex's signature ARC gun. It does primarily radiation damage with a little bit of impact slash and puncture on the side. It sports a 25% crit chance, a 2x crit multiplier, and a 15% status chance per projectile, because yes, this is a shotgun. It uses a charge-based firing mechanism, which is actually very similar to the Dracoon, so uncharged shots will spread out a lot, and fully charged shots are very accurate. Additionally, when you fire a fully charged shot, it will leave behind a radiation field, and if you fire through it, your shots will get a bunch of extra damage, status, crit chance, and crit damage. They will bounce, they will get extra punch through, and increase projectile speed. Now, getting the Mandanel is relatively straightforward. You get the blueprint by doing bounties in Sanctum Anatomica, and the stock receiver and barrel come from the surrounding missions, those being Entrati Survival, Entrati Mirror Defense, and Entrati Alchemy. So let's finally give the Mandanel a shot and see if it's any good, shall we? I think the mistake I made last time is that I focused too much on this unique trait, because it buffs your shots a lot. It's a lot of damage and a lot of stats, but it feels annoying as hell to use because fully charged shots stagger you, and I hate that. So, fully charged shot, here's that annoying stagger, and then you have this radiation field, and if you fire through that, you get all the buffs. Seems pretty straightforward, but I don't know, it just feels weird. Takes a long time to fire as well. It's kind of hard to see too. Maybe I just need automatic trigger. Let's try that. Get rule round, barrel. Oh, it's a shotgun, right? So we can run Vendetta. That's pretty fun. I like that. This might actually be one of the very few instances where Shiver is good, because it's the same multiplier as Gundition Overload, which tends to be multiplicative on projectile weapons, like the Mandanel, and we don't have access to Gundition Overload on our gun, so we can actually get multiplicative damage out of this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let's do Shiver. We don't need to run cold necessarily, I just want to do it. And with that, we can either go corrosive, or we could go gas, actually. Gas and cold. That sounds pretty good, actually. Yeah, let's do that. It still takes way too long to charge. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, this feels way better. Also, look at the light show. Gorgeous. We're proccing way too much gas, which is the problem with gas. You can actually proc too much of it. Before we switch things around, let's add Harold with corrosive and cold, which is really nice because the corrosive is going to strip the enemy armor, and the cold is going to make sure that Shiver is actually working. Okay, that is feeling better for sure. We're definitely getting more out of Shiver. I still think we're proccing too much gas, even with the enemies being squishier thanks to all the armor stripping. I think I'm just gonna get rid of automatic trigger. I really don't like this trait. I don't like playing with it, so goodbye. Now we can actually run crit, so parallax scope and hallowed bullets. Also, don't forget, we are running Arcade Avenger on our frame here, so that's gonna round out our crit very nicely. Okay, now we're cooking. I actually like this. That is good. Yeah, this is the way to go, for sure. So far so good. Damage is pretty good. I kind of like the feel of it. Feels pretty nice now that I'm not trying to get a fully charged shot off every now and then. Still not sure about the gas though. I'm gonna have to rewatch this footage because I'm pretty sure I'm dropping Vendetta for a few seconds here and there, and that's not good because the thing with Vendetta is that it is a tremendous shotgun arcane, but it needs to naturally fit into your playstyle. It's because, I've said this many times before, it's very difficult to force yourself to stand closer to the enemies than you naturally want to. You need to be very close to trigger Vendetta, and with this big of a shotgun, I kind of want to keep my distance. Oh damn, you really don't like this? Ooh, that is impressive for a gas setup. Yeah. Funnily enough, heavy units take about as many shots as an acolyte to go down. I rewatched the footage and we really need to switch Vendetta to something else because I kept dropping it all the time. The question is... Frostbite. Oh my god, yes. Frostbite and Shiver, that's a neat combo. Also, really not feeling the gas, so we're gonna go back to... Not back, but we're gonna switch to Corrosive, there. Yeah, I'm much happier with this. I don't have to worry about getting too close to the enemies. I can just shoot things and they go kaboom. Very nice. Now I'm kind of mad that I didn't stick with the Mandanel and gave it a proper shot before. This is actually pretty fun. Is it weird that I want more recoil? I think it would feel better if it's kicked more. Not by like a crazy amount, just a wee little bit. The initial idea behind running gas was that it would add to the weapon's clear speed, but... Like, man, these necromechs are tanky as balls. But with the projectile spread and the damage per projectile being this high, the weapon actually clears really well without any additional area of effect. I like it. I think this is it. I like it. The damage is great. Can't think of anything else I would want to change here. I think this is as good as it gets. Let's finish it off then. We're gonna slap a... I guess we can put it right here. 1V. Honestly, out of all the options here, I think I like Polar Magazine the most, just to give us more damage per shot and more chance to proc cold, because it's gonna be the dominant status effect. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. That is a massive damage increase, yeah. I think doubling down on the cold was the way to go. The damage per shot is so much higher. Plus it gives you the option to swap in something else, so if you have a better mod that you think would fit in there, you can just take out one of the cold mods and put it there. Whoa. Yeah, you can really feel the extra damage from Polar Magazine. Nice. So here's the final build for the Mandanel, and it's a fun one. It's a cold focused setup of all things that runs Frostbite and Shiver. Frostbite gives us a truck ton of multi-shot and crit damage, and Shiver I'm pretty sure provides us with multiplicative damage because it's the condition overload multiplier, which on projectile weapons tends to be multiplicative. For mods we have charge bullets and contamination casing for corrosive damage and status, and we're doubling down on cold damage with hypothermic shell and Polar Magazine. This is also where you can make some changes, so if you have a better mod in mind, you can take out either hypothermic shell or Polar Magazine and put it there. Next on the menu we have Prime Dual Round for multi-shot, as well as Prime Rubido Light Barrow for base damage, and we top it off with Parallax Scope and Hallowed Bullets for crit damage and crit chance. I would also like to point out that I was running Arcane Avenger on my frame the entire time, which gives you a flat 45% crit chance bonus. This is amazing on Argons because their crit mods aren't particularly good, so if you're not running Enervate, getting Avenger or some other source of crit chance is gonna be a massive boon. Additionally, if you're doing longer missions, having a way to sustain your heavy ammo like running Dispensary on your frame is awesome. And finally, I would highly recommend you get a pet that can prime at least cold on the enemies. This helps to ramp up Frostbite, which isn't all that necessary, but most importantly, it helps you take advantage of Shiver. This way you can get close to full, if not full damage on the enemies right away. So turns out the Mandanel is actually quite good. I like it, I just really didn't like the unique fully charged shot mechanic. As soon as I dropped it and I focused purely on the shotgun blast, I started having a lot of fun with it. And I genuinely think you could have some fun with it too, so I'm going to recommend you give the Mandanel a shot. It feels really nice to use, the damage is great, the build is somewhat unique, and it doesn't clutter your screen with bollocks. The Imperator has been in the game for over 10 years now. You get it during the Arcane quest when you claim the Oronata frame from the Foundry, and it's also the reason why many people for the longest time did not build any other arc guns. I'm gonna be using the Vandal version in this video, which fires faster, has a bigger magazine and higher crit, but even the standard Imperator is still really good. I would however recommend upgrading to the Vandal, which is available from the Grineer side of the invasion system. Basically, when the Grineer side of the invasions fills in, it starts a Fomorian event, and during this event you can play a mission where you can get all the parts for the Vandal. This is a Mastery Rank 5 arc gun that does primarily impact damage, but it still has a good amount of puncture and slash. It has very high crit chance of 28% and above average 2.4 times crit multiplier, and a decent status chance for a weapon that fires this fast of 12%. So let's finally give the Imperator a shot and see how it handles the new arcanes, shall we? The benefit of the Imperator is that it kind of doesn't have any bad stats, it just has a little bit of everything. Even the status is decent enough. I am torn between Frostbite and Crux. I'm kind of leaning more towards Frostbite just for the raw damage, but Crux could be really good too. I kind of like the sound of Merciless here for the reload, but you could do like Flare, you could do Deadhead. Okay, dual rounds. I don't think we're gonna go with automatic trigger. That is way too much fire rate. We will run crit focus though, because we're actually gonna scale crit with mods, because we're not running Enervate. I don't think Enervate's worth it here necessarily. Just a quick reminder that I am running Avenger, which is extremely good for our guns because their crit mods just suck. Yeah, I know I use corrosive too much. Let's go cold for the frostbite. I guess we can just do one of the dual elements. Containment breach. I think magnetized cycle is just overall better. Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna get a bit of fire rate as well. Yeah, I think you're beginning to see why people wouldn't really build our guns back in the day. Because you would essentially just get this from the quest, right? I know some people, you know, wanted to be a bit special about it and would be just like, well, I prefer the Velocitus. But most people would just look at this and go, oh, a giant machine gun that shreds everything in seconds? I think I'm good. What the why is there so much blood on the floor? Did I just not notice it before? That seems very excessive. I want to see how the old Craxorino feels. Is the damage lower? It should be lower. I can't really tell though. It's still shredding really fast, and we get extra status, and we get ammo efficiency as well. Like, the ammo efficiency part is going to be huge because we're firing well over 30 rounds per second. Like, I'm pretty sure when we did Frostbite, I had to reload. I'm still at 92 rounds, so like the ammo efficiency is considerably higher here. Which makes sense. Look at it. Yeah, that drains really slowly. I think this is the way to go. Also, the Emerald Archon shards are finally back. I actually ran 2 Taufies, so we get 10 stacks even on Acolytes, which is really nice. This is gonna be utter destruction. I'm calling it right now. Oh, I was right. I was right. Damn. That's good. Yeah, we used 120 rounds to mow everything down. That's really good. Yeah, the extra reload speed from Merciless feels really nice. We could switch over to like Deadhead to get the headshot multi, or even Flare and just like either run Heat, because we're not running Frostbite anymore, so we could run Heat and Flare, or just let Harold proc Heat. He can sustain Flare on his own. It's crazy that this is like the default Argan. This is the Excalibur of the Argans. Like, you get it, do you still get Excalibur right away? I don't actually know. I think you do, right? It's still the face of the game. So you get it right away, and it's just like one of the best things you can run. Where you going, bud? No, come here. Oh, yeah, that's some good dippers. You can truly never go wrong with the Imperator. Like, everything you throw it at, it will do it. And it will do it damn well. Let's try the spider. We have like the worst arcanes for this. It's a pain to stack them up, but it's still doing like well enough, yeah. The Imperator's always had great DPS for the spider. I remember way back when like hunting the spider was still a thing you would regularly do. I tested all the Argans we had at the time against it, and I think the Imperator Vandal was the best if you didn't have any Warframe buffs. Okay, so when you do ramp up your arcanes and you actually keep them rolling somewhat, it still shreds insanely fast. It's just a bit of a pain to constantly keep them up on the corpus. I think Flare would be better here, especially because of Harold. Harold is constantly butchering all the corpus, so I have nothing to shoot. Yeah, that was pretty good, even with our questionable choice of arcanes for this. Like, I would most definitely just run something else for the arcanes here. There is no way in hell I just got an arcane from a Thrax unit in an Exterminate. I did! That is so rare. I am really digging these corrosive magnetic hybrids. They're extremely versatile. I've never been a big fan of faffing around with my elements. Like, I will much rather run a suboptimal setup that works against everything than an optimal setup I have to change every time I fight a different faction. That just seems really annoying to me. Okay, so that's really cool. Every time I do this mission, and I do it with every Argan, I don't use Dispensary, and I think this is the first Argan that finished it without running out of ammo. I think the Mausolon was closed. I know another Argan was really close, but I think this is the first one that did it without actually running out. Yeah, very neato, coolio, let's go. So first things first, I really like running Arcane Avenger for all my Argans, regardless of whether I'm running Enervate or not. If I'm not running Enervate, it's just gonna add a lot of crit. If I am running Enervate, it cuts off the low end of crit and makes it feel a lot better. Dispensary or some other way of sustaining heavy ammo is also a good idea, though the Imperator Vandal is actually pretty ammo efficient with crack, so you might not need it. Moving on to the build, where we have prime dual rounds for multi-shot, a combination of critical focus, hallowed bullets and parallax scope for a bunch of crit chance and crit damage, though bear in mind you will have to aim down sights to activate critical focus, which we follow up with magnetized cycle, hypothermic shell, contamination casing and charged bullets for corrosive, cold, magnetic, bunch of status and a little bit of fire aid. And finally for the arcanes we have primary cracks and secondary merciless, though the thing about this setup is that it's very generic, so you can easily swap things around. If you'd rather run Deadhead, run Deadhead. If you want to run Flare and run Heat instead of Cold, you can do that too. Oh yeah, and for pet, I'm running Good Boy Harrow that primes cold with coolant leak and then puncture, impact, heat, radiation, magnetic and vital with its butt totem. This was by far the least surprising result out of all the Argan videos that we've done so far, because I knew the Imperator Vandal was gonna be good, and it is. It's just a really solid Argan. The damage is great, the crit is amazing, even the status is good because of how damn fast it fires. Even the baseline punch through of 1.2 meters is usually enough to feel good in most scenarios. And I didn't even mention how clean the weapon is. It doesn't shake your screen like crazy, it doesn't cover it in crazy visual effects, it just gets the job done and it gets it done well. It's just a good Argan and I would highly recommend you give it a shot. Do not overlook the Imperator or the Imperator Vandal just because they're kind of like the baseline Argan. They're very good. I cannot believe it's almost over. Yes, we only have 4 Argans left, my dearest dudes and dudettes. We have the Velocitus, there's the Kuva Ayanga, the Singus, aka the Dingus, and the one we're covering today, the Corvus. Well, the Corvus Prime. This is an Arcaplasmor-esque arc shotgun that does primarily heat damage with a nice side of impact. It sports a massive 44% crit chance with a 3 times crit multiplier, and the status chance of 20% isn't too shabby either. Additionally, the shots can be charged for even more crit chance, status chance and damage at the cost of it staggering you when you do so. I'm not entirely sure how much this is going to benefit from the new arcanes and how well it's going to play, so let's give it a shot and find out. Shall we? Man, the crit chance is so big. I forgot how heavy on crit the Corvus is. Okay. I'm kinda leaning towards big damage, even bigger crits, and then probably cracks to carry our status. Yeah. I think that's what we're gonna do. Nothing is really grabbing me. The only thing that could be pretty fun, methinks, is if we go conjunction voltage and run gas electricity for mad AoE. Oh, this is gonna look messy, but let's get dual rounds in there. We're gonna need Rubido-lined barrel. Bigus Kritos, yes. Yes, quite. For now, we're just gonna do dual stats, but I think eventually we should go with pure elemental mods instead. We're gonna do Corrupted, because that's like the worst case scenario. Gas Ellie against armored units, not the best. Oh. Okay, disregard my previous statement. I may have been mistaken. Okay, the heavier units. Still though, that is very good. Well damn, that's way better than expected. Huh, here's your daily reminder to run Avenger with our guns, it's just too damn good. Also, let's get Harrow. This is going to be devastating because we're gonna get the armor strip from heat and then the health damage from vital. It's gonna be gross. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is a big difference. I don't think voltage is doing an awful lot. We got like 3 stacks. Yeah, that's not great. I'm genuinely eyeballing Fortifier here because gas setups are generally not the best for Eximus units. Yeah, no, I don't think we need it. We actually shred their overguard very fast, even without it. Hold up, we can do a little bit of a doohickey here. If we run, if I can find it, Flare, and let Harold stack it for us, we don't need to run heat ourselves. This gives us way more damage than primed Rubido-lined barrel, so we can drop that and actually double down on electricity with electrified barrel. Because the thing is, the Corvus has a lot of heat on it, so we get a massive amount of gas damage. That's not great. We would want more electricity. Yeah, this balances it out perfectly, actually. Okay. What have we done? Yo! This is a reminder, yeah, This is a damage over time build. That's hitting things for
Krakata.
2 million. Sure, people did tell me repeatedly that the Corvus is a bit of a beast now. But like, what the
Clem.
Let's try a charge shot. Ugh.
Clem.
What? Okay. Wowee, I thought I did all the fun guns first. Turns out I very much did not. The single target is, yeah, weaker. Definitely not weak though. And, oosh. Bloody. Is he gonna? Yes! The thing is, this is crazy because it hits so hard. The procs it leaves behind are absolutely legendary. Because, like, reminder, again, this is a damage over time build, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on? I'm red critting like a son of a... By the way, these are uncharged shots, just like, you know, casual 3 million hits. Sure, no biggie. Nice. It's a shame that you can't get the full experience I'm having right now because I'm always listening to music whilst I record these. Like today, for example, I am listening to the Beat the Bastards album by The Exploited. Very, very good. It adds a lot of very angry ambience. This thing hits so goddamn hard. I'm actually killing the big tentacly boys with just a couple of shots. And if you've ever played, that was a 10 mil crit, 6.4. If you've ever played Tekrot Steel Path, you know these guys are notoriously, 9.7, notoriously tank. What is going on with these red crits? Another thing that I've yet to mention with the Corvus, which is a big plus as well, is that it's extraordinarily ammo efficient. Like each shot clears so much. You can probably sustain it. Oh, here comes another big guy. You can probably sustain it without like dispensary, as long as there are enough big units. Look at this. Look how, like, you know, relatively easily the guy goes down. These are always a big problem with most guns. 15 million. Bloody hell. What about you? Bang. That is wild. Wow. Just...
Krakata.
Wow. Righty-ho, so here's the Bigus Critus, I think I'm gonna call it, built for the Corvus Prime. It is a bit messy though, because it actually fits on the Corvus Prime with 0 forma, which is a good thing, but it also means that we can't shuffle polarities around. For the mods, we run Magma Chamber and Contamination Casing for gas and status, then we have Prime Dual Rounds for multi-shot, Charge Bullet, and Electrified Barrel for a ton of electricity. This kind of balances it out because the Corvus comes with base heat, which adds into the gas, so you end up getting way too much gas. So you kind of need to balance it out by running 2 electricity mods. And to top it all off, we have Hallowed Bullets, Parallax Scope, and Critical Focus for a bunch of crit chance and damage. Now, for the Arcanes, we have Primary Crux, which gives us a ton of status chance and ammo efficiency, and Cascadia Flare, which gives us a ridiculous amount of damage, but it requires a pet that can stack it for you. I use a Hound, Good Boy Harrow, that can insta-stack it at the beginning of a mission and comfortably keep it up for the entire duration of it. You can do this because Cascadia Flare does not care where the heat procs come from. So if you have a solid priming pet, like the goodest of boys right here, you can get Cascadia Flare for free even on weapons that don't proc any heat. And finally, I'm also running Arcane Avenger on my frame because the Argan crit mods are pretty bad, so 45% extra crit chance is huge, and I'm running Dispensary just to make sure I never run out of ammo. It's kind of funny because last time we did the Imperator Vando, which has kind of like the least surprising result of all the Argans, or the videos that we've done so far, and now we've done the Corvus, which had the most surprising result. I did not expect this to be as devastating as it was. The reason I initially wanted to go with gas and electricity is because I didn't think the Corvus was gonna do that much damage, so I thought it would be smarter to focus on big AoE instead. I know, how very silly of me. This thing is an absolute monster. Yes, the single target is a little bit weaker because we're focusing that much on AoE, but it still does more than enough, especially since you can charge your shots and do way more damage with considerably higher crit. So yes, I would 100% recommend you give the Corvus Prime a shot. It's amazing. I genuinely don't know what I was doing or how I managed to overlook the Morga. I mean, look at it. Like, how do you not notice that? So let us correct that silly mistake and check it out. Now you can get all the bits and bobs you need for the Morga from Lloyd on Deimos. That being the blueprint for the weapon itself, but also blueprints for the other parts. You're gonna have to get one for the stock, one for the receiver, and one for the barrel. The damaged version of these, you need to build them, are also available from Lloyd, so you can literally just get everything from him. The Morga is a fully automatic airburst mortar that fires 2 rounds with every shot, and it does primarily blast damage with the explosion and impact if you manage to hit something with the projectile. It sports a very solid 30% crit chance with a slightly above average 2.2 times crit multiplier, a 28% status chance, and the explosion has a range of 3 meters. But the Morga also has a secondary fire which is charged with a primary fire. This fires a massive explosive round that explodes after either traveling 14 meters or when it directly hits something. This in atmosphere creates a 12-meter explosion that does 3,600 base damage, most of which is blast, and it has a 40% crit chance, a 3 times crit multiplier, and a 50% status chance. So let us give the Morga a shot and see how it handles the new arcanes, shall we? I have a basic idea of what I want to do with this. The secondary fire on this, by the way, is mad. I think it is the biggest, heaviest hitting explosion of any weapon in the game. It is ridiculous. Look at the damage. 7,200. I'm not entirely sure I want to do Enervate because the crit chance is pretty decent, but I do want to try it out. It would be very terrific if we could make Crux work. If not, we're gonna run Merciless, but I do remember that the Morga had some ammo issues when I played with it last time. The build's gonna be pretty basic again, not much we can do here. Get some critage in there, hallowed bullets, and critical focus. I would love to run gas and electricity on this, if at all possible. Both of these procs will stack Enervate, but they can't consume it. Also, I have no idea what we're gonna put here. Like, maybe, I don't think automatic trigger is that good of an idea. Let us see if this does what I wanted to. That ain't too bad, Chief. That ain't too bad at all. The damage is definitely on the, well, not the damage numbers are on the lower end. Let's try the secondary fire, and... yeah, that's big. Crack seems to be working well enough. Let's add Harold. He should help a lot with the heat and Vito. Oh, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Well, we're gonna need Forma no matter what we do, so let's get that on. 1v, coming right up. This is a bad idea. Maybe a bad idea, but it is fun as hell. I like it. But I don't know if it will work in an actual mission. Damage seems pretty solid. Cracks is stacking. It's not stacking particularly fast, but if you can sustain it, then it doesn't matter. Okay, let's try the secondary. Okay. Yeah, I knew automatic trigger was a bad idea. Like, I've been dropping dispensary pretty diligently, and I'm almost out of ammo, like 2 minutes in. Oh my god, hold up. Where are you? Come here. Yeah, when I'm cautious with ammo, it's actually much better. You can see I actually have a full reserve right now. I still have to drop dispensary a lot, but yeah, I can actually sustain it. No, I whiffed. It doesn't matter, apparently. Yeah, the explosion is huge. We made it past the 10-minute mark, which is pretty important because at this point more heavy units will spawn and they will drop more ammo for you, so sustain gets a lot easier. Boonk. That does not get old. Hello. Bang, just point blank. Poor Acolyte just got a nuke shoved up its nose. Okay, we're gonna have to do like a very big switcheroo here. We're gonna go Flare instead of Enervate for a lot more damage. We're also gonna switch from Gas LE into, I think, Viro and Heat. We might even do full elemental mods instead of dual stats because we do have Crux. We're gonna need Parallax Scope for the crit chance, and I do have Avenger on my frame for extra 45% crit. I want more heat, so let's switch that to combustion rounds, which... That's right, elemental mods here are 120, not 90. Actually, we could just go double heat, like a soul. That gives us a much better ratio of heat and vital. Yeah, I actually like that. The last step in our big switcheroo is actually Harold. We're gonna swap him over to Corrosive and Cold. Right away, like as soon as Cascadia Flare kicked in, this is feeling much better. This is definitely the way to go. The best way basically to combat high ammo consumption is to just get more damage so you don't need to fire as many shots, which is precisely what the big switcheroo did. I need to keep an eye out on cracks because we're firing even slower now, so we're stacking it even slower than before. So I need to make sure I can actually sustain it. Let's try the secondary again. Whoa. Oh, 2.6. That's such a big explosion. Here comes the kaboom. Oh, 4.6 mil. Nice. Thunk. Boom. Man, do you know what I really adore about the secondary fire? It's the projectile speed. Like, they deliberately made the projectile slow, and it makes it so much better because there's this anticipation. You see the trail effect just going, and then boom. I don't think it would be as good if the projectile was faster. Oh, you poor fools, you never learn. Thunk. That is just funny. That is just funny. To be fair, I've not been dropping dispensary as much as I should have, perhaps. But still, even with more damage and lower fire rate, I am still running out of ammo. I guess that's just the downside of the Morga. It just chews up ammo like crazy. So first things first, we're running Avenger. As always, 45% extra flat crit is amazing for basically every arc gun because their crit mods suck. And you will absolutely have to bring some form of ammo sustain. I'm using dispensary, but you could also use Lavos. Now for the build itself, we run prime dual rounds for multi-shot, a combination of critical focus, hallowed bullets and parallax scope for crit chance and damage, though bear in mind you will have to aim down sights to activate critical focus. And then we have magma chamber with combustion round for a ton of heat and a bit of status, as well as hypothermic shell and contamination casing for viral end status. For the arcanes, we're running primary cracks, which gives us a ton of status chance and it helps with the ammo sustain even though it doesn't fix it completely, as well as Cascadia flare for just a truck ton of base damage. And finally, we get a little bit of help from our pet. I run Hound, Good Boy Harrow, that primes corrosive, impact, puncture, cold, radiation, and magnetic. This helps quite a bit because it strips a little bit of extra armor with corrosive, gives us more crit chance with puncture, more crit damage with cold, and it helps us deal with overguard and shields thanks to magnetic. I can't believe I almost missed this gun. That would have been very sad indeed, because the Morga is a lot of fun. It's a bit of a shame then that the Morga is so difficult to sustain. It chews up ammo like crazy and you have to try really hard to not run out. It's unfortunate because it's way more fun to put an automatic trigger and just hold down the fire button. So while the Morga looks great, sounds great, it does amazing damage, it's fun and it's relatively easy to get, it does have a very clear downside. But I would still recommend you give it a shot. Well damn, I mean, yeah, that's a thing. A group photo, everyone. Like, I knew it was gonna happen, but still, pretty cool. But now, back to our original program. Kuva Ayanga. This is a fully automatic grenade launcher that does impact on direct hit and blast with a 9-meter explosion. It sports a 35% crit chance, a 2x crit multi, and a 20% status chance. The only way to get it is from a Kuva late, so you're gonna have to find one that has the Kuva Ayanga and vanquish it. I got the highest tier of lich names for this, the Chugagagaga, so I ended up having the Chugagagaga Kuva Ayanga, which has 57% bonus heat. So let us give it a shot and see how it handles these new arcanes, shall we? I actually have a very good Ayanga, almost max roll on the Valent, so the damage is quite high. I want to do big damage here, so I think we're just gonna go with Flare. Works really well with the Valents as well. Probably Crux. Like, I don't know what else we could do here. Maybe we could do some shenanigans with Frostbite and Harrowed, but it would be nice if Crux worked. Crux is top tier, but question is, does it actually work here? I think we all know how this song goes. Whapam. Nothing fancy going on over here. We might be able to get away with automatic trigger if Crux works. Damage is awesome. Crux, not so much. Let me try again. Okay, I can get it to stack up if I really try, but it gets more difficult with distance because you have travel time and fall off. It is very pretty though. What a fantastic light show, look at that. Such a nice looking explosion. Oh, that's right, I always forget about magnetized cycle. We could just get a bit of fire rate from this, and we don't get too much magnetic damage. That's good. I like this. I like this very much. Problem is, my ammo is going down like crazy, and I have like 4 stacks of crux. Even though I'm like really trying. I really want this to work. Harold should help quite a bit because once we switch him to Vital, we get way more damage. Ooh, that is fabulous is what that is. Very good damage. Much more ammo efficient because it doesn't take as many shots. It could work. We need to test this in an actual mission though. Funnily enough, some of the beefier units actually make stacking cracks a lot easier because I can just wail on them and get a solid 3 or 4 stacks. I think we're gonna have to drop the fire rate, unfortunately. It feels fabulous and I very much like it, but I am running out of ammo. Even with cracks and dispensary, though to be fair, cracks does keep falling off every now and then. You know what? I think I'm having less fun because of cracks. Like, it might save me some ammo, but it's just, I'm constantly trying to headshot things and there's just not as much fun. I have a giant grenade launcher. I should be able to just go, you know what, I would like this hallway to not exist anymore and just go boom, 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 and destroy it. But no, I'm just like, I would like this hallway to not exist, but first let me get a headshot. Yeah. Ooh, that's pretty good. Yeah, we're dropping cracks. One more quick test. I don't think I managed to get a single stack of cracks in 2 minutes. Which, I mean, that's fair. Like, how do you headshot a rock with legs? Okay, I have 5. That's the most I managed to get so far. I don't know what to... Maybe Frostbite with Harold? Maybe, that might be good. But we don't really need anything else. Like, we have more than enough base damage from Flare. Yeah, I guess Frostbite is like the only way to go here. Unless we want to completely change things up. Yeah, this will give him corrosive as well. And I kinda don't want to double down on that, so we should probably change to viral. This doesn't really make that big of a difference because we're just swapping the elements between me and Harold. Goodbye magnetized cycle, we unfortunately cannot sustain the fire rate. Yeah, I guess we can just get double heat. Oh yeah, that is a very nice ratio of heat to viral actually. If, by the way, you're worried about sustaining frostbite via Harold, don't be. He's like much better at it than you. Like as soon as we run into enemies, 20, 30, 40, done. Full. It is not as fun as it was with the extra fire rate, obviously, but it's definitely more sustainable. The damage is crazy high. I have to be mindful I can't just hold down the fire button, which, yeah, it's less fun, but ammo sustain seems pretty good. Oh wow, look everyone, it's Big Dig himself. Well damn, why are you here? Tiragor? That was like 2 weeks ago, mate. I haven't fought the Stalker in a while. Okay. What the hell, Stalker? You're embarrassing the children. Like, Melise can give me more trouble than this. Yeah, this is a much more reasonable build. It's not as wild as the one with Fire Aid, but it sustains ammo and the damage is crazy high. What's going on, Melise? Did Dad come home crying because I shoved a grenade up his nose or something? If you come to avenge your... I guess you have come to avenge your father. God damn, Melise. Well then, I think we should go wrap it up. So this is more of a full setup than usual. It doesn't really work on its own, so let's go through the extra stuff first. We have Arcane Avenger on the frame for 45% bonus crit chance, and you will need some way of sustaining ammo. I'm using Dispensary. You will also need a pet or some other way to proc cold. I'm using a Hound, Good Boy Harold that primes corrosive, cold, impact, puncture, radiation and magnetic. But this is for a heat-based Kuva Ayanga. If for example you have a cold-based Kuva Ayanga, you would want your pet to proc heat, and if you have neither and you can choose, well then you can choose. But just make sure that you have one of the elements on your weapon and the other one on either your frame somewhere or a pet. Otherwise you won't be able to trigger both Flare and Frostbite, which are our arcanes of choice. This is a very strong combo you can do on the Argans, but it does require a more complicated setup. You can't fit it all in onto the weapon itself, because heat and cold can't exist at the same time. Now for the mods, we have Prime Dual Rounds for multi-shot, Hypothermic Shell and Contamination Casing for Viral and Status, Combustion Rounds for a ton of heat, Parallax Scope for crit chance, Magma Chamber for even more heat and a bit of extra status, and we top it off with Hallowed Bullets and Critical Focus for crit chance and damage, though bear in mind you will have to aim down sights to trigger Critical Focus. I've always seen the Ayanga as a more tame though equally as devastating version of the Grappler. It's been my go-to Atmosphere Argan for a very long time. I basically never unequip it. The damage it does is just gross, especially with these new arcanes. But for me it's actually a lot to do with the gameplay as well. I like the slower projectile that has travel time and fall off. It just feels nice to use. It's a gun that wouldn't look too out of place in Tribe's Ascent, which was one of my favorite games of all time. But with that said, I do have to warn you about the ammo sustain. It is not particularly good. You have to be cautious, you can't just hold down the fire button, even if you're running something like Dispensary to support it. So while I would absolutely recommend you give the Kuva Ayanga a shot, it is something to bear in mind. Usually, when there's a piece of equipment I really don't want to cover, I'll do one of two things. I'll cover it first and get it out of the way, or, like in this case, I'll leave it as a problem for future me. Now I must say, as a present future me, that was kind of a dick move. The Dingus is a mastery rank 4 arc gun that fires a 3-round burst which does a roughly equal split of impact, slash and puncture. It sports a 20% crit chance, a 2.2 times crit multiplier and a 30% status chance. The blueprint for the Dingus comes from the market, but you will also have to get the battle from Arbiters of Hexis, Receiver from Cephalon Suda and stock from the Pedant sequence. Luckily though, all of these are tradable, so you can simply buy them from other players as well. I genuinely do not know what it was about the Dingus that made me not want to cover it in the first place, but let us give it a shot and see if it's any good now that we can slap on some proper arcanes, shall we? The stats are pretty good actually, the crit chance could be a little bit higher, but that's about it. I think we're gonna go with Flare and most likely Crux just to give it as good of a chance as possible. Can't really think of any, well maybe Frostbite. But for now we're just gonna go Crux just to give it as good of a shot as we can. This is the Argon mod song, it's always the same. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do for the last mod. Maybe a bit of fire rate, but I want to test it first, see how it feels. Actually, this looks pretty pimpin' with the color scheme. Ooh. Hold on a second, let me crank up the sound a little bit. Oh. Now that actually feels pretty good. Good God, this has just the right amount of punch, like every pull of the trigger feels awesome. Why did I not want to do this? What? This is pretty dope actually. I just hope the extra fire rate doesn't ruin the feel. Oh, it kinda does actually. The DPS is much better, unsurprisingly, like that's pretty obvious, but it doesn't feel as good. It's kinda just like mushes all 3 of the rounds together, whereas previously like the bursts would feel very powerful, now it's just like a little brrt and that's it. What if we run Magnetized Cycle instead? This gives us some fire rate, but not quite as much, actually exactly half of what Automatic Trigger does. Aha, now see, that still has some of that original chunk in it, I like it. I think we're good to go. The DPS is still tremendous because yes, we lost some fire rate, but we gained some extra damage, which is going to be great versus shields and overguard as well. Doesn't do tremendously much against armor, but like, it's still extra damage, right? No, we actually need Vital and Heat. There we go. The more I play with the Dingus, the less and less I understand why I didn't want to cover it. This thing is awesome. I know I wasn't the only one either, like I distinctly remember people saying that it sucks in the comment section as well. Oh, what? That's
Clum!
Gross. I am dropping Dispensary every now and then, but I don't think I necessarily have to too much. The ammo sustain is pretty good. The DPS on this is
Clum!
Wild. My God, this thing.
Krakata!
Like seriously, what is this damage? You would think that something like the Dingus would instantly lose to some of the AoE arc guns like the Grappler or the Ayanga, but because it has innate punch through, kind of like the Imperator Vandal, it's basically the same thing. I actually think it has more than the Imperator. Not sure, gonna have to check. But because it has that innate punch through, it actually has like a decent amount of clear. It doesn't clear particularly slow, and the single target damage is just wild. Yeah, this is awesome. Like, the single target is great, it clears well enough, but also, this is a big exterminate, right? 199 enemies, I'm at the very end, and I'm still full on ammo. Which way are we going, eh? Oh, this way. Fabulous shield damage. Also, because we have a roughly equal split of impact, slash and puncture, you can actually use it for the shields, and oh, there we go, corrosive as well. And there it's the perfect exemplar. Perfect, well, I don't have viral. And down go the shields. Yeah, that was very chill. Let's see about them legs. Ooh, very... Damn, that's fast. Okay, we do have a good arcane for this. Flare is great because Harold can keep it up. Damn, that was fast. That was very fast, actually. Yo, that's sick. Also, bear in mind, I don't have any Warframe buffs. You could buff this with a frame as well. Oh god, Flag got stuck on the mushroom and it can't move. Oh no, you poor thing. Oh, that's funny as hell. To be fair, again, we have a correct arcane for a setup like this that we actually can stack and take advantage of even during the spider fight. But even with that said, this was one of the best runs that I've done so far. Most important thing for me is that it was super chill as well. I don't particularly care about the performance as long as the run feels nice, and this felt very nice. So, as with all the other Argans, we're once again running Avenger on our frame because the 45% extra crit chance is just too good to pass up. Now, while I was running Dispensary, you don't necessarily need it because the Dingus actually has pretty decent ammo economy. You're also free to run whatever pet you want, which is always nice, though if you want smooth performance on the Profit Taker without having to constantly stack Flare Up on the smaller enemies, run a priming pet with heat. Now the build is pretty straightforward, nothing special here. We run Crux and Flare so that we get the status chance, ammo efficiency and base damage. And for mods we have prime dual rounds for multi-shot, a combination of critical focus, hallowed bullets and parallax scope for crit, though bear in mind you will have to aim down sights to activate critical focus. And we top it all off with magnetized cycle for magnetic damage and a bit of fire rate, combustion rounds for a truck ton of heat, as well as contamination casing and charge bullets for corrosive damage and status chance. I did not expect to enjoy the Dingus as much as I did, is what she said. I still don't know what it was that made me not want to do it, but it must have been some utter nonsense because the Dingus is great, fantastic even. It has everything you want out of an Argan. It looks good, it sounds good, it feels good, the damage is good, the clear is great because of the innate punch through, and it's fabulous, downright fabulous for the Profit Taker. It's just not particularly flashy or shiny, it simply gets the job done, and it gets it done well and fast. The Dingus gets it done well and fast. Like, the jokes write themselves. So I would absolutely recommend you give the Dingus a shot. It might be one of the oldest Argans in the game, and it's a bit of a pain to get unless you trade for the parts with other players, but it's definitely worth it. We have arrived at the final Argan, the Velocitus. A very fine name, I must say. Velocitus. Very cool. This is a railgun that does impact, puncture and magnetic all in equal amounts, and it uses a charge-based firing mechanism, so the damage, crit chance and crit multiplier will change depending on how much you charge it. The damage is actually double of what you see here, because these are the stats for Arcwing. It does double damage in atmosphere. The main blueprint is available from the Tenno Lab in your dojo, though you will also have to get the Battle from Cephalon Suda, Receiver from Steel Meridian and the Stock from Red Veil. Luckily all of these are tradable, so you can simply get them from other players with Platinum as well. I was never a big fan of the Velocitus. I always found it extraordinarily clumsy, but who knows, tastes change, so let's give it another shot and see if it's any good. Shall we? Oh boy, here we go. Like, the Velocitus, it does a lot of damage. I've always just had trouble making it feel good. Like, the stats are pretty dope here. Methinks we're gonna lean into like meme damage, just maximum damage with like Flare and Deadhead or something. Maybe Frostbite actually. Yeah, let's do Frostbite. Oh, that's merciless. Frostbite. You know how this goes. Actually, we're gonna use a different mod today, believe it or not, because... yeah, that is massive. 6.5x. That's wild. Our guns have a different mod for charge rate. Because... yeah, no, that's multi-shot, yeah. I don't know why. Oh no, I just realized the status doesn't go up when you charge the shot. Well, that takes Frostbite out of the question then. We don't have enough status to sustain it, so I guess we are gonna do Deadhead. And Venomous Clip. There we go. 31,000 damage. Wowee. We're gonna have to employ Harold right away, because he's the one who's gonna be stacking Flare for us. We are very much incompetent. We can't do it ourselves. There you go. It does look pretty cool. The Velocitus does look pretty cool. It doesn't feel... yeah, the stagger though. I hate the stagger. Damn, even the uncharged... yeah, even the uncharged shots are hitting in the millions. What about a charged shot? Ooh, 35 mil. Yeah, that's the that's the Velocitus, alright. Goddamn. 44. Oh, reload. Bonk. 29. Yeah, it hits hard. Like, You can't deny that. The Velocitus hits hardest.
Clam!
This used to be the go-to weapon for the Spider when it first came out, because even back then, if you modded it right and you ran like the correct chroma setup, you could absolutely one-shot the legs and the body on the Spider. This should theoretically... Yep, just straight up one-shots the shield as well. Very good. Can we one-shot the leg? The answer is yes, with no buff, so you can do it on any frame now, which is fantabulous. Very, very good. This is why it used to be so popular, because you could do this, but you had to have like some frame buff. It was usually a self-damage chroma setup. What about the body? Absolutely fabulous. Like, even though I'm stumbling around and I'm talking and I'm trying to show things because I'm recording, I feel like this was a really fast run. Like, here comes the last leg. And boonk. And we dome it. Whapam. And that was... how long? 6... You know what? 6.5 minutes for a super casual run with a tanky frame, and I'm recording and like blabbering and stuff. That's really good. That is very, very good. Tremendous even. Nom 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 nom. Here is where the Velocitus usually fails though. Normal missions. I thought I would just use the quick shots and it would be better, because then I don't have to charge it and I don't get the stagger, but they have so much fall off. They're actually hard to hit with, not just headshots, like in general. I wish there was a way to remove the stagger. Like, even if it was a mod, like I would have to sacrifice a mod slot for it, I think I would still do it. Especially on the Velocitus. I don't know how I managed to do it, but I'm actually running low on ammo unless there's a pickup here. Nope, no pickups. Like, I thought that was going to be one of the perks of the Velocitus, very ammo efficient. Apparently not so. Get bent, sentient. Wait, what? Damn, I guess the Velocitus doesn't play well with adaptation, eh? Damn, 3 shots? Get out. No. That is disappointing. Ooh, Acolyte, hello. What about you? Bang. Almost. I'm pretty sure that was not a headshot. Oh, stop it. It's very rude. Like, it does more damage than before, but it's pretty much what I remember. Like, how did he survive that? Oi, come here. There you go. Great for a single target. However, I want to try something a little bit different here, so let's override onto config B. I'm going to try Crux. This should help with clear, because like with fully charged shots, the gas cloud should be doing insane damage. Should we do that? I think we should, just to make sure that when we proc something, it's gonna be gas. Yeah. Now that I can get behind. Alright, I can actually tolerate... Yeah, I can tolerate the stagger for this. Like, if it clears a corridor, I am willing to tolerate the stagger. Yeah, that's pretty good. It still hits like a freaking truck. So, not much of a change there. Yeah. This is pretty good. I actually kind of like this. I don't know if I would pick it necessarily over something like the Ayanga or the Grappler or the Larkspur if I had the choice for a normal atmosphere mission, but it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I won't actually pick it for the Spider though. It's really good for the Spider. So, before we go over the builds, let's go over the other stuff first. I'm running Arcane Avenger on the frame for 45% extra crit chance. This is very good for pretty much all the ARC guns, whether you're running Enervate or not, and I'm using Dispensary to sustain ammo. Then, regardless of which of the two setups you end up running, you're gonna need either a pet or a frame that can reliably proc heat. Because even if you put heat on the Velocitus, it's gonna be very slow to stack up. It's gonna take you forever, it's gonna be annoying. Just use a pet like me or a frame. Now, for single target damage, I would run this build right here. This uses Deadhead for the headshot multiplier and Cascadia Flare for the base damage, as well as Prime Dual Rounds for multi-shot, Critical Focus, Hallowed Bullets, and Parallax Scope for crit, Shell Rush for faster charge time, and then 3 elemental mods of your choosing. Doesn't really matter, it's gonna hit like a truck no matter what, but I chose Polar Magazine, Venomous Clip, and Electrified Battle for corrosive and cold. However, if you want to do normal atmosphere missions with this, I would instead recommend config B, which uses Flare and Crux. Most of the mods here remain the same, so Prime Dual Rounds, Critical Focus, Hallowed Bullets, Parallax Scope, and Shell Rush. However, we focus heavily into gas damage, so we actually get some AoE and we can clear enemies reasonably well. It's not gonna beat something like the Larkspur or the Grappler or the Kuva Ayanga, but it's better than nothing. And that, as they say, my dearest dudes and dudettes, is that. We are finished with all the ARC guns, and we ended on a sweeter note than I had expected. The Velocitus isn't great for atmosphere missions. It's simply not. It cannot stand up to something like the Corvus Prime, or the Larkspur, or the Grattler, or the Kuva Ayanga. Hell, I probably wouldn't even pick it over the Imperator or the Dingus. But it's still decent enough with the right build, and more importantly, it is absolutely fabulous for the Profit Taker. It can one-shot everything without any Warframe buff, so you can run whatever Warframe you want and get it done nice and fast. Which is why, if you're interested in doing the Profit Taker, I would recommend you give the Velocitus a shot. It's not too shabby. It is no secret that I absolutely adore the Bazmu. It is, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best feeling fully automatic rifle in the game. So imagine my excitement when I opened up the new Nightwave and saw the dreadful killshot augment. Especially since it very much plays into my own playstyle as well. It gives you a tremendous amount of base damage and status chance based on your Warframe's current health. And it's not like you need a ton. If your Warframe has over 1350 health, you get the full benefit. Now the Bazmu is an event weapon, so it's not available all year round, though luckily the blueprint is tradable, so you can simply buy it from other people using platinum, and from what I've seen on Warframe Market, the blueprint is somewhere between 20 and 50 plat, so it's not too expensive. The Bazmu supports two different fire modes, though I tend to prefer the primary fully automatic mode. There is also a beam mode that I almost never use. It does pure electricity damage on direct hit with a small heat-based explosion as well, and it supports a 15% crit chance, a 2x crit multiplier, and a 29% status chance. Additionally, it fires pretty fast, it's very accurate, and it uses a battery-style magazine that also explodes and leeches some health from nearby enemies when you completely deplete it. So let us give the Bazmu another shot and see if it's any good with the new augment. Shall we? I don't know about you, but this doesn't seem very dreadful at all. It seems rather fantastic, actually. That is a lot of damage and status. And I did check the wiki, and it's both additive, so we don't want to run Deadhead or anything like that. And we probably don't want to stack any more status on top of it. I love mods like this because they're not just straight up additions, you kind of have to build around them a little bit. That's always very cool. Let's get Aptitude because Gandhi Overload is multiplicative on the primary fire, so that's a lot of damage. I'm leaning towards Frostbite. Having the extra crit damage and multi-shot would be very nice. Other than that, maybe Crux, but I think Frostbite's gonna be better. It's gonna be a bit tricky because we have this heat here. No, actually, it's not gonna be tricky. It is not gonna be tricky. Because we have electricity on the direct. Yeah, that's actually gonna be very cool. Let's move this down here. We can slap in Primed Cryo rounds. And we're gonna need, I guess, Corrosive? We need something to mix with that electricity so we end up with cold, kind of like this. This also gives us blast on the radial attack, which is awesome. We probably don't want to run dual stats though. We're gonna go with full elemental damage. We will lose a little bit of status, but we get so much from kill shot and aptitude. I think it's worth getting that extra damage in there. The crit chance is pretty low, but I think it's worth scaling because we have so much mod space here. And we don't need to scale any more status, so I think we're just gonna brute force it with Avenger and Scope. Vital Sense. Man, after all the Argon videos that I did, it's nice to finally have a good crit mod. Okay, so it's a pretty good baseline. We still have a mod slot, so let's go try it and see if it needs something else. I know some of you really dislike strong recoil, but for me, just, oh, this feels so good. The damage is just fantabulous, and do bear in mind, we are still missing a mod, so we can add more damage if we want to, though I feel like we could get away with Firestorm. What about the secondary? Like, yeah, the secondary beam is pretty good too. It's like the range on it is very short though. That's the thing that bothers me about it the most. Could go Hunter Munitions for a little bit more single target. Or, Rifle Elementalist though. That's pretty good. That's gonna juice up our blast stage, yes. Need to change this into a D. We're gonna move that under Aptitude. Gives us just enough to run Elementalist. Way. Oh ho ho, the blast be blasting. Look at that, very good. Crit was definitely the correct choice here, especially since we're also stacking a ton of cold, so we get the extra crit damage as well. This is gonna be devastating. Funnily enough, Harrow does make it harder to stack scope because the enemies are flailing around and all that, but the extra vital and the heat? Chef's kiss. Lovely. The Bazmu seriously has it all. It feels freaking great, the damage is awesome, it looks dope as hell, and you don't have to worry about ammo at all. I like that the augment kind of works with the gun as well. It's not just like a random bunch of stats, because I don't know if I've said this before, but the augment I'm pretty sure scales off of current health. So if you're at like, 1400 HP on your frame, and you take some damage, you will lose the damage and status from the augment, but because you have the healing pulse when you completely empty your magazine, you can use that to heal back up. I genuinely have no complaints here. This is just perfect, like as close to perfect as you can get. Acolyte damage is decent enough, like it's definitely not S tier, right? It's not gonna one-shot it, but it does more than enough, and because we have that cold, they get slowed down and makes them easier. What a lovely experience. If you want one gun to carry around with you everywhere, like no matter the situation, this is a pretty good pick. Might not have the best AoE, but I find that the cleave is more than good enough for most situations. Actually, if the cleave is not enough, you can just use the beam. I keep forgetting about the beam, but the beam chains. It's kind of like a mini Amprex. It genuinely does have it all. I was not kidding. It's so clean as well. Like everything about this. I just love everything about this. It's so good. I specifically wanted to try Skuldra with this because sometimes I have a bit of trouble headshotting and the Skuldra have weak points in weird places, right? Sometimes they have like backpacks and stuff, but I'm not having any issues, which is good. This right here, my dudes and dudettes, is what peak performance looks like. This is just top notch. So let's go wrap it up. First of all, let's talk about Arcane Avenger. This is one of my favorite Warframe arcanes, which adds 45% flat crit chance to any weapon you're using. This can be up 100% of the time with the right combat discipline setup, which I have right here, and it allows you to very reliably crit with any weapon regardless of its base crit chance. This crit, by the way, is not scaled by anything, it's just 45% extra crit on top of what the weapon has after it's been modded. Now, the actual build is relatively straightforward. We're using primary Frostbite for the extra multi-shot and crit damage, and for mods we have Dreadful Killshot, which provides all the base damage and vast majority of the status that we will need. We run Galvanize Aptitude for the status chance and Condition Overload, which is multiplicative on the primary fire. We run a combination of Galvanize Scope and Vital Sense for crit, then a Rifle Elementalist for status damage. This mostly helps our blast, but we do blast a lot, so it's actually a very big multiplier for us. And we top it off with Primed Cryo Round, Infected Clip and Stormbringer for corrosive and cold on direct hits. This is how we stack Frostbite, but on the AoE explosion, the cleave, we actually get corrosive and blast. And finally, let's also not forget about our priming pet, who's gonna add a lot of damage through Condition Overload. Iron Hound, Good Boy Harrow, that primes cold with Coolant Leak, and then Puncture, Impact, Radiation, Heat, Magnetic and Vital with his Batoten. The Buzzmoo has always been one of my favorite primaries. It's just really strong, it feels good, and it looks great. And it's become even better thanks to the Dreadful Killshot augment, which provides you with all the base damage and status you need so you can lean heavier into raw damage and crit. This is a pretty profound effect on the amount of damage you can squeeze out of it. It's fantastic, and I would highly recommend you give it a shot. This is, in my eyes, an absolute must-have weapon and setup to have. Righty-ho, so one thing that kind of flew under the radar for me with the Valis Undermined update was the slight change to the Wise Razor stance for two-handed Nikanas. It's supposed to feel a lot better now, so I thought I would give it a shot, and a lot of you guys suggested the Azothain as the weapon of choice, so that's what we're gonna do, because why not? I'm actually looking forward to this, because the Wise Razor stance being somewhat mediocre was one of the main reasons why I would always build two-handed Nikanas for heavy attacks instead. The Azothain is one of the melee weapons available from Teshin's Cave for Pathos Clamps, and since it does not have a mastery rank requirement, you can get it and use it as soon as you can gather 50 of them. It does primarily slash damage, though it still has a decent amount of puncture and impact. It sports a very high 34% crit chance with a highly above average 3x crit multiplier, as well as a pretty decent 22% status chance. So let us give it a proper shot with a light stack build and see if it's any good. Shall we? I don't think this trait is very good. 85 hit damage is not a lot, but it could prime enemies or something like that, so let's get that spruced up Wise Razor stance and see what we can do here. What are we gonna do arcane-wise? I actually have no idea. Maybe we could do something with afflictions? I don't remember the combos at all. We have a knockdown here, a lift and a knockdown here, okay. Nothing there. Lift and a, okay, so we could do this. I don't remember what this combo does anymore though, we're gonna have to try that out. Oh, it's this combo, yeah. That could be fun with afflictions. I don't know if I'm imagining things or it genuinely feels smoother. So we are gonna do afflictions, I think that could be pretty fun. This Ambra Forma is gonna be annoying as hell though. You would ideally want to run Condi Overload on this. Let's get Galvanized Steel as well. Blood Rush. Unfortunately, I don't think we will be able to fit everything in, especially over top that Umbra Forma, and I'm not formatting it away, so I guess we're gonna have to run Sacrificial Pressure or something. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this is the only combo that triggers the trait. I was hoping the forward block combo would do so as well, but it doesn't seem to. Let's bolster our status chance a little bit. Sure, Elementalist as well. Yeah, it doesn't seem to do it on this combo, which is very much a shame because it's much better than the other one. So I guess we're just not gonna use the trait. If you do not have an Umbra Forma on this, keep Condition Overload, but because I do have it there and I do not want to Forma it away, I'm just gonna use Sacrificial Pressure, which is not great on its own, but oh well. Let's clean up this mess. What? When did I put in Primed Fever Strike? What? Actually, I just took this out, but I haven't done a pure toxin build in a while. That could be pretty cool with afflictions. So let's do that. This gives us a lot of mod space to run stuff like Reach, which is going to be awesome sauce. Let's borrow this for a moment. Okay, let's try it and see if it needs something. Okay, I'm not mad at this. Like, the status chance could definitely be higher. I don't know. It just feels like we're not proccing an awful lot of stuff. I think it's going to be fine once we add Harold. Harold's going to add a lot, like even more for you if you have Condition Overload instead of, you know, the Sacrificial Pressure thing. Oh, I have him on health stuff, right. But even just the Vital and Heat is going to be tremendous. Okay, this is pretty good. Wait, where is Weeping Wounds? When did I had Weeping Wounds on? When did I take out Weeping Wounds? What? What's going on? First the Fever Strike, now the Weeping Wounds. I think my Azothane's haunted. There we go, now we're proccing status. I was wondering, like, why am I not proccing a ton of status? I should have so much status, but I'm not proccing any. This is tremendous so far, like, it's clearing really well. Better than expected, especially since most of these guys have armor as well. I apologize if you find the screen shake annoying, but I kinda like it actually. Especially with the nice audible thump. I think the forced slash proc on this combo helps as well, because I think the multiplier is pretty good too. Oh, hello, Misery. Yo, look at that dot damage. That is saucy. Wowee. Man, if you can't fit Condi Overload on this, it is going to be a disgusting. Like, this is already really good with just Sacrificial Pressure, which sucks, especially on its own, without Steel. With Condi Overload, this is gonna be mad. I just briefly want to compare this to like a generic influence setup. So let's slap on Shocking Touch and switch our afflictions to melee influence there and see how that feels. So the clear is really good, obviously, but like the main benefit of running this setup instead, I think, is that you are not chained to that one combo because you don't need to rely on slams. I mean, what's there to say? It's an influence setup. It's boring, but good. Single target is worse, but the clear is better, so I guess it's up to you. I very much prefer the affliction route though. Let us bully some shield boys because, well, this build was kind of made for it. Yeah, they're just melting, which is not a big surprise. I mean, at the end of the day, am I having a stroke? Toxin is their weakness. Pretty saucy build overall. It is wrecking stuff very nicely. I think it's kind of funny that we're not using the combo that was actually tweaked in Wise Razor, but still, fun build nonetheless. Okay, so here's the final build for the Azothane. We run Wise Razor as the stance, and then we have Condition Overload. You don't want to run Sacrificial Pressure. The only reason I have it there is because I have an Umbra Forma, so please run Condition Overload instead. You're gonna get a lot more damage than I have here. After that, we have Blood Rush and Galvanized Steel for crit chance and damage, Berserker Fury for attack speed, Galvanized Elementalist for status damage and status chance, and then you're either gonna run Primed Reach if you want it to feel good and have a lot of range, or Organ Chatter if you want the maximum damage. The Azothane comes with a 3x crit multiplier at base, so having 2 sources of crit damage is gonna be saucy as hell. Then we have Weeping Wounds to scale our status chance, and we top it all off with Primed Fever Strike for a truck ton of Toxin. Now this setup pretty much requires you to only use the forward block combo. You could theoretically use the standing block combo as well, but that one's not very good for actually fighting things. But if you don't want to do that because you dislike the combo or for any other reason, you can simply replace Prime Fever Strike with Shocking Touch and then replace Afflictions with Melee Influence. This will lower your single target damage, but you're gonna get better clear and you'll be able to use whatever combo you want. And let's also not forget about a good priming pad, especially if, unlike me, you are running Condition Overload, because a solid priming pad like good boy Harold over here is going to add an insane amount of extra damage. All in all, I'm pretty happy with the result here. We have two fairly similar builds that function kind of differently, so you can either go the Affliction route with pure Toxin and demolish anything that has a shield and have better single target, or you can go the pure Electricity route with Influence and have amazing clear. So yeah, I would absolutely recommend you give this a shot. It's very nice, I like it. This was originally more of a dual Icar request, however I do not have the Incarnon for dual Icar, so I decided to do it on the Legion instead, because I think it actually fits it a little bit better. It was a request for a fairly popular build that utilizes gas and magnetic together with melee vortex, sometimes referred to as the fart chamber build. Now since gas is one of those elements where its damage over time actually utilizes the amount of gas damage you have on the weapon, unlike something like Slash which only cares about base damage, you want a weapon that can stack a lot of it. This is where the Legion comes in. Also, look at it, Nom. So cute.
An instrument of unrelenting harm. If Legion tastes blood, it becomes invigorated with faster attack speed and increased toxin damage.
That is precisely what we want for this. But anyway, Mastery rank 9 does primarily slash damage with mediocre crit chance, 15% crit, 2 times crit multi, meh, but the status chance is very good at 37%. Now, while you can get the blueprint for the Legion from the market, it is a pain to build because it requires a Tipedo, fully built, which itself requires a bow and a kunai. So the best thing you can do here is to get the bow and kunai, max them out for the mastery, turn them into the Tipedo, max that out for the mastery, and then turn the Tipedo into the Legion. But anyway, let's give the Fart Chamber build on the Legion a shot and see if it's any good, shall we? The reason the Legion is really good for builds like this is the Frenzy trait. This gives you 15% attack speed and 100% bonus toxin damage for 6 seconds whenever you proc any status. And since the weapon has a 37% status chance, this is going to be up at all times. This is important because gas is one of those elements that actually calculates the amount of damage you have on the weapon into its damage over time, unlike something like Slash, which doesn't. The Arcane is of course going to be Melee Vortex. I have it 1 rank from the top, but it's a 5% chance, so it doesn't really matter. Shimmering Blight for the stance. You can use Bleeding Willow or Twirling Spire if you want to. I think Magnetic Rush is going to be absolutely perfect because it gives us just enough magnetic damage to trigger Vortex, but we get 20% attack speed here, 15% there, so we actually have 35% attack speed with just Magnetic Rush. And I think that's going to be more than enough, and this then allows us to have plenty of mod space to just scale a bunch of damage. We're gonna go pure elemental, so Primed Fever Strike and Molten Impact just to get as much, where is it? There it is, just to get as much gas damage as possible. So these two combined with the Frenzy trait are gonna give us a ridiculous amount of gas. Hopefully not too much, so we actually proc some magnetic. Condi Overload is a bit of a no-brainer here, and I don't think we're gonna go crit because like the crit isn't particularly good, so I would rather use it on something else, like I don't know, Prime Breach for example. But hey, another massive multiplier to our status damage, Galvanized Elementalist. I think we're gonna go Boreal's Contempt just for more damage and status, together with like Elementalist and Condi Overload. I think this is gonna be the play, because like I would rather full ass, like straight up double cheek the status damage than half ass crit. First things first though, we're gonna need more Forma. We're gonna need more Forma eventually, but for the time being, let's just run Weeping Wounds. Pretty good actually. You have to bear in mind, like, there's no armor strip, we're missing a mod, no Tennokai. Oh, here comes the Vortex. This is why it's called the Fart Chamber build. You pull them together and then, you know, they fart all over each other with the gas clouds and all that, which does a lot of damage because the damage from the clouds overlaps. The problem with this build, as you can see over here, is single target, because when you have one enemy, you have no overlapping gas cloud, so the damage is pretty meh, but I think we can fix that with Tennokai. I'm leaning towards Discipline's Merit for the guaranteed Tennokai every 4 hits, which I think on this build is going to be better than something like Opportunity's Reach, which is completely random, so to fix the single target, I think Discipline's Merit is the way to go. We could actually drop Magnetic completely and just rely on Harold, together with like the heat for the armor strip and the vital and all that, but I don't think we're gonna do that. And whoop! Yep, I think the Fart Chamber is officially online. Very good. Very good so far. It's kind of luck based a little bit. Like, it does more than enough damage as it is, but like the best thing that can happen with this is you trigger Vortex and Tennokai at the same time, so you can just fling it into the Vortex for massive damage. We're still missing a reasonably big mod, by the way, but it's already clearing very nicely. I think dropping crit to just make it feel better and focus more on status has worked out fabulously here. It's so cool to finally have enough mods to just like go either way, because back in the day when we had like half the mods for everything, you would just like, if a weapon didn't have good status or good crit, you were kind of just like SOL when it came to modding. It was just like, oh, I scaled all the status I can, and like, now what? Same thing with crit, though to a lesser extent, because with crit you could at least go big damage so that you had something to multiply with the crit. And a bonk. See, this is why we have Tennokai, so we actually have some singles, actually very good single target damage, very nice. We're gonna need one more format for the Tennokai, but I want to try Boreos Contempt just to see if it makes a big difference or not. I wanted to compare Boreos Contempt to Tennokai, and then I jump into a completely different mission with completely different enemies at a completely different level. I'm such a dullard sometimes. It's working pretty well though. It's of course not gonna have as much impact as that in Tennokai because 12x heavies are big and chunky, but it feels pretty good so far. Single target is worse. It's not bad though. Okay, final formage time. Discipline's Merit goes back in. If you want maximum damage, by the way, run a not Bane mod. What is it? Smite mod? Smite mod. Run a Smite mod instead. I don't like Smite mods. I like to just have one build that I use for everything, but Smite mods or even Primed Smite mods are going to be way better than Boreos Contempt because it's another multiplier. Boreos Contempt, it's the same multiplier as Melementalist and Condition Overload. Smite mods are not. Get stabbed, idiot. Absolutely fantabulous. This is kind of what I was hoping for. Oh, that right there was perfect. Just the vortex into the heavy. That's what you want. That right there. As I was saying, it is fantabulous. The damage is great. Single target is actually very decent with Tennokai. The only thing is, like, the attack speed 35% is okay, but if you can, I would highly recommend either Warcry or Arcane Strike. It's not a deal breaker or anything, especially with gas, because, you know, that cap's at 10, so you don't need to hit the enemy like 20 times. But I think it would feel a lot better just moving around and just the fluidity of the combos if the attack speed was a bit higher. Yeah, I think this is pretty much it. Once again, you could go with the Smite mod for more focused damage, but I think this is as good as it gets. So let's go wrap it up. Well, you go wrap it up with Mr. Editor Man. I'll stay here until it's rank 20. So, here's the final Fart Chamber build for the Legion, and it turns out it's pretty great. For the stance we have Shimmering Blight, but you can use any of the stances, it's mostly personal preference. For our Tennokai trigger, we have Discipline's Merit, and while you can use different ones, Discipline's Merit works really well because these kinds of builds generally don't have particularly good single targets, so having a reliable source of Tennokai procs is very, very good. For our mods, we have Condition Overload for base damage, Primed Reach for range, Weeping Wounds to scale our status, then either Boreos Contempt for base damage and status damage if you want a generic build versus all the factions, or a Smite mod or a Primed Smite mod if you want maximum damage. Then we have Magnetic Rush for magnetic damage and attack speed, Galvanized Melementalist for status damage and status chance, and we top it off with Molten Impact and Primed Fever Strike for a truck ton of gas damage. The arcane of choice here is Melee Vortex. It's one of the reasons why we run Magnetic Rush. It just works really well with this kind of build because it allows you to group enemies together without any Warframe abilities and absolutely demolish them with the overlapping gas clouds. And I would also highly recommend a solid priming pet. I use a Hound Good Boy Harrow that primes Cold with its Coolant Leak, and then Radiation, Impact, Puncture, Heat, Magnetic and Vital with its Butt Toe 10. This will add a lot of damage through Condition Overload, and it will also help you to strip some armor if you have Heat, or increase the health damage taken if you have Vital and stuff like that. You could even completely forego Magnetic on the weapon and just rely on the Magnetic from your priming pet. Vortex doesn't care where the Magnetic comes from. It may not be the requested dual acre, but I still think the Legion is one of the best when it comes to Fart Chamber builds. The base damage, the unique trade, the high status, all of that just works really well here. So yes, I would absolutely recommend you give this a shot. It's really good, and you can even try it on other weapons. It works on pretty much everything, though generally, as mentioned in the beginning, weapons that either have innate gas, heat, or toxin work better because you can just stack more gas. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling more carnage. Last time we did a light attack build on the Azotane with the new and improved Wise Razor stance, so this time I thought we would do more of a heavy attack build instead. Because just in case you don't know, 2 Andinikanas are absolutely fantastic for heavy attack builds. They were basically made for them, especially for affliction-based heavy attack builds. Because not only do 2 Andinikanas have a forced slash proc on their heavy attacks, they also lift enemies at the same time. Now our weapon of choice this time around is going to be the Tatsu Prime, which isn't necessarily the best for heavy attack builds since the crit chance is somewhat lower than it is on other two-handed Nikanas. The Pennant, for example, sports a grandiose 32% crit chance, whereas the Tatsu Prime sits somewhat lower at 22, though at least the crit damage is still above average at 2.4x. It does have higher base damage than something like the Pennant, but for example, its relatively high status chance of 30% doesn't actually do much. It will give you an additional proc every now and then, but since the weapon does mostly radiation and then slash, it will most likely be radiation instead. But anyway, let us give it a shot and see what it do, shall we? I don't remember if this trait is good or not. I guess we'll see. Wise Razor goes in, not that it matters, we're going pure heavy. We're going Sacrificial, unsurprisingly, because Steel just gives way too much crit chance for heavies, and we're gonna run Amalgam Organ Chatter for the wind-up as well. Afflictions is utterly ridiculous on heavy Nikanas, or two-handed Nikanas, I should say, because of the heavy attack, Lover's Farewell. This has a 4 slash proc and a lift, and then 2 slash procs and a knockdown. And the way Afflictions works is you can proc both at the same time. So when you do a heavy attack with this, you will proc a slash proc that has a 600% multiplier on it, and then Afflictions will add 6 more of them in the same hit. Galvanized Elementalist for the status damage. The status chance is actually somewhat unimportant, so you could go with normal Elementalist as well. Killing Blow to cap our wind up and get some heavy damage. You know, for the amount of range these have, the follow through is pretty good, so let's put on Primed Reach. Let's also add Reflex for the initial combo. And for this last slot, you have a few options, but first things first, we need another Forma. Smite mods are the best bang for your buck. They are by far the biggest multiplier you can add in at this point, especially if you have primed ones. But if, like me, you don't like to faff around with faction mods, run Gladiator Might. This will give you a mini blood rush effect and it will boost your crit damage even higher. Show me the damage. Oh yeah, here we go. This is like the coolest, most chill build there is. No setup, no wind up, you press a button, schwang and a bang, big damage. Lovely. I didn't really try the unique trait. Does it do anything? Wait, that's it? Well, that's underwhelming to say the least. I'm not surprised I forgot what it does. Now this is where it gets ridiculous, because once you add Harold and he starts priming with Viral, the damage is going to be insane. You could also just run Nourish on your frame. Yeah, so yeah, this is kind of stupid. We're actually killing everything with the initial swing, which is ridiculous because the initial swing is like, what, less than 1/10 of our total damage? This is one of the reasons why most people didn't really care that Wise Razor wasn't particularly good and it was a bit janky, because for the most part, like, if you want to use two-handed Nikanas, most people are going to default to a heavy attack build because they're just so damn good. Like, it's not even close. This is miles ahead of anything else you can do. Like, yes, you would have better clear with an influence setup, but the damage is not going to be anywhere near this high. Also, this is probably the build I would recommend to anyone that has like any hand or finger problems. This is as like a low intensity as it gets. It should be pretty good. Shunk! Look at that slash thing. Holy moly, yeah, that is a big slash proc. That's without afflictions, mind you, because you can't lift or knock down an acolyte, right? So that's 1/7 of the damage we're doing to normal enemies, and it can still kill an acolyte. I've wanted a build like this for the longest time, because I remember like 7 or 8 years ago, I tried to do something like this on the Dragon Nikana, because it would hit really hard, so I would build it for max damage and crit, and just like, you know, try to one-bang enemies with the initial swing. It was very hard to do, even though we just had normal star chart and the enemy levels were like 20-30 tops. I know we're not in the conclusion part of this video, but I would still highly recommend you try a build like this out, because it's so very different. It's melee and that's usually very frantic and fast, but this is nice and slow, but it still clears really well. And it clears everything too, like unless you're running a smite mod, then you have to faff around with smite mods. But if you go with Gladiator Might, you can fight any faction and it will absolutely destroy it. And when I say this does so much damage, it would probably still destroy everything, even if you had the wrong smite mod. Absolutely fantabulous. It even kills Necromex. Necromex. This is the most Todd Howard of all builds. It just works. I feel like a lot of people stopped using slash-based builds because I've even seen videos like people are overusing slash because blah blah blah, you know, enemy armor doesn't scale as high anymore, but it still absolutely wrecks. The only thing I'll say is that beefy Eximus units will sometimes require the second heavy attack to die fast. They will die eventually, even from the first one, because the slash does too much, and it will eat through their overguard and their health, but If you want to kill them fast, you might have to do the second swing. Boo-hoo. So, here's the final setup for the Tatsu Prime. We use Wise Razor as the stance. It's not like you have another option, but it also kinda doesn't matter because we're going for pure heavy attacks. We run Sacrificial Pressure and Sacrificial Steel for a bunch of base damage and a ton of heavy attack crit chance. We followed that up with Amalgam Organ Shatter for critical damage and heavy attack wind-up speed. Then we have Killing Blow for heavy attack damage and wind-up speed, as well as Galvanized Elementalist for a bunch of status damage. However, the status chance is somewhat unimportant, so you could actually just run normal Elementalist and get a little bit more status damage from it. Next on the menu we have Primed Reach, because heavy Nikanas actually have decent follow through, so increasing the range doesn't gimp our damage too much as we swing through multiple enemies. And we top it all off with Galvanized Reflex for some initial combo and either Gladiator Might for some extra crit chance and crit damage if you want a universal build against all the factions, or a Smite or Primed Smite mod if you want maximum damage. It is also highly recommended to either use Nourish on your frame or run a solid priming pad, because priming the enemies with Viro is going to increase your damage by a lot. I run Hound, Good Boy Harold that primes Cold with Coolant Leak, and then Heat, Puncture, Magnetic Impact, Radiation and Viro with its butt totem. It is not entirely necessary though, because 99% of the time this build does more than enough damage even without Viro priming. So, as you can see, even though the Tatsu Prime is not necessarily the best two-handed Nikana to use for a heavy attack build, it still does more than enough damage to absolutely destroy everything the game can throw at you. Even status resistant enemies that can't be knocked down or lifted, like Acolytes, will still die from a single swing most of the time. Additionally, as mentioned before, this is one of the, if not the best build for people with hand or finger problems, so if you have any of those, this might be a very good build for you. And overall, it's just fun, simple and chill. It might be pretty expensive on the format, especially if you don't use Sacrificial format to squeeze in those Sacrificial mods, but, you know, everything comes with a price. Today, we're gonna do something a little bit weird. We're gonna use the Verdilac as God intended. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, the Verdilac is the signature whip of the Archon Nira, who also happens to have its own set, the Nira set, which is focused around whips and slams. Yeah? I think you're starting to get the picture. The Verdilac as well as the Nira mods can all be acquired from Narmer bounties after finishing the new war in either Cetus or Fortuna. Now the Verdilac is a Master Rank 13 whip which does primarily slash damage, but it still has a decent chunk of puncture and impact, and it sports a 30% crit chance with a 2.5 times crit multiplier and a 21% status chance. Additionally, the Verdilac has a unique block combo which fires a projectile, though we don't really care about that today. What we do care about is the extra electricity added onto its slams, because I think that could be really fun. So let's give it a shot and see if it is indeed any good, shall we? First of all, we need to switch primed YouTube memes for Nira's Anguish. It's not a particularly good mod, but I want to run the full set, and I'm already running Nira's Hatred because I kind of like Slam, so I have it on in arrows by default. This one's actually pretty good. 90% melee damage, 60% status chance, and ooh, the full set is actually 450. That's a lot of slam damage. I'm not entirely sure how it interacts with other mods, but I guess we'll see. We're gonna go Influence on this because, and I do hope this works on heavy slams as well, but Verdilac has electricity added onto its slams. Well, it looks electric at least. Don't think I procced any though. Oh, knocked down. Hold on, I need to do an Inaros thing. Yes, look at me, Inaros man doing Inaros things. But does it actually proc? Yes, it does. Fantabulous. Burning Whip for the stance. Not that it really matters on heavy builds. We're gonna go Sacrificial because the crit from Steel is just way too good for heavy builds. We are double stacking base damage, but I'm pretty sure the extra crit on Steel is worth it. Elementalist for the status damage, as well as a Reflex for the combo. Do we want to run Seismic Wave as well? I have no idea how it interacts with the Nira set. Like, the wording's a little bit different, but I guess they would be additive. I don't know, let's just put it in. I guess we're gonna have to put in a D. We don't quite have enough capacity yet, so for now we're gonna drop Seismic Wave again. What I have in mind is just running gas, and then relying on the extra electricity you get on the slams to trigger Influence. The status is a little bit low though. Ooh la la. The damage is lower than I was hoping for, but it is working. Oh, I just realized I have no crit damage. That might be a part of the problem. I think we might be better off just doing pure electricity. We'll lose even more status, but I think it's going to be more reliable because instead of proccing like gas and electricity, we can just focus on that. And we do get some extra status from Elementalist. Let's finally get some of that crit damage in here. Aha, see? Now that is much better. Okay, electricity is the way to go. Should be even better with Sir Harold, with that electricity and vital. Bang! Yes! Now we're cooking, finally! It's not amazing yet, but we do get a nice chunk every now and then, and we are missing that one last mod. I need to be more mindful of how I slam, because they did change like the way slams work, right? Like the higher you are, the bigger the AoE, and maybe I don't remember what the changes were, but you want to slam from high up. You don't want to just like do a little itty bitty jump and then slam back down. You can actually chunk pretty well if we get a nice proc. You're getting the nice proc, this is the problem though. This is a nice... Malice, you're being an absolute menace. This is a very nice spot, so all the enemies just decided they're gonna jump up here, so yeah, I've been here for like the last 5 minutes or so. Since I refuse to waste an Umbra form on this, we're gonna have to add another V. Let's see what happens, I guess. That's like the problem with this game. You might have like 3 things that say the same thing but do something different, and then 3 things that say something different but do exactly the same thing. Moment of truth. Huh. Okay, suddenly we're slamming for millions. What the actual...
Clam!
I genuinely don't think I've seen a bigger difference as a result of a single mod. Like, the damage is night and day. Look! What? This went 0 to 100 very quickly. There has to be something going on with the Nira set. There is no way we put on just like, you know, because it's 450% slam damage, right? And then we put on additional 200% slam damage, and suddenly the damage just skyrockets. There's something fishy going on. Yeah, 1.7 million, because why not? I don't want to sound like I'm complaining. I'm happy with the results. It's actually very good, especially since we have that double electricity, right? So we have the innate electricity on the slams plus the electricity on the weapon. It's actually very reliable on influence. Feels nice, actually better than a lot of other slam builds. I always thought it was a little bit weird that the Nira set was focused around whips. Like, it makes sense because, you know, Nira's weapon is a whip, but whips generally don't have the best slams, or I thought so at least. Apparently they do. I honestly think this is as good as it gets, so yeah, let's go wrap it up. So, first things first, this build uses a full Nira set. So on our Warframe, we're using Nira's Anguish in the Exilus, as well as Nira's Hatred as one of our main mods. Nira's Anguish is a bit meh, but it is an Exilus mod at the end of the day, and Nira's Hatred is actually pretty decent, gives you some health and a little bit of ability duration. For the actual Vertilac, we're using Burning Wasp as the stance, though it doesn't really matter, we're doing heavy slams anyway, so just put in whatever fits your polarity. And we're doing an influence-focused slam build, because it just makes sense on the Vertilac since it has innate electricity on its slams. For the mods, we have Nira's Contempt for base damage, status chance, and to finish off the Nira set, Galvanized Reflex for the initial combo, Voltaic Strike to double down on electricity to make influence feel nice and reliable, then we have Organ Chatter for crit damage, Seismic Wave for slam damage, Galvanized Elementalist for status damage and status chance, and we top it off with Sacrificial Steel and Sacrificial Pressure for a bunch of heavy crit chance and damage. Now, if you want to, you can put whatever you want in the Exilus, though most mods aren't gonna have much of an effect, which is why I left it blank. And finally, I would also highly recommend a solid priming pet. I used a Hound, Good Boy Harold, that primes cold with Coolant Leak, and then Impact, Puncture, Heat, Radiation, Magnetic, and Vital with its butt totem. The most important element here being Heat for the armor strip and Vital for the health damage, though Puncture is pretty nice as well because it makes enemies easier to crit, and Cold increases their crit damage taken. This was a weird one. It started off as a bit of a meme, you know, let's use the Vertilac as God intended, lol, and it didn't do much, but then all of a sudden it started doing an awful lot. To a point where I would actually recommend you give this a shot. This is not a bad build at all. It clears really well, and the single target, since the slams do so much damage, isn't too shabby either. So yeah, Slam Vertilac. It's pretty good. Rightio, so last time we did the Vertilac, which is Nira's weapon, as God intended, that is using the Nira set as well, and since people have been requesting the Neferi a lot recently, I thought, well, why not do a lore-accurate Neferi as well? Could be fun. Now, the Neferi are a pair of Master Rank 13 daggers, and they're the signature weapon of the Archon Ammar, whom also happens to have its own set. The Ammar set, if you can believe that. And both the Neferi as well as the Amar set can be acquired from Narmer bounties in either Cetus or Fortuna. Now the Neferi do primarily heat damage with a decent chunk of slash and puncture as well. They sport a 21% crit chance with a 2.3 times crit multiplier and a 33% status chance. Additionally, they have a unique default combo which makes you spit out fireballs, and their heavy attacks do pure heat damage. So let's give the lore accurate Amar setup a shot and see if it's any good. Shall we? Now, since we're going lore accurate, we're gonna need both Amar mods for our frame. They're not particularly good, but they're not terrible, they're okay. They do have a pretty cool set bonus though, which makes you teleport to an enemy when you do a heavy attack. I have never used this mod before, as you can quite clearly see. It gives you melee damage and slash damage, plus the set bonus. But it does make some amount of sense on the Neferi, because the fireballs, I'm pretty sure, have multiplicative condition overload scaling, and we need something to be multiplicative with. So we're gonna use Amar's Contempt. The stance doesn't really matter because the unique combo on the Neferi overrides whatever combo you have on the stance anyway. So even though we already have base melee damage, we're still gonna run Condi Overload for the multiplicative damage scaling. And I think we're gonna focus primarily on slash and heat with the build. Hold on, can we do duplicate actually? Like 20-ish% crit chance with Blood Rush. That should be right around 100%, so maybe duplicate is the way to go here. Yeah, the crit chance is gonna be right around like 110-ish%, so that's perfect actually. No, hold on. Do we want to do Steel instead? Because this will give us more crit chance, but also more crit damage than Shatter. Oh god, I can feel the sweat running down my forehead already. If we run Steel, we're gonna have about 5x crit multi, and that's -4 divided by it's 2 times crit multi, right? So 2 times 5 minus 2, so roughly around 140%. This, by the way, is the calculation for your ideal crit chance based on your multiplier for melee duplicate. Now we could run both, but I think we're just gonna run Steel because it's just a much better use of mod space. Might actually have too much crit if the enemies are primed with puncture, but that's fine. Since we're focusing on slash and heat, Melementalist is the perfect mod here. Some attack speed, and yeah, let's go try it out. Oh, misprimed YouTube memes. This is a pretty cool combo actually. The fireballs do a decent chunk of damage. The only downside is that it doesn't give you much movement, so that's a bit of a bummer. However, this is where the lore accurate part of this build comes in, because once we have Tennokai, we can start teleporting around with heavy attacks. I think Discipline's Merit is the play here. It just makes the most sense, because if we're gonna use heavies to move around, I would really like them to be reliable. 1v, coming right up, and there we go. For once we're running a Condi Overload build, so Harold's priming is gonna be huge. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. The fireballs do not count as melee hits, so they don't trigger Tennokai. And with Harold being a bit of a menace and crowd controlling everything, it's kind of hard to trigger sometimes, but it might be better in a mission. It is really cool though. It's working surprisingly well. Yeah, the fireballs hit pretty damn hard. Not gonna lie, like using the default combo and not moving around too much feels a bit janky. I usually move around a lot with melees, just constantly doing slide attacks and dashes, but it is working surprisingly well. The damage is very good though, especially considering that we are still missing 2 mods. The single turret could use a bit of help, but overall not too shabby, not too shabby. One of the 2 remaining mods definitely has to be range. We need more range. Let's add another V. That's not a tremendous amount of capacity. We're gonna need at least 1 more Forma. We can finally get some status scaling into this status-focused build, because up until now we've just had Melementalist. Yeah, that made a big difference, just mountains upon mountains of status. Lovely. I probably should have added range first. Still feels pretty janky. Yeah, if you're not a silly sausage such as myself and you're using normal combos, this is actually a pretty cool build. Oh, that's why my crit felt way too high. I have Avenger here. That's what's messing things up. I was thinking like, I'm orange critting way too much. Like, I know the game prioritizes showing higher tier crits over lower tiers, but I was seeing way too much orange. So we're gonna swap this out. Probably for Strike, just for the extra attack speed. Whapam. Primed Reach would be better, but I think Spring-Loaded Blade will do as well. If you want to invest 1 more Forma, you could run Primed Reach, but even Spring-Loaded Blade is going to more than double our range. much better. This actually feels nice. Also, you know, it's the Infested, which are by far the best faction to fight with a meme setup like this because they run straight towards you, so you don't have to chase them down. This is one thing that I like about Power Creep. You can do themed setups, meme setups, and they all work. They will probably not be the best, but they'll work well enough to handle almost everything in the game. I think we're pretty much done here. I think we have achieved our goal. So, first things first, I'm running Arcane Strike on my Inaros, but it's very much not necessary. You get more than enough attack speed for the setup from Berserker Fury, but if you have the open Arcane slot, why not use it? I'm also running Amar's Hatred, as well as Amar's Anguish for the full set bonus. This is also not entirely necessary, especially if you're not gonna force yourself to use the special combo that the Neferi comes with. It does feel pretty nice to be able to teleport to up to 30 meters using a heavy attack though. For the actual build, we're running Spinning Needle as our stance, though that doesn't really matter because the unique combo overrides whatever combo is on the stance with the Neferi, and we're using Discipline's Merit as our Tenukai trigger. This works really well with the Amar set, which teleports you with a heavy attack, so having nice reliable heavy attacks every 4 hits is awesome. For our mods, we have Condition Overload, which is actually multiplicative on the fireballs you spit out with the unique combo, Blood Rush and Galvanized Steel for crit chance and crit damage, Berserker Fury for attack speed, Amar's Contempt to finish the full set, but also give us some base melee damage and slash. This is quite nice because it's something that Condition Overload can be multiplicative with on the fireballs. Following that, we have Galvanized Melementalist for the status damage and status chance, Weeping Wounds for even more status chance, and then either Spring-Loaded Blade if you're a cheap bastard like me for extra range, but if you're not and you're willing to invest 1 extra forma, you can run Primed Reach. Now, this is a melee duplicate setup, and it has just about the right amount of crit chance for the amount of crit multiplier that we have. The reason I say that is because hits created by duplicate roll their own crit chance, and the higher your crit multiplier, the more beneficial it becomes to not duplicate all your crits in order for some of the duplicated crits to orange crit. And finally, let's also not forget about a solid priming pet. I use a Hound, Good Boy Harold, and he adds an absolute truck ton of damage because of Condition Overload, especially since it's multiplicative on the fireballs. You know, for somewhat of a meme setup, this actually ended up being pretty good. I would recommend you give it a shot. Though with that said, if I were you, I wouldn't focus too much on the unique combo because it makes the setup feel way more janky than it needs to be. You can sprinkle it in every now and then, but use the other combos more than I did. So all in all, a very good setup, highly recommend it. Well, we've done the Verdilac and the Neferi, so it only makes sense that we would do the Quorum as well. Though unlike with the other two, where we went for the full set and all that shebang, here we're just gonna focus on the unique combo and try to make it work, because A, set bonuses are apparently broken right now, and B, the Boreal set is kinda boring, lol. It just provides reduced damage taken while airborne, which we're not going to be. Now, the Quorum is a Mastery Rank 13 polearm, and it is acquired just like the Boreal mod from Narmer bounties in either Cetus or Fortuna. It does primarily slash and puncture damage with a little bit of impact on the side, and it sports a 24% crit chance with a 2.2 times crit multiplier and a 30% status chance. The important thing here though is the unique tactical combo, which is a standing block combo which thrusts the Quorum into the ground and then rips it out in a massive electric explosion. So let us give it a shot and see if we can make it work, shall we? The Quorum, funnily enough, comes with a double dash, and Shimmering Blight, which fits in there, doesn't actually have a standing block combo, so you get a bonus combo instead of replacing one that was already there. Good God, I forgot how slow this is. That's bad. We're gonna, oh my god, we're gonna need all the attack speed in the world. Now, it is a slam and it has electricity. I don't know if it's force or not, but we're most definitely running influence. Let's just get some basic mods on. Condi Overload, Blood Rush, I guess. I hope it can crit. Galvanized Steel, and Elementalist. We're gonna focus heavily on status here. Boreal's Contempt is probably the best of the special melee mods because it gives melee and status damage. Very, very good. In decent amounts as well. It's a shame the set bonus is kinda meh. We, as I've said, are going to need all the attack speed we can get, so Berserker Fury goes in, and I have Arcane Strike on my frame as well. If it's still slow, even with Strike and Fury, we can subsume Warcry. Okay, that's much better. That's actually not too bad. I think that's enough attack speed. Damage is decent considering we have no armor strip or any priming whatsoever. If I remember correctly, like, here's the thing, the slam is like 10 meters with no fall off. Something like that. It is a bit awkward, not gonna lie, but it kind of works. Harold is gonna help a ton here. Oh yeah, that's way better. problem is, I'm not sure who's doing the damage. Me or Harold. Harold does a lot. Alright, we need more mod. So, let's slap in a V. This is where it gets weird because it should be affected by seismic wave. So we're... You know what? I'm gonna check the wiki actually. Okay, so it's affected by fewer things than I thought. But Elementalist, Matching Elemental Mods, Last Instinct, and Seismic Wave should work. Also faction damage, but I'm not doing that. That means that we can get rid of Condition Overload, because that's not doing anything. And we still have Boreal's Contempt for the base damage. And we should just go double electricity, so Voltaic Strike and Shocking Touch. Right? There's no way this actually works. Ah, that's so cool. Yo, that's dope as hell. Let's try one more time without Harold. This is so wonderfully weird. It definitely works. Look. Look. This is without armor strip again, so like these dudes have a lot of armor and electricity does not like armor, but yeah, that totally works. Oh, I love this. That's so good. We could even do like slams, right? Yeah, we slam for a decent amount because we have Seismic Wave. Then it actually makes sense to run the Boreal set because it reduces damage while you're airborne, so as you're going in for the slam, you're taking less damage. Kinda feels like a Tennokai build actually. I just move around from pack to pack and I slam into the ground, bonk, and then I move to another group. It's pretty cool. Actually, I kinda like this. The single target's probably gonna be pretty bad though. I guess we'll see once an Acolyte shows up. It's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I definitely wouldn't describe it as amazing though. I'm still not sure what does what. Like, am I doing damage with the hit or with the slam? There's so many numbers, especially with Harold in the mix as well. I'm definitely keeping this, like just for the novelty if nothing else. I have the feeling it's gonna be much better against the Infested. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. Is it better than a normal build? Probably not. Well, probably. Most definitely not. Like, I'm pretty sure if I just started swinging the polearm normally, it would be just as good, if not better. But it's just so cool, though. Look at it. I am trying so hard to distinguish which numbers are coming from the slam so I can see whether or not this is actually doing something. No, I think it's better if we just stop asking stupid questions. It works. We could add Tennokai to this as well. I don't want to because I'm already kind of playing it like a Tennokai build. I'm just using the heavy slam combo instead of Tennokai procs, but yeah, you could totally do that as well. Just do a few slams, then Tennokai, do a few slams, Tennokai, that kind of stuff. Yeah, pretty neato if I may say so myself. Let's go wrap it up. So here's the final build for the Quorum, which focuses around its unique standing block combo. We run Shimmering Blight as the stance because it matches the stance polarity, and while I don't have a Tennokai trigger on this build because it already kind of feels like a Tennokai build, you can definitely run a Tennokai trigger and alternate between the slams and Tennokai procs. It would actually help with the single target, which on this build isn't particularly good. But anyway, we run Blood Rush and Galvanized Steel for crit chance and damage, Boreal's Contempt for melee damage and status damage, Galvanized Elementalist for status damage and status chant, Seismic Wave for slam damage because the unique combo is a slam, Berserker Fury for attack speed, and then Shocking Touch and Voltaic Strike for double electricity. This on top of the innate electricity on the slam combo makes it a perfect influence setup, which is why we're running melee influence. However, if you're not going to be focusing too much on the unique block combo, I would replace either Voltaic Strike or Shocking Touch with Weeping Wounds instead. Now, because the unique block combo is horrendously slow, I would highly suggest two sources of attack speed. We have Berserker Fury on the weapon, and I chose Arcane Strike on my frame. If you don't have a free Arcane slot, you could subsume something like Warcry instead. And finally, even though we did not end up running Condition Overload, a solid priming pet is going to be invaluable here. A little bit of heat and vital for some armor strip and extra health damage is going to go a long way. I was using a Hound, Good Boy Harrow that primes Cold with Coolant Leak and then Heat, Impact, Puncture, Radiation, Magnetic and Vital with its Butt Totem. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure if I even did this right, but it works and it's fun, so I'm not gonna complain. I'm happy with it. Though please, if you have a better understanding of what accursed mathematics occur within this combo, let us know in the comment section down below. Now, would I recommend this? Yes, but mostly for the novelty. Like, it's a very novel build, it feels different, it's, as I've mentioned many times, somewhat similar to a Tennokai build, but unsurprisingly you will be much better off with a cookie cutter influence setup if all you want to do with the Quorum is maximum damage. I also think you could do an affliction setup with this block combo as well, because it has a knockdown and a ragdoll, which would probably give you better single target, though the clear wouldn't be anywhere near as good as it is with the influence setup. So if you're gonna pick it up, definitely play around with it and try different setups as well. Shivering Contagion, a primary mod that makes her cold status procs spread to nearby enemies. This was broken at first, and when they fixed it, they made it work exactly like it did when it was broken. I've always looked at it and thought it was a cool idea, but it never felt worth it, because giving up an entire mod slot on a primary weapon just to spread your cold around just doesn't feel good. But today I am determined to do something with it, and our weapon of choice is going to be the Tenet Galaxian, which is a chaining beam weapon that does pure cold damage. I actually have a cold based one as well, and it sports a 20% crit chance with a 2.2 times crit multiplier and a 40% status chance. Now, since this is a Tenet weapon, the only way to get it is by vanquishing a sister of Parvos that's wielding it. So let's give it a shot and see if it's any good with Shimmering Contagion. Shall we? I already have 2 builds for the Tenet Galaxian, and I also don't think it's going to be a mainline build, so I think we're just going to do it in config C. It's going to be like a novelty build that we can use every now and then. To me, it makes the most sense to just go with Frostbite and really focus on that cold element of this weapon. It just makes sense. It's very thematic as well. I want to capitalize on the crazy cold spread, but unfortunately all we have is gas. I would much rather have Blast, but we can't do Blast with Shivering Contagion at the same time. This might be dumb, but I think we're gonna skip Serration in favor of Galvanize Aptitude and just get our base damage from that, because Condition Overload on beams is additive, so it's the same multiplier. It'll save us a mod slot as well, so Shivering Contagion isn't gonna hurt us as much. Little bit of multi-shot. Let's hope stacking Scope isn't gonna be a massive pain, because we need all the crit we can get. We're stacking a lot of crit damage, and we only have 20% base crit chance. Crit damage. Let's see if we need something specific. Yo, that was instant. Everything froze instantly. That's pretty cool, actually. We don't have armor strip or priming of any kind, so the damage is unfortunate, but it's a good start. Let's do one of those. Aha, there's the damage. And that ain't too bad, Chief. Ain't too bad at all. Seems Aptitude is enough, which is good, because Elementalist, we can now run Elementalist instead of having to run Serration as well. I know some people don't like this, but I am going to switch over to Avenger for the extra crit. Okay. It is picking up, my dudes and dudettes. It is picking up. Harold should kick this up, not just a single notch, like a handful of notches because of the strip and the vital and the condition overload stuff. We may not be culinary experts just yet, but we are definitely cooking. So the good news is that Galvanized Scope is stacking rather spiffingly. Bad news is that the damage isn't high enough and we are wasting a tremendous amount of status, because both gas and cold cap at 10 and we stack it insanely fast, so then it's like not doing anything at all. That's not good. It is working pretty well though, it's not a terrible build. I'm loving the instant freeze. The crowd control is out of this world. It's like you're avalanching non-stop. I wonder if corrosive and cold would be a better angle here, because the beam does chain, so we don't necessarily need to be doing AoE damage, right? Okay, so the single target is actually pretty good. Did not expect that. It's like a solid B tier, I would say. Also, cold always feels great versus acolytes. Just look at the slow clown prancing about. So this is pretty good. But let's try this instead, which will also give us another mod slot, because we don't need to run Elementalist, which means we can scale more crit chance. I think this makes sense, because we're scaling a lot of crit damage here. Yeah, this feels considerably better, like we're finally utilizing that crit damage, of which we have a lot of, because we get it from Frostbite and then Vital Sense and Cold procs as well. And we have a reliable armor strip, which just feels awesome. Wait. No. No. Am I don't know. Hold on. Let me check the wiki for a brief moment, alright? Yeah, no, so it shouldn't spread other status effects, but for a moment it felt like it was spreading corrosive. It doesn't. Alright, right. It just, I guess we just proc it really fast then. Damage isn't the best. Like the initial enemy, the first enemy that you can headshot reliably, that one goes down pretty fast, which is good. But the main thing here is that it like clears competently enough, but the crowd control is just wild. Everything is frozen all the time. Again, solid enough acolyte damage. It's not the best, definitely not the worst either. You could say it's a pretty cool, yeah. I'd still say it's more of a novelty build than anything else. But you could pump up the damage quite a bit with frame buffs. Like you could either go, Harrow or something with extra crit, or just have Roar or Eclipse, something like that. It's decent enough, it just feels like it needs a little bit of an extra push, that extra mod slot. You can feel it. Yeah, definitely not the fastest, but it works well enough, the damage is decent, and the crowd control is lovely. So here's the final setup. We have Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Aptitude for the status chance, but also the base damage from Gundition Overload. Then we have Galvanized Scope and Critical Delay for as much crit as possible, Vital Sense for crit damage, Shivering Contagion for spreading cold procs, and then High Voltage and Malignant Force for corrosive. And our arcane of choice is Primary Frostbite, which adds extra crit damage and multi-shot. Now, if you want to take full advantage of corrosive, I would highly recommend Emerald Archon charts with maximum corrosive procs. This will allow you to strip the enemy armor completely with corrosion alone. I actually run 2 Tau Forged ones, which is more than you need, and that's because they work on status resistant enemies. With this setup, with just 2, I can stack 10 corrosive procs even on Acolytes. Additionally, I would also recommend some kind of a frame buff, whether that be an Arcane like Arcane Avenger for more crit chance, or something like Roar or Eclipse. You can really feel that missing mod slot. And finally, since we're relying purely on Gundition Overload for base damage via Galvanized Aptitude, you are going to need a solid priming pet or you're not gonna do much damage at all. I run a Hound, Good Boy Harrow that with his Batotem primes Impact, Puncture, Magnetic, Radiation, Heat and Vital. This is actually not a terrible build at all if you're willing to sacrifice a little bit of damage in favor of some crowd control. It's gonna work much better for you if you main a frame that has some sort of a weapon buff. Right now I'm running Inaros with Dispensary subsumed on, so I have nothing. But if you main Rhino with Roar or Mirage with Eclipse or even Harrow for the extra crit, Sevagoth, that kind of stuff, that extra push from the Warframe ability is gonna make it do more than enough. Though that's not to say it's necessarily bad without any Warframe buffs, like even Avenger is more than enough to comfortably clear Steel Path and like 99% of the game. It's just that if you go deeper into Steel Path as the enemy levels go up, it's gonna slow down and eventually fall off. So I would recommend you give it a shot. Maybe you can do what I did and just keep it on Config C as more of a novelty build, because you never know, maybe the immense amount of crowd control this build provides by instantly freezing everything the beam touches is gonna come in handy at some point. That, by the way, is the biggest strength of this build. Like, as soon as you press the fire button and the beam touches an enemy, every enemy is gonna be frozen solid. Instantly. It's pretty nice, kind of unique. I said it in the video, it's like you're avalanching on frost, non-stop. Beep boop, welcome. Today we're doing something a little bit different. So on the last video, a lot of you have suggested to use Shivering Contagion on a companion instead. And while you guys suggested various different companions and weapons, I ended up going with Taxon and the Artax. Because, well, everyone has Taxon. He's essentially the starter sentinel, and you get him by finishing the Earth to Venus junction. Now, despite Taxon being a starter sentinel, its stats are actually not terrible. 560 health, 250 shields, 80 armor, and a 60-second recovery time. That's pretty good. Additionally, its weapon, the Artax, isn't too shabby at all. It does do very little damage, which is pure cold, and it has no crit chance, but it has high 35% status chance, high fire rate, big magazine, and a fast reload. So let us give the Shivering Taxon setup a shot and see if it's any good, shall we? I almost never run Sentinel, so this is gonna be interesting. This is actually kind of a noob trap. People think you don't need to mod for cold, but 20% is not enough. That is never going to proc. The actual Taxon setup is going to change depending on what you want from it. We're probably not going to run Fiber, the armor is quite low, but Redirection is probably going to be good. Animal Instinct is non-negotiable for me, I need my radar. So you want some tanky mods, you want Vacuum, obviously, then some kind of an attack preset like Assault Mode. What's Retarget? Why do you have... Oh, this one's generic, okay. So you want an Assault mod, so that the Sentinel attacks, Vacuum so that it vacuums, and then some tank so that it doesn't die. Outside of that, at least for a priming Sentinel, Momentous Bond is really good because you can trigger the bonus when you kill the Eximus as well. It doesn't have to be the Sentinel. And I actually think that's gonna be it. I can't think of another Bond mod that I would really want here. This is probably very stupid. I'm gonna put in Fire Dab just so you can see what happens when you mix the cold into something else. Sure, regen, why not? Shivering Contagion, Whapam. These aren't entirely necessary because of Momentous Bonds, but it's nice to always have some elements to prime the enemies with. Definitely want Corrosive for the armor strip as well. I'm just gonna put in Rime Rounds for now, but we do have Fired Up, so that's gonna combine with the cold into Blast. Rifle Aptitude for now, and we're gonna top it off with Multi-Shot, but we need more Forma for that. This right here is why you actually want to mod for cold. Because yes, you do have that trait, but 20% is just not enough. It's gonna get overpowered by all the other elemental status effects, especially once Momentous Bond kicks in. So if we wanted to reliably proc cold, we're gonna have to mod for it. So let's get rid of that, and bam, frozen. Massive difference, as you can see. This is why I want to mod for cold. The trait, very, very cool, but again, 20%, not enough. People are right though, this is dope. It's like having a little baby frost on your shoulder at all times. Split chamber is gonna make this even better, though unfortunately, I've just realized we're gonna need 2 forma for it, which is, yeah, that's not great. For now, we're just gonna run it 1 rank from the top. We're gonna lose a little bit of status, but that's fine. I'm just lost, I have no idea what to put on this damn thing. Okay, I guess. Some shield recharge, not bad. Not as much AoE or coverage as you would have with like a Hound, but it is considerably more reliable. Hounds kinda do whatever they want, and it can sometimes be difficult to make them prime the target you actually want primed, whereas this just primes the closest thing to you. Let's sprinkle in a handful of Eximus units, mow a few of them down, and now... I said, and now... There we go. Yay! Priming more stuff. Very good. Still proccing more than enough cold, even with Momentous Bond. Fantastic. Here's the first real test though, can it survive a full-on melee mission? Because if it's always dead, then, you know, it's no good, and I'm a big melee player. Okay, so not only is it surviving, it is doing so fabulously. I don't think it took any damage yet, so that is very good. Also, I am kind of liking the reliable priming, not gonna lie. I am loving the almost instantaneous freeze. Also, I specifically chose a melee weapon that utilizes condition overload, so that priming would be noticeable. I'm not really seeing much of a difference. Yes, Harold primes a little bit better because he just carpet bombs the entire tile set, but it's not bad. I am very pleasantly surprised. Say hello to little baby Frost, Malise. Up, hiya! Sit down, Malise. Good boy. So range is not a problem at all. This was another thing I was a little bit worried about, because in melee it doesn't matter, but when you pick up a gun, beam weapons tend to have relatively short range, but the Artax I think is like 25 meters, something like that, and that seems to be enough. At least in this style set it is. So don't tell Harold please, but this genuinely feels a lot better, at least in an Exterminate. I very much appreciate the carpet bombing in like a survival or anything, but in an Exterminate, Hounds are not very good for priming, whereas this is just on point at all times. Yeah, I'm definitely keeping this. This is a very nice setup. Okay, let's top it all off. Can't leave split chamber. 1 rank from the top. I guess we just put in a dash for contagion because I'm sure as hell not taking that out. And we can finally run split chamber. Yay. I see you on the radar. You can't hide from me. Where is... Cat and mouse. There we go. Oh my god, that was funny. This is one thing I adore about Warframe. Not just the Sentinels, but like a lot of gear, a lot of starter gear, like Excalibur, for example, or even some weapons, are very, very good when you invest into them. And that just, to me at least, feels great, because you can pick something up and then invest into it over time, and you will get very good returns from it. So, first of all, we have the Taxon setup. This is gonna vary from person to person, because it depends on what kind of frames you're running, what do you want the Sentinel to do, that kind of stuff. So you need to decide what you want here and put it on. I use mostly health-based frames, so I have Meditate here for the heal. I want to have Radar, so I have Animal Instinct. I need Vacuum, because what kind of a maniac would play this game without it? And I want the pet to prime enemies, which is why I run Momentous Bond. Everything else is there just to give it as much uptime as possible, so a bunch of tanky mods so that it's hard to kill, and if it does die, a bunch of regen mods to recover it faster. I also, as you may have noticed, don't use its signature precept, because I rarely play frames with shields. Now onto the real star of the show, the Artax. Here we have High Voltage and Malignant Force for corrosive damage and status chance, Rhyme Rounds, which might seem weird especially because this has a trait that makes it always do a little bit of cold damage, but the problem is, if you don't have enough cold, you for example just rely on the trait, the chance to proc cold is going to be minuscule because the amount of cold damage the weapon is doing is just too small. But if you put on Rhyme Rounds and actually bolster the cold damage to be the highest damage type, it will always proc cold even once the pet gets a bunch of extra random damage from Momentous Bond. But anyway, next on the menu we have Split Chamber for multi-shot. Then there is Shivering Contagion, which will take those very prominent cold effects and spread them around. radiated reload for radiation damage and reload speed, magnetic capacity for the magnetic damage, and we top it all off with the rifle attitude for status. I, as mentioned already, almost never run sentinels. I think I'm still used to them being the squishy little thing that dies almost instantly and then you have nothing for the rest of the mission, but that's no longer the case. Sentinels are very viable companions, as can very clearly be seen right here. This is an absolutely tremendous setup for both melee and gunplay. It primes very well, you can put a lot of utility on it, and it freezes everything the beam touches. So yeah, this is an absolutely tremendous setup, fantastic suggestion, and I highly recommend you give it a shot. This is all your fault, you know. I was perfectly happy running Shivering Contagion on my primary, being a happy little camper, but no, you should use it on a companion, put it on the Texan, and then I did, and the second I did, put it on the Diriger instead, so yeah, sure, I will. Calm down. The Diriger, aka the Battle Blimp, is a very cheap sentinel you can simply get from the market, and it sports very solid 700 health, 150 shields, 80 armor, and a recovery time of 60 seconds. More importantly though, its precepts make it very good for either doing damage or priming. And since I already did the DPS setup not too long ago, which by the way could actually clear Steel Path on its own, we're gonna do the priming setup today. So yeah, let us give it a shot and see if it's any good. Shall we? Arcoil has always been a really good precept mod, but now with bond mods, it's even crazier. This is very good. Let's do all the presets actually. So vacuum, I think we'll skip electro pulse because I don't think it's gonna do much for us. Calculated shot for the attack precept. This is a really nice 70-meter charge up. I don't think it matters whether this is second or vacuum, but we want to make sure Arcoil is first because it goes from left to right. I like the faster recovery here. Enhance vitality for the health, and I think we're just gonna go with accelerated deflection for more frequent gating. I don't think it's going to be tremendously beneficial to boost the shields in any way. This is what makes Arcoil absolutely crazy because it allows it to prime more than just electricity. It's really good because Arcoil has an incredibly short cooldown. I don't think we're going to have enough damage on the Sentinel for Contagious Bond, but it would be pretty cool. Definitely want to run Momentous Bond for the extra random elemental damage. Let's see if we have enough damage for Contagious Bond. I don't think we do. Weapon is just going to be the Artax from the Taxon video, so here we run Corrosive, Magnetic Radiation, and Cold. We might not need Shivering Contagion, but yeah, I kind of like the instant freeze from it, so, you know, we'll just keep it as it is for now. Wowee, yeah, damn. It's kind of like having a hound on your shoulder. It's crazy. We, unsurprisingly, don't have enough damage for Contagious Bond, but that's to be expected. We're running a very weak weapon setup that's just designed to prime. I want my radar, so let's get a form on here. Beepity, Bappity, Boopity. And there we go. Lovely. We could finagle the weapon around to run Contagious Bond, you know, get some more damage in there, but I think we're just gonna run Duplex instead. This in our setup won't trigger it that much, but others will. Let us sprinkle in a handful of Eximus units. Okay, and... oh, that is fabulous. Look at that, yeah. This feels very Harold-esque. I like it. Now let's try the Duplex. I can't see a damn thing, there's too many numbers, but there are definitely more Dirigers flying around, so the priming should be better. We could probably boost the damage just enough to run Contagious Bond, but I wanted to do a priming setup, so let's do that. As it's feeling pretty damn monstrous so far, this has got to be up there when it comes to priming campaigns, like seriously. The downside here is because the weapon, it's not priming any physical elements, which is not the best because Puncture is very good for crit. Right, and impact can open the enemies up to Parazon finishers, but like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. The main upside of running the Diriger as opposed to like a Hound is the reliability. Everything around you will be primed, guaranteed, whereas with the Hound, it's more like everything the Hound deems worthy will be primed. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but now this is probably better than Harold. Oh, you really don't like this, eh? Yeah, with the Taxon, the priming was more reliable, but the AoE was nowhere near as good as like a Hound. This is closer to a Hound. Like, this feels fairly comparable. God damn, I really don't feel like extracting right now. This is very fun. Oh, it died. How long? That is very... good lord. Yeah, that is fast recovery. Jesus! And it's back up. That is wonderful. Pretty good for gunplay as well, just like with the Taxon, though here it's much better because if I run into a group of enemies like over here, they get primed much faster, whereas with Taxon it was more like one by one. They did all get frozen, but they wouldn't get primed as quickly. Am I seriously gonna run the Battle Blimp instead of Harold? Might make more sense for gun videos though. Harold has a tremendous amount of damage. Like, Harold can clear Steel Path on his own, which isn't necessarily the best when you're trying to showcase weapons, whereas this is almost pure priming. There's very little damage coming from the Sentinel. Where the hell did you go? No. Is it gonna TP all the way here? Did I just... No, I didn't. What other Sentinel abilities would be very good for priming? Like, I genuinely think the Dirija is one of the best because the Tesla Coil is just so damn good. Because, like, it's so fast. Like, it constantly zaps everything around you. It's almost like an aura. I feel like this is one of those things that should be in your arsenal. You can build it a little bit differently. Like, you can give it a different weapon because the weapon... It's mostly there for the freeze. You can definitely do this with another weapon because most of the priming doesn't come from the weapon. It comes from the precepts in combination with the bonds. So you can make it do more damage if you want to. Man, I want to try the other Sentinels as well. See what you did to me? This is your fault. Nah, I'm kidding. I love you guys. This was a great suggestion. So let's quickly go over the weapon setup for the Sentinel because we've already used this before. It's the R-Tax build from the Taxon video. We have High Voltage and Malignant Force for corrosive, Prime Rounds for cold, Split Chamber for multi-shot, Shivering Contagion for spreading cold procs. This makes it so that as soon as the Sentinel touches something with the beam, all enemies around that target are instantly frozen. Then we have Radiated Reload for radiation, Magnetic Capacity for magnetic damage, and we topped it off with the Rifle Aptitude for status chance. However, the weapon and its build doesn't really matter. You can play around with different stuff. Just make sure you load it up with a bunch of different damage types because we extract those damage types with a bond and then apply them to enemies via the Sentinel's precepts. Now for the Sentinel setup, we run Arc Coil in the first slot so that the Sentinel uses it as much as possible because this is an absolutely bonkers ability for priming. It continuously zaps up to 7 enemies near the Sentinel and it primes them with all kinds of different stuff. It was originally just meant to use electricity, but thanks to bond mods and all that, it can prime a hell of a lot more. Then we have Vacuum for the, well, Vacuum, Calculated Shot as our attack precept so that the Sentinel actually attacks. Momentous Bond, which gives the Sentinel a bunch of random elemental damage when we kill Eximus units. Manifold Bonds, which is what extracts the elements from the Sentinel's weapons and applies them via Arc Coil. Next on the menu is Primed Regen for faster recovery. Then we have Duplex Bond, which sometimes triggers and spawns another Dirija for a bit of extra priming. This is much better if you actually build it for more damage rather than just pure priming like I did. And we top it all off with Accelerated Deflection for more frequent shield gating, Enhanced Vitality for a bunch of health, as well as Primed Animal Instinct for the radar. So yeah, when it comes to pure priming, this is probably better than Harold. It doesn't have as much damage because I built it for pure priming, and Harold, even though he is built for priming, can still decimate Steel Path. But this is far more reliable, which is what I really like about it. You don't have to shepherd it around like a Hound, because when a Hound decides that, okay, I'm gonna go and prime the enemies over there, there is very little you can do. Like, you could stand on your head and it won't make a difference. Though Hounds, when properly built, do have more AoE, so they shine in, like, survivals, for example. If you pick a room and just let the Hound carpet bomb the room over and over and over again, they're gonna be better than something like this, but in every other situation, basically, I would pick the Dirija instead. Which means that, yes, I would absolutely recommend you give this a shot. I feel like this is one of those things that you should have in your arsenal. So, since we're already down the companion rabbit hole, there is one more thing I want to try before the next update. And that thing is the combo of Jinn and the Ghazal Machete, because just in case you don't know, Fatal Attraction, the signature precept of the Jinn, adds corrosive damage to the Ghazal Machete and vice versa. Now, while the Jinn comes from the Infested or Biolab in your dojo, the Ghazal Machete comes from the Tenolab. The Machete is actually fairly cheap, though the Jinn not so much, especially when compared to something like the Dirija, which you can pick up from the market and build it with a handful of nuts and bolts. The Ghazal Machete is decent enough. It doesn't have a lot of crit, but it has a 30% status chance, does primarily slash damage, and has decent damage per hit. The main thing here is that it synergizes with the Jinn Sentinel, which adds extra corrosive damage via Fatal Attraction, which does not combine with other standalone elements. So you can, for example, have corrosive and toxin or corrosive and electricity here. This combo was kind of meh in the past, but now we have so many more toys in our arsenal. I want to see what this can do with a properly built setup. So let's give it a shot and see if it's any good. Shall we? Here is the star of today's show, Fatal Attraction. This is a bit of a weird ability. It charms the enemies and makes them walk towards you, and once they walk within, 6 meters, they explode. Thumper is our attack precept. Little something something to hoover up all the goodies. You can run a different recovery mod if you want to. Little bit of chunk. I think I'm gonna go with accelerated deflection again. That seemed to be pretty good on the Diriger. Gotta have my radar. El Clasico, manifold bond to apply our weapon status effects via abilities. I don't know how well this is gonna work with fatal attraction because if I remember correctly, this actually has a pretty long cooldown. Bada boom. I'm gonna have to squeeze momentous bond on Harold as well. This is a very good mod for priming. We're just going to use the Hellstrom, though one thing I've changed is I switched Corrosive over to Viral, because we already get Corrosive from the Fatal Attraction interaction. So, there's the build. Now onto the Machete. I actually have a Riven for this, because it used to be a very good stat stick, always had a good disposition. Let's hope the gym primes enough for Condi Overload, and I don't think we're going to run Crit, because 10% is very, very low. Ho ho ho, we be weeping indeed. Actually, machetes have pretty good follow through, so let's run Primed Reach. Berserker Fury for some attack speed. These two dashes are very, very bad. That's gonna be annoying. That makes some amount of sense to go Slash, because we get like all the elements we need from the Jin and the interaction, so maybe Slash focused build? Maybe. Melementalist for the status damage. It's a bit weird doing a melee build and not knowing what to put on. It's like the crit's too low. We already have all the scaling. We don't need combo sustain. I mean, more range? Yeah, sure, why not? Yo, hold up. We could do duplicate. We would need Avenger, but I think we can do duplicate. Yo, that could be pretty good. Yeah. Blood Rush will push us up to like 50-ish. Then a bit of extra from Puncture. And then Avenger. Yeah, we can totally do duplicate. You shall become AV. Blood Rush goes in. And crit damage. Yeah, that actually fits really well. Just make sure I have Avenger. I do. Lovely. One thing that's bothering me is that it kind of doesn't make sense with the Fatal Attraction thing. Like with the Corrosive. I mean, it works, but I'm not loving it. Like, I wonder if we can do Influence. If we put on Electricity, is it going to combine into the Corrosive? Or can we actually have Corrosive and Electricity? Because that'd be nuts. Put in Voltaic Strike. I guess we can utilize the dash with Shocking Touch as well. Get Spring-Loaded Blade back in? Maybe? It doesn't combine. That's crazy. Okay, that is very good actually. Corrosive and Electricity is a mad combo. This is not bad at all. The high slash also adds a bit to the single target. The one thing, I don't know why I added so much Electricity, because you don't get a lot of Corrosive from the Fatal Attraction, so the Electricity is overpowering it a lot. We're gonna have to take out Shocking Touch. Okay, hold up. So if we take out Shocking Touch and Spring-Loaded Blade, we can Ham-Fist Crit again? This has got to be the best way of multiplying our damage outside of like Smite mods. Only works if you have Avenger though, or some other source of crit. I know it's just another influence setup, right? But it does have some extra sauce on top of it, because running influence with Corrosive is awesome. Buff up time from the Jin is very good. I've been watching the buff timer like a hawk, and it seems to be up all the time. I don't think it's dropped off yet. It's a bit weird because it doesn't seem like the Jin is doing anything, but it obviously is because the buff's rolling, right? I think it's mainly because Fatal Attraction doesn't really have any obvious effect. It just makes the enemies walk towards you, and if they get too close, there's a little poof. Plus, I also did give it the Hellstrom, and the Hellstrom rockets are pretty small. We are definitely gonna have to do Tennokai though. There's a single target without it, bit questionable. Clear is great, but the single target, not so much. And that, as they say, is that you shall also become a V. Thank you very much. We could go Discipline's Merit. Again, I've been using that a lot recently, but I think for once, let's just do Opportunities Reach. This one is up to you. Heavy attack's actually much better than I thought it was. It's like a quad hit with a slash proc, but it's very fast. Look, bang, done. Very good. If you want a more reliable fix for the single target, do Discipline's Merit instead, because every now and then I still run into an Eximus and he just doesn't want to proc, so you can fix that with Discipline's Merit. You're just gonna have a shorter Tennokai window. Alright, so let's try to get through this in a timely manner, because there is a lot to go through today. For the Jin, I went with a pretty generic tanky priming setup. We have Fatal Attraction as the primary precept, then Enhanced Vitality for health, Accelerated Deflection for more frequent shield gating, then Coolantly just for a bit of extra cold, and Thumper as our attack precept. Next on the menu, I have Primed Regen, but you can use another recovery mod instead. This one's up to you. I also like to have primed Animal Instinct for the radar, and we top it off with Manifold Bond so that the companion primes with its abilities, Momentous Bond for random elemental damage, and Vacuum for, well, vacuum. The weapon of choice for the Djinn today was the Hellstrom, though I don't think it worked out particularly well. I tried to give it more damage, but I don't think it was worth it in the end. But it's not that big of a deal. The most important thing with the companion weapon is that you load it up with a bunch of random elements so that Manifold Bond can take them, extract them from the weapon, and then apply it to the companion's abilities. The elements I ended up choosing here were Radiation, Magnetic, and Viral. Normally, with a weapon like this, I would lean more towards Corrosive, but since we're already getting Corrosive from the Fatal Attraction interaction with the Gazal Machete, we could go Viral instead. Then there is the Gazal Machete, and we went with an Influence build, because the Corrosive you get from Djinn does not combine with the Electricity, so you can run Corrosive and Electricity, which is an absolutely fantastic combo. For the stance, we have Cyclone Kraken, though this is very much a personal preference, and so is the Tennokai trigger. I went with Opportunities of Reach, but if you want something more reliable, you can run Discipline's Merit instead. For mods, we have Condition Overload for base damage, Berserker Fury for attack speed, Weeping Wounds for scaling status, Organ Chatter and Blood Rush for scaling crit, Voltaic Strike for the electricity, Primed Reach for range because machetes actually have decent follow through, and we top it off with Galvanized Elementalist for status damage and status chance. However, scaling crit with Blood Rush and Organ Chatter, while good for the overall damage, is only worth it if you have another source of crit chance. I used Arcane Avenger. If you don't have an extra source of crit chance, skip the crit. It's gonna hurt your damage quite a bit, but you can kind of make up for it with Smite mods. So overall, I think this is a pretty good setup. It works much better than expected, the combo is actually worthwhile here, because having Corrosive and Electricity on an Influence setup feels amazing. With that said though, the Gazal Machete is still a pretty mediocre melee weapon, and the Djinn isn't particularly good at priming. Additionally, the Djinn is also a pretty expensive Sentinel. As I've mentioned at the beginning, you can simply get the Dirija from the market, which is much better at priming, for a fraction of the cost, right? It's just a handful of random resources, whereas with the Djinn, you need 2 fully built Forma, and then some Mutagen Mass and a bunch of other stuff as well. So while I like the setup overall, I don't think it's worth the investment. You can get a cheaper companion that's gonna be much better at priming, like the Dirija, and you can combine it with a stronger melee weapon to get much better results. So no, this time around I wouldn't actually recommend you give this a shot. I think it's too much of an investment for what it does. If you think it's cool, or you like the interaction or whatever, or you have a really strong Riven for the Gazal Machete, go for it. But in general, I think there are better, cheaper setups out there that are gonna give you more bang for your buck. Usually, I'm not much of a frame guy, I just sit on my Naros and when a new update comes out, I skip over the frames and go right for the weapons. But not this time, because Uriel, the new Warframe that was released with the old piece, is exactly my cup of tea. And the first thing I did after finishing the new quest was play Uriel for about 3 hours straight. And I had a blast. Then today, when I came back from the gym, I played him for another 4 or 5 hours. I just can't get enough of this damn dude. He's awesome. I love 2 things. I like tanky frames because I'm a potato, not the Irish variety of the tactical potato, but just a regular, not very good at video games potato. And minions. I love me some minions. Luckily enough for me though, Uriel has a bit of both. He's tanky enough once you ham-fist a bunch of tanky stuff onto him for me to feel comfortable playing him, and he gets 3 demon minions from his passive. So I did something that will probably get me yelled at by the comment section. Yeah, so this is my Uriel build. I went with Summoner's Wrath for the companion damage, primed YouTube memes because I hate knockdowns, then Augur Reach and Stretch for a bunch of range, mainly for Infernum, because even though I mostly play melee, every now and then I use guns as well, so I wanted it to have a decent amount of range on the Fire Aura. Then I have Nira's Hatred for a bit of health and duration, Adaptation for another layer of defense, Primed Vigor for health and shields, and then Umbro Intensify, Fiber and Vitality for a truck ton of strength, armor and health respectively. And yes, I did spend 2 Umbra Forma on this. Now for the Arcanes, we have Molt Augmented and Arcane Camisado, both of which can provide up to 60% bonus power strength on their own, so even though our strength says 177%, most of the time most casts will be done at around 300, because Camisado doesn't always stack to full before we need to cast another ability. I've also switched his ultimate to Nourish instead. You see, over the years, I've developed my own playstyle. I've been playing this game since 2013. I don't really follow the rules, I just try to have as much fun as I can. This build allows me to do just that. It's good for gunplay, but it really shines in melee because of the combination of the Infernomora and Nourish. And on top of that, the 3 demons doing their demonic things as you run around kind of on their own, a very nice damage vulnerability on his 3rd ability and a reliable heal on his 2nd, and you have an absolute blender. It's a really nice blend. You have 2 upkeep abilities that don't line up with each other, which is actually a good thing because of Kamisado. You need to give the demons and stuff time to stack Kamisado back up when you use one of them before you pop the other, so you get the bonus power strength for that as well. Then if an Acolyte or something beefy shows up, you can pop the vulnerability and just one-shot them because lol, why not? And if you or your demons are low on health, you can simply pop your 2nd ability and heal back up. It's a simple, nice playstyle that flows really well. Everything makes sense, there's no faffing around. Now, because I am a health tanking Andy, I of course had to get some armor onto him, and this is achieved via 3 Tau-forged Azure shards. This gets me close to 1000, which feels really nice with adaptation. Additionally, the cast times felt very long, so I added 1 Tau-forged Amber for casting speed, as well as 1 Violet for the equilibrium effect. You can of course play around with different charts or just play Uriel without them, but this is the setup that I prefer. If you'd rather use shield gating or rotating invulnerabilities, that kind of stuff, you can of course do that too. I'm a tank freak, so I like sitting at 2500 health with 1000 armor and adaptation, as well as a piece of the Ogre set, so every time I cast an ability, I get some shields as well. Moving on to the Companion, because as mentioned already, this build leans pretty heavily into pet, so the Companion is important. I'm running Dirija with just like a basic setup with Momentous, Manifold, Contagious and Duplex Bond. With the weapon being the Verglas, a cold-based beam weapon that runs Aeration for damage, Split Chamber for multi-shot, Rifle Aptitude for status, Vile Acceleration for fire rate, Radiated Reload for the radiation, Magnetic Capacity for magnetic damage, as well as Rime Rounds to bolster the cold and Shivering Contagion to spread those cold procs around. I originally ran a more damage-oriented build, but I very quickly realized that it's not necessary and I can get away with running Shivering Contagion, which is awesome because it makes the Sentinel freeze all enemies in range as soon as it attacks something. I'm gonna play the intro clip again where I just activate my abilities and then the demons, together with the Dirija, absolutely wiped the floor with Steel Path level 195 corrupted. This is why it sometimes looks like I'm playing an Influence setup on my Cronin Prime, where in reality I'm actually running a Vortex build. All the random damage numbers popping up all over the place, that's either the abilities or the pets. Also, the leveling was buttery smooth. I wasn't even running a booster and 5 Forma went by very quickly. You just need to put on some tanky mods first so you don't die and then you just go. You have a truck ton of damage and very good clear. Look, I know this is probably not the most amazing, most overpowered, most YouTube title and thumbnail build of all time, but it is very fun, and I would recommend you try it out. It's not very complicated, it's comfortable, most importantly, it can deal with 99% of the things the game will throw at you. No, I don't know how it will play at level cap because I don't build my frames for that. I don't do level cap. I just faff around and have fun. Yaha, you thought I was gonna start with the gun lance, didn't ya? No, you silly goose. We're doing the Galariac Prime instead. Because the gun lance, yes, it is cool and all, but I feel like I need more time with it. Whereas the Galariac Prime is pretty straightforward. This is a Mastery Rank 14 scythe that does primarily puncture damage with a little bit of impact and slash on the side, and it sports a 19% crit chance with a 2.5 times crit multiplier and a 32% status chance. It also has a fairly strong unique trait, where every unique status effect on the enemy will increase the weapon's final crit chance by 10%. Now, just in case you don't know, final crit chance is added at the very end of the calculation, so if after mods and everything you have, like, just say 80% crit chance and you have one status effect on the enemy, you will have 90% crit chance instead. All the parts you need for it can be acquired from the Perita Rebellion, though you could also buy it with Mafika from Roth in La Cathedral. Additionally, the weapon is tradable unless you put a potato or Forma on it. So, let us give it a shot and see if it's any good. Shall we? Alrighty-ho, so this has a very cool unique trait. You gain 10% final crit chance for each unique status on the target, so we definitely need to take this into consideration when building it. We're gonna run the Dirija, which has a Slack Coil, which naturally procs electricity, and then on the Tazikor I have a Shivering setup, so we have Cold, Radiation, Magnetic and Corrosive, So we ideally want to avoid all of these on the weapon itself. Let's start with Kareen, that's a very good baseline arcane. We could do a heavy build that is a sight, so it has force slash, but I'm kind of not feeling it. Con Overload is an absolute no-brainer because of the status stacking. Let's also get Blood Rush because we still need to scale our crit chance here. And Steel, there we go. And probably Elementalist, since we're going to be doing damaging status effects. We have like all the utility status effects everywhere else, so yeah. Yeah, let's actually start off with Viral and Heat. That's gonna be like the weakest one with Elementalist. Oh man, do we need Weeping Wounds here? So I would much rather have Fury here than run Strike. Okay, we don't need Weeping Wounds. Man, the damage is quite saucy. Berserker Fury it is. Wowee. That is some damage, my dudes and dudettes. That is some damage. Actually, you know what I want to try? I want to try like my full build actually. A little bit of Hellfire and an Uwu. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Very good. I want to try Influence. It should be a pretty easy swap actually. We just put in Voltaic Strike and switch Kareen over to... Where is it? Melee Influence. Damn, just damn. And this with Vital and Electricity. That's not like a particularly strong influence setup. What do you know? Influence on a really strong melee weapon is very good. I would also like to inform you that sky is blue and water is indeed wet. Like, considering that this is most likely the weakest elemental setup of them, I think we're in for quite the banger indeed. I don't even feel like we need Tenno Guy on this. Like, this is damage plenty. Let's do one fully ranked. I don't want to proc too much of it, but we do a lot of damage, so I think gas is going to be fine. This is going to be disgusting with Infernium and Nourish. Yeah, I was correct. This is just gross. What the hell? This is quite rare, actually. Usually you don't go gas on a light stack build unless the weapon is doing enough damage to kill the enemy before the gas maxes out. Because if you just max out gas and then keep whacking them, then you're wasting a bunch of status procs. Not very good. It's not a perfect setup. We do have double electricity. You would ideally want to have two different elements, but both Influence and Tentacle are just too good to drop. One final test with a bit of Blastage. There we go. This is gonna be pretty nuts as well. This is unsurprisingly the best, though do bear in mind I'm running both Infernium and Nourish, so I'm getting the armor strip and damage from Heat, as well as the health damage from Vital. If you don't have either of those, it's not going to be quite as good. The crit isn't super high, we're mostly orange critting with an occasional yellow crit here and there, but that's fine because the weapon is loaded everywhere else. Like, this is a really strong status weapon that just happens to have good crit because of the trait. I do want to try Blast with Kareen though, because the AoE from Blast could be really nice there. It's not going to beat this setup in terms of clear, but it could definitely feel a lot better than running Viral. Like so. And then, no, actually, you know what? Let's keep Toxin. Yeah, let's keep Blast and Toxin. This theoretically takes the most advantage of the trait, because we have Radiation, Corrosive, and Magnetic, and the Dirija has Electricity and Cold, and we have Toxin and Heat, yeah. Wow, yeah, the Blast feels awesome here. Ooh, 1,000 damage. I don't think I've seen that before. I love how much diversity this new update added. Like, basically every weapon type got something new that works really well, but isn't necessarily like the best at all times. It just allows you to do more stuff. Just think about it. We did two variations of Kareen, both of which worked. I think the Blast one is better, but if you don't have Nourish or Vital Priming, you can do the Vital one as well. We did essentially every iteration of Influence, and all of them worked just fine. But you could also do like a Vortex setup if you have Magnetic on your pet, you don't necessarily have to put it on your weapon. Or you could do Afflictions, because I'm pretty sure the heavy attack has either a lift or a knockdown. And no matter which version of whatever build you choose, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna have more than enough damage for Steel Path. Also, I just realized we didn't even do Tennokai. Like, you could get way more damage out of this if you did Tennokai. I don't feel like it's necessary here, but if you want more, you can definitely get it. Righty-ho, so for the Galariac Prime we ended up with Stalking Fan as the stance because it matches the polarity, and then we have two different builds that are fairly similar actually. We run Condition Overload, which synergizes really well with the unique trait for base damage, Blood Rush and Galvanized Steel for crit chance and damage, Galvanized Elementalist for status damage and status chance, then Berserker Fury for attack speed, and then some combination of 3 elemental mods. On the Kareen build, I really like Blast and Toxin. It adds a nice chunk of AoE and a bit of extra single target through Toxin. However, This is only for when you have viral priming somewhere else. For this setup I was using Nourish on my frame, and I was also using Infernium for heat. On top of having a priming pad, of course. If you don't have viral priming anywhere, I would recommend you do a viral heat or a viral electricity setup instead. Then we also have an influence setup, which is basically exactly the same as the Kareen build. You just swap Kareen for influence, and you need to make sure that the single element you have is electricity. If once again you have viral in your priming setup, the one that feels the best is blast electricity, but if you don't, you could go with viral electricity instead. It's also very important here to have a solid priming pad that fills in as many of the missing elements as possible. Because unlike with most weapons, where this would just add a bunch of damage through condition overload and the utility from the procs, you also get a bunch of extra final crit chance from the trait. I was using a Tesla coil Dirija that primes electricity with the Tesla coil, and then through the Tazicore it primes cold, radiation, magnetic and corrosive. This is a very good and versatile weapon. I love how many build options you have here. They're not all necessarily going to be the best, obviously, but there is enough really good builds that work more than well enough in Steel Path to where you can basically do whatever you want. If you want maximum clear, go influence, and it doesn't matter. If you want a maximum clear, go influence. You can do viral, blast, or gas. All three work. If you want big damage and crowd control utility, go the Kareen route. If you want crowd control and grouping, do vortex. Or if you would rather do a heavy attack build, you can even do afflictions. It is absolutely wonderful. So yes, I would absolutely recommend you give it a shot.
I'm usually not a big fan of mixed gameplay. I generally pick a main weapon and then I have two backup weapons that either complement the main weapon or provide some sort of utility, like an Neutralizing Justice Mitre. But even I must admit that I was rather intrigued by the Vincubus Gun Lance. This functions as two separate weapons, a gun and a lance, if you could believe that, and it takes up both a primary and a melee slot with separate mod loadouts. Both the gun and the lance do primarily puncture damage with a nice chunk of slash, and they sport a 40% crit chance with a 3.2 times crit multiplier and a 20% status chance. But there is more to it than that. There is a special unique mechanic which encourages you to switch between the gun and the lance fairly frequently. And I say encourage and not force, because you don't have to do it. You can do it. Headshots with the gun grant 2 stacks of Vincubus Precision. This increases melee damage by 250% and it stacks up to 16 times, so you can get this melee bonus for up to 16 hits. Whereas melee kills with the lance grant 4 stacks of Vincubus Ferocity, which increases ammo efficiency for the gun by 100%, stacking once again up to 16 times. This is all displayed very neatly around the crosshair, so you don't need to keep an eye out on any buffs, and it leads to a very fluid form of gameplay where you're constantly switching between the gun and the lance. Oh yeah, and if you want to get your hands on the Vincubus, you're gonna have to do Descendia, all the parts drop in there, but if you get unlucky you can also buy them from Rove in La Cathedral with Mafika. So let us finally give the Vincubus a shot and see if it's any good, shall we? I'm usually not a big fan of mechanics like this, but I will give it a shot. I have fallen ill, if you can't tell, which is lovely right before Christmas, couldn't ask for more. Harrowing Aspire, what do you do, my dear Stance? Okay. You seem to be puncturing things a lot. I am in shock. Doughty actually seems rather inviting here, does it not? Yes. That's gonna be quite good. Oh no, my voice is cracking. That's not gonna be hilarious at all. Actually, I'm gonna be running the Dirija, so Condi Overload should be fine. Let's get Blood Rush. Oh, there's an Omniform, I didn't even notice that. And Steel. Jungulus Barbs is a bit of a no-brainer on Doughty setups. Look at that crit damage. Ooh, lovely. What else? Yes, I'll allow it. Let's actually get Vice as well for the attack speed. I'm really not sure about this because the follow-through is kind of arse. I think it makes an awful lot of sense to go for a Deadhead setup here because of the trait. We're going to be aiming for headshots anyway to get the melee buff, so Deadhead is a bit of a no-brainer. Moi. Let's get Chamber, Scope, Vital, Sensu. You could go Vigilante. Oi! There you go. It's actually, let's do it unranked. We don't need a mutation. Set bonus will do. For now, let's do Corrosive. We're not gonna run dual stats eventually. I think it makes far more sense to go for big damage instead. I don't think that's worth it at all, actually. More crit? Yes, more crit. Okay, so that's pretty saucy already. Look at that. And then we get the buff, and we start lancing. The ramp-up's gonna be... Yeah, the ramp-up's gonna suck. But... That's pretty cool. I like it. Not too shabby at all. Oh my god, no. I forgot about Weeping Wounds. Weep. There we go. Actually, Gladiator Rush sounds pretty good because it will make the combo decay even slower while we're using the gun, and we get almost another blood rush from it. Oh my god, that's a lot of crit damage, my dudes and dudettes. 9.8 just from Dowdy. Okay, the ramp up is absolute ass, and I don't think there's a good way around it. I think if you're doing like an exterminate or capture or any non-endless mission that's rather quick, you're better off just sticking to either the gun or the lance and not switch between them because it really hampers the ramp up. It doesn't help that the lance stance has fairly tame multipliers because, just in case you don't know, the amount of combo you build per enemy hit is based on the multiplier on the combo hit. So if, for example, you have a combo hit that does 500% damage, it will also build 5 combo. If I remember correctly from my brief look at the stats, most of the hits are between like 1 and 300% damage. Plus you add the switching and yeah, the combo build-up isn't very good. It's not a... Hello, Violence. It's not a big problem though, like if you're doing an endless mission, you're gonna ramp up eventually. Ooh, you don't like that at all. That was a big hit. Wowee, very nice. Yeah, now that we've ramped up to 7x, it's actually starting to feel pretty good. Do I have any... I do have 4 Omniforma. I don't want to use it if I don't have to though, so let's take a quick look here. What can we put on? We can definitely use another V, so let's do that. That finishes the melee build for the most part. We just need 10 Okai. I would actually like some fire rate if at all possible. Oh my god, I'm a moron. Of course, it's a semi-rifle. Of course it can run Cannonade. Oh, that is perfect. Absolutely delightful. Get in there. Oh, that was such a big move. I guess we can just run primed cryo rounds for now. Oh, my nose is so stuffed, I hate it. Feels a lot better. I think I could use a little bit more fire rate sometimes, but I don't think it's worth losing Cannonade over it. Do bear in mind, these aren't normal void missions. I'm doing the event mission, so these are Eczema Strongholds. Might as well do them when they're available. Eczema Strongholds are very good XP, and I want the marks. Plus, if I can do those, normal missions are gonna be a breeze. It's a shame we can't fit a D polarity in the melee build. Okay, let's move the Omniforma under primed cryo rounds. Put a V in there instead. Yeah, that's fine. Didn't break anything. I think Discipline's Merit makes the most sense because we're not meleeing much, so I want to trigger at least some Tedokai. I guess we can do Viral for now. Eventually, I do want to go Corrosive and Cold, so we're going to put Stormbringer right there. That's going to be 2 more Forma though. It is starting to pop off. Tedokai was a pretty big move here. It helps with the ramp up a lot. Yeah, the gun's starting to hit hardest as well. I'm not gonna lie, I was a bit skeptical at the start, but it is shaping up to be quite a fun setup indeed. So we can do a dash here. This will cover Infected Clip and Jungula's Barbs, which is very nice. That worked out rather nicely. Another benefit of running Doughty with Jungula's Barbs. There we go. There we go. We can actually run Corrosive now. Finally. Thought it was about damn time to do a proper mission test, instead of just doing exterminate and captures. Let's see what it do in a survival where we can properly ramp up. Yeah, much better in a mission where you can actually ramp up properly so we can play with the Lance at 12x combo, which feels great. Also, now that I've switched, I kind of like the gameplay here. I think it's a lot to do with the reticule, so it's very easily distinguishable, like, oh, I still have the buff or I don't have the buff anymore, time to switch. I think it's really good that you don't have to like watch an actual buff or think about it and just like occasionally switch. Now you just know, okay, I've run out of pips on the right side, now it's time to melee stuff and so on. Very good. I do wish the Lance had a little bit more AoE, but it is a Lance. Maybe I'm asking too much. At the end of the day, I did choose to go Doughty on the Lance. I could have just done Influence. Yeah, this will do. Unfortunately for the last one, we're gonna have to do an Omniforma because we have 2 Ds and 2 dashes and we just can't fit that in. So let's just put it in Omniforma and be done with it. There we go. I am not disappointed in the slightest, which says a lot. That's rather impressive because I'm usually not a fan of gameplay like this. I generally build my setups for one main weapon and then I just have 2 backup weapons that kind of synergize with it or complement the main weapon in some way. But this is really fun. I'm actually enjoying this. So let's start off with the gun part of the gun Lance. We run a primary deadhead setup, that uses galvanized chamber for multi-shot, Stormbringer, infected clip and primed cryo rounds for a truck ton of corrosive and cold. Then we run semi-rifle cannonade for base damage, but it also negates the fire rate loss from critical delay, which is combined with vital sense and galvanized scope for a ton of crit. Now in the lance portion, we ended up doing a melee doughty setup that runs Harrowing Spire as the stance, as well as Discipline's Merit for the Tennokai trigger, because we're switching back and forth, so it's really nice to have reliable Tennokai instead of sometimes proccing, sometimes not. Then, because I have a solid priming pet, I'm running Condition Overload for base damage, Jungula's Barbs for puncture and status, Weeping Wounds to scale status based off of combo counter, 3 Gladiator mods, Rush, Vice, and Might, which add combo sustain, attack speed, and crit damage respectively, as well as their set bonus, which is basically another mini Blood Rush. And we top it off with Galvanized Steel and Blood Rush for even more crit. And finally, my priming pet of choice here is a Tesla Coil Dirija with the Tazikor that runs a Shivering Cold setup, plus Magnetic, Radiation, and Corrosive. This was way more enjoyable than I thought it was gonna be. I think the Gun Lance was an excellent addition to the game. It is very, very fun. And that's coming from someone that doesn't usually enjoy this kind of gameplay. I've said this multiple times throughout the video, but I generally just build my setups around a main weapon and then I have 2 backup weapons. I don't usually switch back and forth all that much. But even I enjoyed it very, very much, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be using the Vincubus a lot more in the future. So yes, I would absolutely recommend you give the Vincubus a shot. It's fantastic. Seigek Prime, the bloody Seigek Prime. This is actually the 3rd video I recorded on this gun, because I ended up hitting it so much the first 2 times I was just straight up like, no,
Clom!
this gun, and I deleted everything. Luckily though, I am bullheaded enough to try it for the 3rd time, and it actually finally worked out. The Seigek is a secondary bullet hose SMG that has a fire rate of 12.33, which is quite high, and while it does primarily slash damage, it still has a good chunk of puncture and impact. Now you're probably looking at that 1% status chance and you're thinking to yourself, what the hell is that? But it's okay, this weapon is all about crit, and it actually has decent crit, 30% crit chance, 2.2 times crit multi. The reason the status chance is not a problem is because this has a trait where whenever you crit, the next shot has a 6% chance to proc 5 status effects. All the bits and bobs you need to build the Seigek are available from the Perita Rebellion on rotation A, or alternatively, you can farm Mafika in Descendia and buy it from Roth. So let's finally give this thing a shot and see if it's any good, shall we? Seigek Prime, attempt number 1 billion. You can see I've already put a forma on this thing, but yeah, it didn't help, so let's try something else. I've tried Fancy, it didn't work, so let's go with Flare and do something basic. This should be sustained with the unique trait, plus this way we can utilize the dash for prime heated charge. A little bit of multi-shot and a little bit more multi-shot, as well as some fire rate from Torrent. It's not very accurate, but I think crosshairs are still worth it. Let's also get Cracker for the damage. You know, I think it's finally time to utilize Merciless Gunfight. I've yet to use this on anything, but the extra crit damage and punch through could be really nice here. Let's try that. It's very expensive mod, 15 capacity. Ooh la la. It's still somewhat slow, but it's definitely the best result I've gotten so far. Yeah, this is actually working. Yes, thank you. Finally, something that works. That's what I get for doing fancy nonsense right away. Basic stuff is where it's at. I wouldn't call it amazing, but it's not terrible. It's actually pretty good considering we're in an Eczema stronghold. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Good start. I'm gonna regret this later, but let's put a dash down here. I'm regretting this sooner than I thought I would. There's a dash in the Exiles.
Krakata!
I guess we can run mutation in there. It is a bullet hose at the end of the day. I'm eyeballing Acuity, but I really don't think it's accurate enough for this to be worth it. And also the multi-shot, yeah, no. Even if it was accurate, I think losing multi-shot here would be a big L. If I wasn't stupid, I could have taken the dash out of the Exiles, then put a V in there and get some accuracy. That would have helped. I might still do that. Because I feel like when I'm really close and I can just unload... No, don't say unload into their head. When I can shove the gun up their nose and pull the trigger, the damage is quite good. Oh dear god, the Dirija is slowly but surely taking over the mission for me. That's what I get for running Momentous Bond in a stronghold. Another V coming right up. This is going to be a very expensive build, is it not? I kinda don't want to lose the fire rate, so I think we're going to go the expensive route and run Primed Pistol Gambit. Might be worthwhile. I don't know if it's worth stacking on top of crosshairs, but we're investing into a lot of crit damage. Yeah, this was the right move. Orange critting most of the time once crosshairs are ramped up, so we can take a big advantage of their crit damage. Very good indeed. No, stop it, Jeff.
Clem.
Thanks. Stop carrying my dudes. It's finally starting to pick up. I actually like this now. Took a while, but, you know, slowly but surely, we got there. Would Elementalist make sense with the trait? Nah, I don't think it would, actually. No. We're mostly doing upfront damage here. A Formage number 4. Scourge for now. I guess I genuinely don't know what to put in here. This is not bad at all. Very solid bullet hose setup. I finally decided to do a normal mission so that, you know, 90% of the enemies are not Eximus, and it's mowing them down pretty damn fast. I wonder... Yeah. Maybe now that we have invested a little bit more into it and we have some forma on there, I wonder if I should try Irradiate again, because that's the thing I tried first and it just did not work. It kind of makes sense because we could run Primed Convulsion and Heated Charge, which would also utilize this second dash. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try it. I might once again regret this later, but all we need now is just a V right here so that we can run Hornet Strike. That actually fits really well. It's not as reliable as I would like it to be, but it definitely works and it adds some much needed AoE. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that wasn't bad at all. Cool. We're definitely keeping this. At least on config B. It makes more sense, especially nowadays in Steel Path, to build for more clear speed because the missions are so densely packed, even if you're solo. I'm willing to sacrifice some single target just to clear better because it feels better, and then you can run either a primary or melee weapon that's for single target. Okay, so this is staying, at least on config B. More crit damage does make some amount of sense. But do we do bullets or might? Let's try might. I don't know how that's gonna work with the trait. Is that gonna mess things up? I think this works. The ramp up was definitely slower on flare, but it is upkeeping it really well. I'm on Uriel, so I'm getting more heat damage from the balls that you pick up, but it seems to be working. The single target is considerably better here, so if you want that, this is not a bad setup, but I very much prefer the Irradiate setup. It just feels a lot better. So we actually ended up with two builds for the Seigek Prime. One is a flare setup that focuses more on single target, the other one is an Irradiate setup that focuses more on clear speed. The flare setup runs Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, Magnetic Might for magnetic damage and crit damage, Primed Pistol Gambit and Galvanized Crosshairs for crit chance, as well as Primed Target Cracker for big crit damage. Then we have Primed Heated Charge for a truck ton of heat, Merciless Gunfight for even more crit damage and punch through, and we top it off with Lethal Torrent for multi-shot and fire rate. Also, you can put either mutation or accuracy in the Exiles. The second, Irradiate setup, runs Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for multi-shot and a bit of fire rate, Prime Pistol Gambit and Galvanized Crosshairs for crit chance, Prime Target Cracker for crit damage, Prime Heated Charge and Primed Convulsion for a mountainous amount of radiation, as well as Hornet Strike for base damage. Now, if you're gonna run the Irradiate setup, I would highly recommend a solid priming pet with radiation, so that the pet primes enemies and Irradiate can kick in right away. It's gonna help with the other setup as well, especially if you have cold or corrosive or viral on there, but it's gonna be particularly good for the Irradiate setup because it will make it feel much smoother. As mentioned in the beginning, it took me 3 attempts to get this right and finally make it work. And while that is definitely partially my fault because I tried doing fancy builds instead of doing basic builds and then trying something fancy, I also think the Seigek Prime doesn't work well on a budget. It needs a lot of forma and big mods. But if you're willing to invest into it, I think you're gonna be pleasantly surprised. So yes, I would recommend you give it a shot, but only if you're willing to invest into it. Because as I've said already, I don't think the Seigek Prime works well on a budget build. Well then, I think it's time we finally take one of the new arcanes and give it a proper shot. Now, one suggestion that I saw in the comments that sounded absolutely delightful was Phantasma Prime with Primary Debilitate. That seemed like an absolutely tremendous idea because the Phantasma Prime is all about proccing loads and loads of status. Now, just in case you don't know, Phantasma Prime is a beam-based shotgun that does primarily radiation with a little bit of impact on the side, and it fires 6 beams, each of which has a 22.2% status chance. Now, while it does have a small magazine of only 11 rounds and fairly high fire rate of 12, it has a base reload speed of 0.5 seconds, so it's not a problem at all. The way you play with it is basically you run up to an enemy, vomit your entire magazine onto them in under a second, reload and move on. So let us give it a shot with primary debilitate and see if it's any good, shall we? But I'm really looking forward to this. This is gonna be fun as hell if I can find debilitate. There it is. Like, this is already really good because the base element is radiation, which is heat and electricity when split by debilitate, so yeah, this is off to a great start. This is gonna be awesome. We're gonna need prime point blank, so let's get that in. We're most definitely running savvy, and let's get galvanized hell as well. I think big viral is gonna be the way to go here. Actually, yeah, let's do toxic barrage instead for the extra status. And we could actually top it all off with prime charge shell for enormous base damage. Yes, I think that's what we're gonna do here. Shotty Elementalist is absolutely terrific on the Phantasma because you want a bigger magazine. Bigger magazine feels really, really good, so we're actually taking full advantage of that mod, which is great. I haven't got a clue what we're gonna put in the last slot though. Actually, yes, more fire rate would be more good. Might be too much. And then for the Exilus, probably... No, actually, we might need mutation. Well, we're gonna have to try that out and see.
What the clam?
Oh my god, that is ridiculous. Holy sh...
Krakata.
That is the most status I think I've ever seen. That is ridiculous. Well, it works, that's for damn sure. Bloody hell. I am seeing absolutely enormous statistics. Like, let's see this. 2.1 million. That is knocking futs, my dudes and dudettes. I don't think we actually want the fire rate. I think it's doing more harm than good. Because first of all, I'm almost out of ammo halfway through an exterminate. That's not great. But also, because we have so much fire rate, we overproc an enormous amount of status that is not necessary in the slightest. So I think we'd be better off scaling more damage instead. And we are pretty much out. Last 3 rounds. And we're done, so yeah, that needs to be addressed. This is way too much fire rate. It is genuinely doing more harm than good, so bye-bye shotgun barrage. You will go over here. What about magnetic strafe? That sounds pretty good. It will give us some fire rate, not as much as barrage, but it will also add magnetic for overguard and shields. And again, we're running debilitate, so it will eventually split into electricity and cold. We need a dash in here, and that should be it. Like so. Yes, very good. Feels a lot better right away, which does make sense because we got the magnetic damage in there, which is, you know, more damage, and we retained like half the fire rate. They do melt fast though. Ho ho, wowee. Though, yeah, to be fair, this is not an Eczema stronghold. The last mission was one of the event missions, so it was a stronghold. Still though. Look at that! Marvelous. Ammo issues seem to have been solved completely, which is not a big surprise, you know, primed shotgun ammo mutation will do that. And also less fire rate, we only have half the fire rate now. Half the bonus fire rate, not half the fire rate, you know what I mean. Like, I know the Phantasma Prime is good, but damn, this is... Yeah, this is...
Krakata.
Awesome. Seriously. I think it does make more sense with less fire rate because, well, at least for the level of content I'm doing, because previously we would waste a lot of ammo dealing damage that we really didn't need because the enemies were dead like 3 times over. Oh my god, I was like, what's going on with the reactant? Why am I not vacuuming the reactant? I don't have a
Clam.
pet. So yeah, that was dumb. Probably added a lot to the ammo issues as well. Whoa, what was that about? Hold on a second. Come here. Oh, that looks so good. Like, I have weapons that do more, but the way it melts the health bar, oh, that is so satisfying. Yum, yum, yum. How the hell did I forget about Blimpus Maximus? There we go. Now, mind you, I went for the non-crit version. You can totally do a crit version as well. You just take out Strafe, I guess, replace it with Prime Ravage, and then you would need a flat crit buff. Like if you play Harrow or Sevagoth, or hell, if you just put Avenger on your frame so it crits sometimes, it is going to be disgusting. Like this is already disgusting, but it's going to be more disgusting. The thing that's really awesome about this, now that I see Mania, is that setups like this usually struggle with status resistance. This one kind of doesn't. Like it doesn't do full damage, obviously, but it does more than enough to not feel bad. So here's the final debilitating rainbow beam setup for the Phantasma Prime, and it is oh so delightful. We run Prime Point Blank for base damage, Galvanize Heavy for status chance and condition overload, Galvanize Hell for multi-shot, Magnetic Strafe if you're going the non-crit version for the magnetic damage and fire rate, but if you want to do the crit version, it's where you put Primed Ravage, though bear in mind you will need a flat source of crit chance like from a Kavat, Harrow, Sevagoth, that kind of stuff. Next on the menu we have Shotgun Elementalist for the status damage and magazine size, both of which are very good on the Phantasma Prime, and we top it off with Prime Charge Shell, Prime Chilling Grasp and Toxic Barrage for a truck ton of vital and electricity. Now, if you're having ammo issues, you can run Shotgun Mutation in the Exiles, but if you're not, you can just run Galvanized Acceleration for a longer beam. And of course, since it is a Debilitate setup, we run Primary Debilitate as our Arcane. This makes it so that once a combined element reaches its maximum stacks, it will start splitting it into one of its baseline elements that it's composed of. So if you max out Radiation and you proc more Radiation, it will instead turn it into either heat or electricity. Also, if you have a priming pet, it would be a very good idea to run Corrosive on it for the extra armor strip. This is one of the most delightful setups that I've had the pleasure to play with in a very long time. I would highly recommend you give it a shot. It does amazing damage, it feels great to use, and it doesn't really need anything else. Like having a priming pet with Corrosive is nice, but if you don't, it's not that big of a deal. It just works on its own. So if you haven't tried Phantasma Prime with the Debilitate setup, I would highly recommend it, especially with a Rainbow Beam setup like this one.